yetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na ndugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, wajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Please, let's bow down our heads and pray.
Our dear and everlasting Father, in the name of Jesus, we bless you this morning. We thank you for the gift of life and the blessing of good health. Thank you for a great start we had yesterday, supernatural favor and grace to see this summit a success. Thank you for every hand that has put in their effort, their energy, just to steer this event forward. We thank you for the blessing of KDC, the vision that you've given us, the role that is strategic even to this globe. We thank you for the favor that we found with every stakeholder and with every partner. As we come together for the second day, we remember your word that tells us, acknowledge the Lord in all your ways, and he will make straight your path. So we pray this morning, even as we begin our day, we are careful to acknowledge that you gave us good tidings yesterday. We had fruitful discussions. We had excellent engagements. We thank you for all the knowledge that was represented in this room. We thank you for every session that we had yesterday. This morning as we begin, we thank you and we bless you. We declare that, yes, Lord, we cannot proceed without your strength and without your grace. And that is why we are careful this morning to ask of your Spirit to unite us, even as we put our hands together to bring a sustainable future for this country, even as we bring in sectoral focus for the sustainability of growth that we so much desire. Under the leadership of Kenya Development Corporation, we pray that, Lord, every hand and every delegate that is present this morning, that your favor shall be upon them, that we will have fruitful engagements, and that, Lord, at the end of it all, we shall be careful to give you all the glory, all the honor, all the power, and all the praise. And now may your grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Asante. Today we'll be moving in supersonic speed. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our DG, the Director General, Kenya Development Corporation, CPA FA, Ms. Nora Ratemo. Together with the many panelists who are here with us, the moderators, we want to thank you for making time to be here, and also all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also recognize all the directors from KDC. Watupungie mkono tu. They've done such a wonderful job to host us here and to make sure that we're here. So we acknowledge you and we thank you. Very briefly, we have just 2 speeches to make this morning, and then we'll go to our breakout sessions. We are supposed to start the breakout sessions at 9:30, but please allow me to give our first speaker about 10 minutes, and then our second speaker about 5 minutes, because they are our very, very good sponsors today. And then we'll break out for our sessions. I'll let you know where to go, and then we'll come back here later on. So very quickly, let me introduce our first speaker. He's joining us virtually. And he's going to be discussing de-risking investment in Africa, leveraging development finance for private sector-led growth. He's joining us all the way from the World Bank offices. I want to welcome and give him the floor, Mr. Ahmed Ryan. Tafadhali, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Ahmed Ryan, if you can hear me, you have the floor for about 10 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Ahmed Ryan. I'm a senior financial sector specialist with the World Bank. I'm also with you in Nairobi today due to prior commitments and Washington, D.C. KDC, but as Madam DG and my colleagues and partners in KDC know, I'm a frequent traveler and resident of Kenya. I've been a privilege working with you all. Let me start by thanking you so much for the opportunity to connect with you today on this important event.
Deficits and rising all have for African economies needs, especially in social. I'm sure that
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to fix the connection.
financing solutions becomes more evident and more crucial. Let's take Kenya and Ethiopia, for example. While they have access to international markets, they are challenged with steep financing costs and inflationary pressures. Right? Neighbors, Somalia and Djibouti, on the other hand, they are heavily dependent on concessional finance. South Sudan is oil-driven economy, struggles to generate revenues beyond oil exports. So together, Bank Group with our development partners, we are stepping up to that challenge with a variety of innovative solutions. More of KDC is leading in Africa today, and the variety of innovative financial instruments would help hopefully pave the way for a more resilient and sustainable future. So in the next few minutes, I'd like to share with you a glimpse of what we've been already doing, what's in motion by the World Bank Group, and I'll focus on some partnership initiatives that we already have with KDC, who's a primary partner for the World Bank Development Finance engagements in Kenya. If we are talking about leveraging financial innovation to support the private sector, as the Master of Ceremony has indicated a minute ago, so the initial thought automatically directs us towards debt financing. So when it comes to debt financing solution, the World Bank Group is supporting Africa through a regional infrastructure facility. It's called the RIFF. You can Google for that. It's available online, and the details are available. Also, all the projects that I'll be sharing with you in the next few minutes have full details available online, and happy to follow up through emails or through communication on any details. So the RIFF is a facility that is offering long-term concessional debt for crucial infrastructure and renewable energy projects. It's also supporting potential transport that's in partnership with TDB, and also KDC is taking part of some of that engagements. The newly approved Africa Green Resilient and Inclusive Housing de-risking facility, talking about de-risking solutions, that's an East Africa hub or an East Africa platform that the World Bank has recently approved that will focus on issuing local currency bonds to encourage private capital inflows and boost investor confidence in the housing sector and across the housing value chain in East Africa and Kenya included. Another specific example for Kenya that we are so proud of, and we're partnering on that, and we take pride in our partnership with KDC on this, is supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery in Kenya, the SAFER project, where we are partnering with KDC in supporting access to finance to resilient and viable MSMEs to create sustainable jobs. So these are examples of debt solution interventions that we're doing in Kenya and across Africa, that trying to offer concessional financing that is targeted to particular sectors that are hopefully winners, and supporting the sustainable growth initiatives in Africa and boosting sustainable growth. Now, debt is not the only solution, right? So it has to combine with other innovative solutions. So the second bucket that I'd like to share with you is equity and patient capital. I know that this has been discussed at length, possibly yesterday. I've been actively following social media and the feeds, and KDC has a very an extremely vibrant social media platforms on Facebook and others, and it is giving me a great opportunity to follow the deliberations that you've been doing. So I really commend the team on that. So equity and patient capital. So to complement that financing, you need patient capital, like to build the capital base and strengthen the capital base of the viable enterprises that need to grow. So the World Bank is supporting accelerating sustainable clean energy transformation. It's a project called Ascent. It's part of a larger World Bank initiative called the M300 that is meant to support access to energy across Africa, including the East Africa region, and Kenya as part of that effort. So that platform is in process of approval, and it will offer a patient capital and equity financing for renewable energy ventures. Specifically in Kenya, we have an ongoing deliberation in partnership with KDC through the Kenya Jobs and Economic Transformation Project, where we are currently setting up a green investment fund, the GIF. The GIF is a unique and innovative solution that is spearheaded by KDC's leadership, and I really commend Madam Nora Altimo for that and her team, and also in partnership with the State Department of Investment Promotion, where GIF is meant to build a sustainable vehicle to catalyze patient capital to growth oriented, enable them to grow in a sustainable and healthy manner. This combination of debt and equity ensures the balanced financing mix for financial sustainability, which will be essential in meeting Africa's ambitious growth targets. Now, together with debt and equity, so that's funded financing. Now, the non-funded solutions also play a critical role. So risk mitigation instruments are also important in that regard. So the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MEGA, which is part of the World Bank Group, is an institution that is, and it has offices in Nairobi, is working to reduce the credit and political risks through single dedicated platform, fostering public-private partnership and encouraging FDI. In 2024, last year alone, MEGA was able to catalyze through these non-funded solutions around 10 billion foreign investments across Africa, underscoring the potential of leveraging these risk mitigation instruments to support private sector investments. So on top of that, also as part of the de-risking solution, inclusive insurance solutions are also imperative. As part of our engagement and in partnership also with KDC, the de-risking inclusion and value enhancement project drive is another engagement. And again, we take pride in that with KDC in Kenya. This is a regional project where KDC is representing Kenya along several other countries in East Africa, including Somalia and others. Platform provides, or this project provides, a drought index insurance to pastoral communities, and has already, as we speak, helped over 2.5 million individuals, predominantly women, working in pastoral economies. Now, combining funded solutions, then on top of that comes the policy environment. So a stable macroeconomic policy environment is really essential to attract investment and catalyze growth. in the pipelines and in the makes. We're currently in the World Bank working on a new regional engagement. It's called Building Opportunities for Optimized Trade and Investment for Growth in East Africa. The acronym for that is BOOST. The BOOST project is still in the makes. It's an exciting initiative designed to reduce trade costs and increase investment flows, supporting the implementation of Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement, so AFCFTA, particularly in East Africa. So hopefully you'll hear more good news about this in the short term. Still in the mix, but as you've been, like from my earlier interventions, what we're trying to do here is try to look into where the financing gaps are and try to offer solutions to mitigate and to fill these gaps and catalyze private investments, either in the infrastructure or in the trade sector, and also in the transformative MSME sector. Now, in addition to this, we've been actively engaging on technical assistance and capacity building. So our sister organization, also IFC, it's part of the World Bank Group, for example, setting up a climate finance competency framework that is helping financial institutions and private sector manage climate risks, ensuring that investments align with the global sustainability goals. That's really critical in the private sector. So ladies and gentlemen, this is just a quick glimpse of what is in motion by the World Bank. Scaling up these solutions and these innovations will be key to unlock Africa's potential, as well as realize the potential for Kenya's private sector growth and investment. Certain financial instruments like the guarantee and de-risking mechanisms stand out for scalability. The instruments of guarantees and risk sharing particularly avoid some of the challenges posed by limited absorptive capacity and help deepen financial markets. They also encourage the use of local currency financing, which is especially important in African countries these days with the interesting developments in the global financial architecture. It's not just about financial instruments, by the way. The real magic happens sector-specific policy dialogues. To build a resilient and prosperous future, African countries must continue collaborating with development partners, private sector actors, and other stakeholders to build a robust policy framework to enhance private sector. Together, we can create a conducive environment for private investments, ultimately helping Africa achieve its sustainable growth objectives. The journey towards resilience is not without its challenges, but the opportunities are equally vast. It's time for us to focus, and it's forums like this, and again, I really appreciate KDC for the careful selection of the forum and of the themes, and also for the way that the forum is designed. It's time to forward-thinking solutions will be the driving force for sustainable growth in Africa. Madam DG, ladies and gentlemen, let me please conclude by a reminder for all of us that combining innovative financing with robust policy reforms, by doing this, we are unlocking a huge potential for Africa and for Kenya. Let me thank you so much for the opportunity. Again, it was a privilege to join you virtually today, and I look forward for the outcomes of this deliberation, and we assure you of our utmost support, and we're very, very proud and valuing so much our partnership with KTC. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Ahmed Mohamed Ryan joining us from the World Bank. Thank you so much for joining us virtually and for your insightful remarks. Let me now invite very quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vincent Kihara, who's the head of corporate banking department from the Cooperative Bank of Kenya. Karibu sana. If he's here.
Where do I speak from?
Ah, great. At the podium. Follow me. Thank you. Karibu. Makofi kwake tafadhali as he comes to speak to us. Bwana Kihara, you have 5 minutes. Asante.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, I think it's a real pleasure to be here. And I must acknowledge, I've never been to the amphitheater. And I think you see the amphitheater from outside on the street. And you see this cone-shaped building. And you truly don't appreciate the architecture of the 70s. I think this was built in the 70s. And you appreciate the country's history and the journey that we've made as communities, as nations. Now for me, it's just to talk briefly about Cooperative Bank. But before I do that is to really thank and congratulate KDC, the DG Nora Latemo, the board of KDC and senior management. I think it's such an important forum to debate capital, what we need to do as communities, as societies, as players, as banks, investment houses, as professionals, to really fill in the gap for capital. I can never think of such a critical conversation as is happening today. It's been for a while since we had conversations like this, and I hope out of the outcome of various deliberations in coming years, we will see impact from nascent entrepreneurs, innovators, entrepreneurs, for which our society is very well known for. Globally, actually, not just within the region, but globally. We are known to be major innovators, major hard-working communities who've made our financial sector extremely competitive and very well driven. Just for Cooperative Bank, I'm sure perhaps a lot of you bank with us or own the bank. We are floated the NSE. But broadly, we have over 200 branches countrywide. I'm sure you will see a branch, many of your locations, either at home or traveling up country or closer to your workplaces. We've got capital of in excess of 130 billion shillings. That's $1 billion. So it's quite something. It's been built over years. To build a capital like this, you need consistency of earnings year on year. Protect that capital and put it to good use. Over 700 billion shillings of assets. And those assets are really nothing more, perhaps, the loan we've given you, either your enterprise or your personal loan or a mortgage or an asset finance. That is our numbers, and all those numbers come from our activities and what we do with our customers, whether in retail banking, corporate banking, or government banking. I'm sure, I would guess a lot of you would know we are owned by the cooperative movement, who own 65% of our shares directly. The rest, 35%, is available at the NSE for those who trade or buy shares directly. So we are truly a Kenyan entity, and owned by the public, either directly at the NSE or owned by your cooperative. So your cooperative, you're a member of a cooperative, perhaps your cooperative is an investor in Cooperative Bank, because Kenya's cooperative movement is the most advanced across Africa. Very many cooperatives, the most advanced, the most developed, in cutting across various sectors, financial services, those who know banking, SACCOs who lend, or agriculture cooperatives. They could be coffee, they could be tea, they could be even matatu SACCOs, for those who are aware of matatu SACCOs. The bank has recorded phenomenal growth over a couple of years now, 15 years, 20 years, out of penetrating new markets. Retail banking, business banking, government, public sector, institutional banking. And perhaps before I finish, just to let you know, we offer services in various other associated entities. Brokerage, what you call buying and trading shares through Kingdom Bank, or where we also own, the bank owns Kingdom Bank, largely significant shareholder at Kingdom Bank. And Kingdom Bank offers services largely to medium enterprises that are growing. We also have an asset management division that manages pension funds. Pension funds is a big market here, very organized pension fund market, regulated. So we hold substantial assets Perhaps those again could be your pension savings. So you'll find safety again in our pension savings. So I'll close here, but just wish the board, KDC, a great partnership in future. And we can work together, as the speaker before spoke about soft capital, which is really required at initiation, at developmental, at setup. We can work together as these entities get to maturity, as they find their fit. At that moment, you might find they need some commercial loan, a mortgage to put up a building, to put up a factory, to expand working capital. We are ready to play in that and support that. And that I just wish, on behalf of the bank and our board, a very prosperous future for KDC into the future. Thank you.
Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vincent Kihara, Head of Corporate Banking Department, Corp Bank. Thank you so much. Thank you for the huge support, the huge sponsorship, and the partnership. Tunashukuru sana. Salimia jamii yote ya Corp Bank. And the last speaker I want to invite now before we break out for sessions, the Principal Secretary, Engineer John Tanui, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department for ICT and the Digital Economy, would have loved to be here with us in the morning, but he has sent his representative, and I want to call him up to the podium to make a few remarks, and then we can break out for the sessions. Let me invite, and please help me, warmly invite Mr. John Kiria, who is the Director, E-Commerce, State Department of IT and the Digital Economy, Entrepreneurship. Tafadhali. I was told the director was around with us. Basi. Kama hajafika, najua tutampatia muda wake. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to take this moment and allow us to have our breakout sessions. We'll have a panel, which we're calling panel number 4 here. We'll be discussing SME growth and startup capital solutions. We have our panelists who are here. They'll be guided elaborately and efficiently by our moderator, who will introduce shortly. But then we have our breakout sessions, one, which is a sectoral forum on manufacturing, which will be happening at the Shimba Room. And then we have the sectoral forum on post-harvest management happening at the Impala Forum. The forum on manufacturing, the main speaker is Tobias Alando, who is the Chief Executive, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And the moderator will be CPA CIFA Paul Kamau, Partner Finitas. And the speaker at the forum on post-harvest management, which will be happening at the Impala Room, is a good friend of ours, Okisegere Ojepat. I like calling him OJ. He's the CEO of Fresh Produce Consortium of Kenya. He's also the co-chair of the National Horticulture Standing Committee, a farmer advocate, a member Global Farmer Network Advisory Council, member 1 Eka Fund. Karibu sana, OJ. Asante. And the moderator will be Purity Rotich, who is the CEO, Chilzone Logistics. All right? So I'm allowing all of you to go to the breakouts, but for those who are remaining here for the SME Growth and Startup Capital Solutions, please remain seated. I'll let you reorganize yourself so that we can all feel warm and comfortable, but I'm allowing about 1 minute or so for the breakout, and then we'll catch up later for the other sessions. Asanteni, and may you have wonderful sessions in the breakout sessions. Asanteni. For the moderators, please be mindful of time. We have just about an hour for this particular session. So I'll be coming to check on you 10 minutes to 11 o'clock. Asante sana. Musiende wote. Mubaki wengine na wahitaji hapa, msiende wote. And for those who are remaining for this panel, please come closer, move closer to, the seats that are right near the floor so that we can all congregate together. It doesn't look like we're distant from one another, all right? Asante. Plenty of spaces for us. Karibuni-san. Thank you. For those who are at the back, please come to the front. There's still plenty of spaces. My wonderful delegates who are at the back, ladies and gentlemen, karibuni, so that we start. Asante-san, I think we're ready to begin. As I mentioned earlier, this panel, which we're calling panel number 4, because yesterday we had 1, 2, 3, we're going to be discussing SME growth and startup capital solutions. I'd like you to help me warmly invite our moderator for this session, Madam Kezi Mukiri, who is the Chief Executive, Ignite Trade Africa. Makofi sana kwake. Please proceed to the podium. Asante sana. And I'll give her the opportunity to say a few words about the topic and also a few words about the Ignite Trade Africa, and then thereafter to introduce the panelists for the day. Karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Where is the energy?
Good morning, good morning.
Do we have SMEs in the room? Or did they all go? I hope that we certainly have SMEs in the room. SMEs are known to be a little bit more energetic because we get a lot done in the day, and I do certainly hope that we will have energy bubbling in the room. My name is Kezi Mukiri, as introduced by Nimrod. I am an entrepreneur by choice. I call myself an entrepreneur by heart, one who has been in the business of building enterprises and innovating in the spaces where I have found myself in. I'm the Executive Director of Ignite Trade Africa, which is an SME functioning for SMEs in intra-Africa trade, supporting SMEs that are seeking to grow in the area of export and import and leveraging on the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement to take advantage of opportunities across the continent. This panel discussion is on issues affecting SME growth and startup capital solutions, a very critical conversation for our nation and indeed for our continent. As a background to this conversation, we do know that MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises, are the backbone of Kenya's economy, contributing about 33% of our GDP and making a contribution of up to 80% of employment in our country. MSMEs do play a central role in driving inclusive growth, in innovation, in job creation. But conversely, MSMEs continue to face persistent challenges when it comes to financing, especially in the early years of business development. Today we have been privileged here to have a well-equipped panel, a panel of individuals in the sector who are playing a role one way or the other in supporting MSMEs overcome these challenges. So allow me to welcome and now introduce our esteemed and distinguished panel to this podium. Coming up first is CPA Charles Mativo, Chief Executive, Kenya Industrial Estates. Please let's give him a very warm round of applause. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Charles Mativo, for being here today. Next up, we will welcome Mr. Henry Ritha, Chief Executive, Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, MSEA. I hope MSEA is in the house. All right, I do hope that MSA will be represented at some point within our conversation. But please, next let us welcome a dear friend of mine, Ms. Linda Onyango, CEO, SME Support Center. Karibu sana, Ms. Linda, if you can just give her a warm welcome, she comes up the podium. Thank you very much, Linda, for being here. Next up, we want to welcome Director for Trade, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. I do hope KNCCI is in the house as well. Maybe not. And last but definitely not least, I want to bring up on the podium Ms. Judith Omachar, Director Business Development, Kenya Development Corporation. Our host today, if we can just give her a very warm round of applause as she comes up the steps. Thank you, Ms. Judy, for being here. Thank you, our distinguished panel. We'll just give you a moment to introduce yourselves better than I could, and perhaps speak about a little bit what it is that your organization, the one that you represent, is doing in the SME space. Just about 30 seconds. If we could just start with you, Mr. Charles Mativo. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the introduction. My name is CPA Charles Mativo. I know I was introduced as the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Industrial Estates, and it's true when the program was made, that was the position. But now that has changed a little because I was acting Chief Executive, but I'm the Finance Manager. We now have another CEO. But Kenya Industrial Estates is a stated agency in the Ministry of Cooperative and MSMEs Development, and our role is to support industrialization through development of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And we do so through financing, through providing workspace, capacity building, and also linkage to the market. I'm sure we'll discuss more as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm particularly really excited to hear about what you're doing with SMEs in manufacturing and light industries, and we'll be giving you an opportunity to unpack that. Karibu sana, Linda.
Thank you so much. I hope it's working well. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, my name is Linda Onyango. I represent a firm called SME Support Center. We are a consulting firm that supports governments, corporates, and financial institutions across Africa to really design programs that support SMEs along 4 areas, which is access to skills, access to markets, access to finance, and access to information. So in a nutshell, that's what we do, and so happy to be here. Thank you for the invite.
Thank you. Karibu, Ms. Judy.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to also just be here and talk a little more about SMEs. My name is Judith Omachar. I'm in charge of business development and advisory at the Kenya Development Corporation, your hosts today. We are very happy and very passionate about supporting SMEs as KDC, and we are going to be able to discuss much more about that, given that we would want to see how to spur economic development in the country. We do realize the contribution to SMEs, as our able moderator today has spoken as she was introducing the significant portion, or in terms of job creation, and in terms of businesses that are supported, that are actually SMEs. KDC, we have a very big interest in that space, and would love to see that space grow and take its position in terms of contribution to the GDP. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. So our audience, halfway through this dialogue, will come to you and probably hear if you may have any questions. So just begin to prep that which you would really want conversed around this table today. But allow me to start with Kenya Industrial Estates. What mechanisms do you have in place, if you could just unpack that, around industrial development, access to finance, infrastructural support? And I'm particularly, like I'd said earlier, very keen to hear what you're doing for SMEs in the manufacturing, light industries, how are you sparking innovation in that space? What programs do you currently have in place that MSMEs can benefit from?
Thank you very much. As I said, KIE, our mandate is to promote industrialization through development of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And one of the things about SMEs, particularly in manufacturing and value addition, is that they need a lot of support because most of them are nascent. They want to be put in an environment where they can survive. So KIE has an incubation model where we incubate SMEs in various ways. One of the ways is to provide medium to long-term financing. And KIE is working with SMEs, giving financing for machinery, for working capital, funds for expansion, and the amount of money which we give is between 100,000 to 20 million, with interest rate of 10% reducing balance. And that can range from an individual business or a company, youth, women, and even person with disability. And then the other thing which we do at KIE is to provide affordable workspace, fit for purpose workspace. So you realize that most of the SMEs may not have that kind of facility where you can start manufacturing. And so KIE gives that infrastructure which somebody can start in a small way. Because we are incubating, we don't expect the SMEs to stay there throughout. So we expect that after they are there, they will grow, and within a period, maybe like 5 years, they should be able now to move out of that premises so that that premise is available for another SME. And so that is available across the country. We have got industrial estates in 34 places across the country, out of which we have around 301 incubation facilities across the country. And that has really helped a lot of SMEs to grow and then move to their own premises. The third way which we assist SMEs is capacity building. You know, access to capital and infrastructure, but now SMEs, they need to be empowered with the soft skills. Skills like management, like financial capability, issues to do with marketing. So we do have capacity building programs where we train the SMEs so that they can be able to know how to run their businesses. And it also involves even coaching and mentoring. And then finally, we do now market linkages to the SMEs. We try at KIE to assist the SMEs to gain access to markets. We want to assist the SMEs to be linked to the large industries, which will help them in terms of growth in terms of the technology uptake, and then also to help them now to broaden their market. So those are the 4 ways in which we support SMEs. That is financing, workspace, capacity building, and market linkages.
Maybe just staying with you, Charles. Statistics show that SMEs hardly make it past the 5th year, that the rate of folding up and, at the 5th year. What would you say has been the success rate? These initiatives that you have that are aimed at de-risking SMEs, encouraging innovation, just giving a footing to SMEs. What would you say your success rate has been with some of the SMEs that you've worked with?
I would say the success rate has been high but no doubt that it is not easy. One thing is at KIE, we take the SMEs which are growing, because there are many other funds which help the startups, those who are starting for the first time. So KIE, we take those who are already who have already started to help them to grow. And so that has helped to ensure that the success rate is high despite those statistics. There are a lot of the SMEs, because of the environment which we have provided them, then majority of them have actually succeeded.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Coming to you, Linda, you're working with SMEs across this nation, but also across the continent. And I've seen you engaged in various initiatives across the continent. What would you say is some of the common challenges? And we know the big three that we constantly speak about, in this space as we try to dissect issues affecting SMEs. But what do you say for SMEs that are trying to become financially ready? What are the challenges? What are these things that hinder SMEs from becoming ready for financing, and how is your institution helping to bridge this gap?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Kezi. It's great to be here with you after a while. Financial readiness. Financial readiness is something I think we have talked about in many SME forums. And I look at SMEs being financial ready in three ways in my world, because I spend the bulk of my time helping SMEs raise capital. One is, are you making sales? So I keep telling people business is a function of three things: sales, profit, and how you're then managing everything to ensure you always have cash. So three things: sales, profit. You'll only get a profit if you're managing your costs, and then cash. Cash is essentially the movement of that sales in terms of money into your business. So I tell SMEs, the moment you focus on getting sales and profit, you'll have financiers knocking at your door every day, literally. And on this point, I'm speaking also as an entrepreneur. Because the moment you start generating money, you start generating cash, you start generating sales, basically, and you have a profit, even your bank, you won't even wait to look for money, whether it's your bank and so forth. So I think step number one, what we do for most SMEs is want to see how can you generate more sales? How can you then manage your costs to generate profit? So it's a lot of consulting around that, just helping SMEs optimize their businesses so that they can generate profit. Why people die, why SMEs die, I heard you, Kezi, say. Why SMEs die, basically, is because you're not making money, literally. If people are making money, you'll literally survive. Yeah, so business is a function of sales, profit, cash. And I speak about this a lot. And every SME, I think that should be at the top of what we focus on. Sales, profit, cash. And then finally, being able to account for all that through some accounting, so that you can show I'm actually making sales, profit, cash. And once you do that, essentially then you're what I call financial ready. The ability to show that you're actually then making this sales, profit, and cash is then when you start saying you're financial ready. So what I see is, as SMEs start, okay, some of them obviously they don't put, I think these days it's sad to talk about people still mixing business money and company money, but it still happens. But I think as you start, if you are an SME in this room, I'm sure the first point is to start, whether it's a bank account or your M-Pesa till or whatever, basically start putting money in those avenues so that you can show the business cash, sales, profit, and money is there. Money is there. Truly, money is there. These days, there's even cash flow financing. Right now, even through your M-Pesa statement only, M-Pesa statement, you can get money. There are so many private lenders giving money with M-Pesa statement. I know the only challenge with a lot of this cash flow financing is the pricing, the interest rate they charge, 3 to 5% per month. But money is so there. But the biggest challenge is, are SMEs actually making sales, profit, and cash? If you start doing that, you become financially ready, and your horizon of money truly expands. I don't want to speak too much, but
SMEs in the house. I hope we are hearing. Cash is king.
Yeah.
You know, we have SMEs that have died on the table of passion.
Yes.
That you're struggling with something you're passionate about,
Sure.
It's not generating revenue.
Yeah.
We are saying money is, cash is
king. Yes.
is king.
Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe perhaps before we hand it over to Judith, from your perspective and in dealing with SMEs, Linda, what ecosystem or what do you think DFIs should be doing to be more responsive to the needs of SMEs? What are some of the things that you think DFIs should do to become more responsive to the needs?
Thank you so much. I think in Africa, the main challenge are, like I said, financing is there. So the question becomes the pricing. The pricing and obviously the conditions to get that financing. So I hear people talk about collateral. It's true. At some point, you've given all the collateral you could potentially give, especially manufacturers, and you need capital that is not debt. So DFIs come in two ways. Number one, on the pricing side. So if it's on the debt side, interest rates. Yeah, giving concessional interest rates. I see MasterCard has really done a very good job in this through KEPSA, KNCCI. I think they're offering, less than 10% per annum for various, but there's only so much they can, there's only so many enterprises they can support. Yeah, so pricing is typically always the main thing where DFIs have come in to really support on the interest rate side. For some industries like manufacturing, grants become very key, and DFIs partnering with private capital, venture capital. I did listen to Moria yesterday speaking about venture capital here, and the scarcity of venture capital. But if DFIs de-risk some of these private capital providers, we will have more equity funding, because to be honest, to create some kind of innovations, I see KDC has some various key sectors. To be able to, or even government has some priority sectors. I see edible oils and all these things. Those industries require investments, $1 million plus. Now, when you're starting up, you don't have the money. You don't have the debt. No debt financier will look at you. So you need equity funding, and which is where KDC comes in. I really liked their equity funding approach. So DFIs working with KDC and de-risking them to be able to do some of these things is where they should really play, offering that blended capital to offer some of these instruments, grants, or to lower the pricing.
Thank you. I think you have laid a very good foundation for Judith to take it from there. So KDC is a development finance institution, Judith. Perhaps talk to us about some of the strategic focus that you have as an institution when it comes to supporting SMEs and startups. And particularly, I'm thinking about what we call the underserved SMEs that are typically bypassed by the commercial banks.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So basically, as KDC, we are very strategic in where we want to go or how we want to support these SMEs. And as Linda has mentioned here, you can see we are actually focused on certain sectors. And these are the sectors that have been recognized by the government as being high impact. We all know that SMEs support a lot of livelihoods. And as KDC, we want to finance an investment or a project that will have that impact in terms of job creation, in terms of revenue earning to the country, and generally just having that linkage that it can, it has that ripple effect in terms of the support that is given. So I will just repeat the sectors where we are as KDC. And like I said, basically what we want is to enhance investments in this area. So we are in manufacturing. And as I mentioned the sectors, you can see that these are sectors that really have serious impact. If we can grow our manufacturing, and as we've recognized that most of the businesses are actually SMEs, then you can imagine if we increase our manufacturing, what impact it will give to the country in terms of even import substitution, and even when we export, bringing in the forex that the country so much needs. So manufacturing is one of them. We have post-harvest. So of course we want food security, and we do not, and also at the same time we want to enhance the livelihood of our farmers. Kenya is a farming nation. So post-harvest management is a very important area. Health, as we do our businesses, we want to be healthy. We want to be healthy affordably. So investments in the health sector, ranging from hospitals to pharmaceutical companies to providers of machinery inputs, in that sector. So that's also a very important sector. We know the emerging sector being the digital space and creative. I mean, these are sectors that are, our youth is very big in this space, and Kenya has been touted as the digital savannah. So this is also another very important sector that we want to grow and ensure that our youth get decent jobs and get decent outcomes, decent returns out of their investments. We are also supporting heavily the tourism sector. We know this is one of the leading sectors in terms of forex. So here, along the entire value chain, and also climate change. We cannot overemphasize the importance of climate change. All green investments cutting across different sectors. Issues that affect climate mitigation, climate adaptation. So, and we are looking at a value chain sort of approach. And that is the reason why even we have this forum today. Because we want to have a discussion with the key players, the SMEs in this sector, so that we understand where are their pain points, where can KDC actually come and offer and assist. How can we adjust our products or tweak our products to speak to their needs? So such a forum gives opportunity to these SMEs to engage with us and tell us, because as a DFI, we really want to support this. And beyond just financing, we are also supporting them with ensuring, like Linda said, I mean, for a business, it's what? It's sales, profit, and you said cash? Yes. So how do you then package yourself? And we find that one of the problems that SMEs have is how do we even package and tell your story? So KDC, we are also helping them and supporting them through our advisory services, what we are calling project preparation. And we are also partnering with experts in various sectors to offer them capacity building in various aspects. How do you manage yourself? Governance issues, financial aspects. How do you run your business so that then you can be able to scale it to the next level? So there are a lot of things, but focused on ensuring that we grow investments in these sectors. Thank you.
And I think what's really excellent about what you're doing at KDC is that it's not just availing the financing, but also the technical support that ensures that SMEs build that readiness. Excellent work. Do you want to talk about technical support? Because I know you're doing the advisory services, even equipping MSMEs package themselves for funding. Excellent work there, Judith.
Yes, so I can talk a little bit more about our technical support, which is through our advisory team. And basically, in advisory, we've focused on some key areas. These are areas that are geared to address the challenges that we have identified, as I mentioned. So one of the products that we are offering there is now preparation of feasibility study and business plans for investors. This is an area where most investors will fail to get funding, not because the project is not good, but because they can't bring out their story to the financial. And also in terms of the project preparation, this is mainly to customers or the SMEs who come to us. Even as they come to us, we don't want to just turn them away because we are not able to understand their story. So where there are obvious gaps, because business has to be done in a particular way for it to be able to be viable, for it to be able to be financially sustainable. So we have then our team that then will sit with them and try and get this information and help them package this information for it to be able to make sense to us, even as a financial, as KDC, and to any other financial that would come. We are also helping for advisory in terms of fundraising. There are certain projects that may come. They may not be quite SME. They might be a bit bigger. They require funding. And KDC may not be able to offer all the funding. You see, even the other big, the impactful projects that we want to do, we will work with them and help them, because even if it is a bigger project, it is actually impacting the SMEs. Because if, say for instance, you support a large manufacturer, where is he getting his raw material from? It is these SMEs. And when we support this business to pick up, through this business we can also then be able to reach and support the SMEs that are drawing income as a result of the project that has been supported. Now, there is also the capacity building is very wide. And that's an area also where we have now those discussions. That's where you also have, you impart knowledge. And we have also identified which are the key areas where we want to actually sit with SMEs and have that discussion. And a lot of them, rotate around issues of governance, issues of risk management, issues of financial management. How do you manage your funds? I think it must be Linda again who talked about you can't separate your business money and probably your home kitty, and you eat into your seed, instead of, paying yourself a salary also from your business. So how then do you manage your business so that you ensure? So we want to have, and we will continue to have discussions, and even one-on-one and even sector-based, to also try and address some of our advisory solutions will also be sector-specific. Say, for instance, the problem that maybe an SME in climate change is facing is not the same issue that maybe an SME in health is facing. So we want to now just tailor-make also even our advisory solutions to those issues that are sector-specific, speaking to that particular sector. And we believe that when we work together that way, we are going to create impact, because at the end of the day, we don't want just to finance for the sake of financing, but create an impact.
Yeah. Thank you. Sustainable impact it is, and thank you for that. Useful information. I hope that this is useful to us MSMEs, particularly enabling SMEs tell their story. SMEs operate with this thing that I know it works, I just don't know how, So that equipping, doing the feasibility studies and equipping MSMEs with the capacity and the ability to tell their story. Thank you for that. Let me just come back to you, Charles. Sometimes these conversations around SME development tend to be viewed as boardroom conversations or conversations that happen at high level. I want us to talk about the SME machinani. The rural SMEs, and we are starting to see a lot of innovations packing out of unlikely corners, unlikely spaces of this nation. How do you at KIE, the Kenya Industry Estates, ensure that you're able to tap into high potential, those high capacity, marginalized groups, the women, the youth, the rural entrepreneurs? Is there a funnel or is there a channel through which they can benefit from what you're doing?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe before I go to that, maybe I will also just speak from what our colleague from KDC has said about the issue of the capacity building. Because that's very, the business advisory, sorry. So also, just as I said, at KIE, we also help the SMEs to develop their business plans. We do help them because sometimes they may not have that capacity to do. So at the KIE, we are able to do that. So in terms of tapping to the rural development, the rural SMEs, one thing KIE, we are lucky is that we are spread across. So we have 37 branches across the country. And so we are able to be within the reach of most of the SMEs across the country. We can reach out to almost every other county in the country. And how we manage to reach out to these particularly difficult to reach, the women, is through our capacity building. We do conduct sensitization, seminars and workshops across the country, managed by our branches. And that way, we are able to reach as many as possible. In fact, I'm happy that we have been able to get some partners who have helped us to do that capacity building. In particular, right now, we have one of the SKF Foundation who are helping us to reach out particularly to women, that we are now training women, and with that process, then we are able to reach them. And because sometimes when it comes to that kind of group, you might find that the issue of security might become a challenge when it comes to accessing finance. So we do give group loans so that these women, once they get into certain group or youth, group of 5, 10, or 15, then we can be able to give them loans when they co-guarantee themselves. And that way now we are able to ensure that most of these groups are able to access the funds from Kenya Industrial Estates. So that is how we are doing, reaching out to that group.
Excellent, thank you very much. Linda, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Matiba has spoken about partners. So the issue of sustainable SME development, because for the last several years as a country, we've been grappling with the issue of developing the SME sector. So now when we start to think about doing this sustainably once and for all and tapping out of this sector, we realize that partnerships are key. You know, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 17 ties them together, that you must have effective partnerships to achieve some of these goals. So when you look at the work that you do, what do you see at the SME Support Center or within the SME ecosystem? Are you seeing some partnerships that have delivered results? Are you seeing a gap in terms of, you know, working together, different organizations, you know, building viable partnerships to be able to support MSMEs? And what do you think is lacking or what is working as far as partnership is concerned?
Thanks, Casey. It's a really interesting question. Partnerships. So let me first tackle the part A of the question, the sustainability. It's something very close to my heart. That word sustainability in my world basically means, because sustainability can be looked at severally. There's a financial part where you then can exist 30, 40 years from now, a business is still existing. Then there is the other aspects of sustainability. The ESG, so governance, social, and so forth. But at our firm, we really focus on commercial sustainability. I'm very passionate about this. For a long time, I asked myself, if you look at agriculture sector in Kenya, for the last 30 years, 40 years, like you say, billions of dollars have been put into this sector, whether it's through governments, DFIs, billions of dollars. And even MSME programs, I keep hearing, I travel across Africa, and I keep hearing SMEs say, Linda, we have been overtrained and overtrained and overtrained. I like to speak very practically. We've been overtrained but underfunded. We have very many players offering capacity building. We have very many. We are very many players offering, maybe some say perhaps the financing part. So SMEs are saying we have been overtrained, Linda, but underfunded. And for me, because I have been in private sector all my life. I have been in private sector all my life. Making SMEs have a commercial mindset where, for example, in our institution, we are a support center for SMEs, and I have never received any grant funding. Never received any grant funding, and we are commercially sustainable for the last 10 years. So that commercial mindset of knowing I have to look for clients. I have to go out there and look for clients. I have to focus my mind. So it goes to what Judith and Mr. Charles are saying, building your mind and your capacity, your leadership ability, your governance, your team. I once had a mentor who kept telling me, Linda, the success of any organization is a function of the leader and the team. So building yourself that commercial mindset, for me, is what will bring sustainability in this sector, right? So we will start talking of SMEs not dying within 5 years, as in the death rate is so high. Why? Many young people are being pushed into entrepreneurship, and many of them, it's because literally there's no job to do. It's subsistence. It's subsistence. Like literally, it's to survive. Yeah. So at the center, we really focus on. We have lumped SMEs in two things: either you're growth oriented or your subsistence. Subsistence doesn't mean farmers only. Not only farmers are subsistence. Subsistence means existing to do business for the day, to eat. But where Africa is, I see this conference is called Next Frontier Africa. It needs people who will tackle some of these challenges. Yesterday, every 2 weeks, I host business leaders at the center. You may want to plug in via webinar, or you can register at the center. I keep inviting KDC and through Ayeko and everyone. I invite everyone in the ecosystem. And this gentleman, he's a famous doctor, Dr. Kalebi. We hosted him yesterday. And he's saw an opportunity to build one of the largest labs in let me say, Africa. It's one of the ones doing amazing. It's integrated AI, technology. These are the kind of entrepreneurs we now need, right? And I see this is next frontier. Such people will have to have a growth mindset. So we have to separate in the ecosystem those ones who are subsistence and growth mindset, and then identify those ones, and then nurture those ones. That's what I focus on at the center. The ones that are growth oriented, then we work with them, help them move from the next level to the next level. But these are people who are self-driven. I don't even have to push them. So it's just to open doors, networks, partnerships, and all that. So that whole area of sustainability or what is happening in the sector, I think even the quality of training now has come to the surface, right? So what kind of consulting are we offering? So people, we need to move from training to consulting. Consulting means one-on-one, where we are now visiting these people in their premises. We are supporting them. He's asking you, can I open this market? Direct, not necessarily exhibitions. People go to exhibitions and they don't sell. Sorry, I'm usually very blunt. People go to exhibitions, sometimes you travel, but you don't sell. So people need advisory and not necessarily just training. All these things are important, but I think that identification or sieving the growth-oriented people, then moving them to one-on-one consulting, is where then the ecosystem needs to move in terms of quality consulting. And I think for SMEs, I see we are all working together. I see in this conference, I see the logos, I see almost every SME player is here, KNCCI, CAM, many of them. So we all try to work together where we can. But I think what is most important, what is most important is the quality, the interventions that we are providing. What is the quality of them, and what are they actually really moving the needle in terms of this success rate. I think that is where we should focus on.
The quality of interventions.
Yes.
And perhaps right there, a message to SMEs to
Yeah.
move from subsistence
Yeah.
to a growth mindset.
Yeah.
Maybe before I come to you, Judith, you know that the landscape is such that, well, whether we like it or not, entrepreneurship will continue to be a factor for development for our continent, because we're not generating jobs
Sure.
as fast as we are increasing. We are headed to in excess of 1 billion on the continent.
Sure.
So a thriving entrepreneurial environment is critical for the survival of our country and of our continent. We are now seeing a generation rising that does not consider entrepreneurship as a second option.
Sure.
For them, entrepreneurship is the only option.
Sure.
I run a kidpreneur program that
Sure.
is training children between the age of 7 and 17.
Nice.
And these children have innovative ideas that are budding and they're ready to go. You have a generation that has no option but to innovate in order to survive. So maybe coming to you, Judith. So KDC, you sit at the intersection of policy, financing. You sit at that intersection right there. Let me ask you 2 questions, Judith. The first one is, how do you de-risk, or rather, how do you evaluate differently the issue of risk when it comes to youth-led enterprises, or enterprises that, are, startups, that are specifically youth-led? Are you evaluating risk, differently when it comes to those enterprises? But then also, from a policy perspective, maybe a word or 2, what do we need to do to ensure a thriving entrepreneurial culture that is supportive of youth entrepreneurship specifically?
Okay. Thank you very much. In terms of what KDC is doing, and when it comes to risk evaluation, risk will always be risk. I think the issue is, how do you mitigate that risk? Or how much risk can you absorb? And that is where the difference for KDC comes in. KDC is able to absorb more risk. Being a development finance institution, we are able to take on more risk, because ours is not just the profit motive. Ours is developmental. We want to see that impact. We want to see that these businesses are able to be sustained. And for these businesses to be able to be sustained, then it means then that there has to be a bit of giving, yeah, so that you're not just saying they have to tick all the boxes. So in terms of looking at these investments, they are, KDC as a financier, like we had said earlier, does not only do loans, because loans come with certain conditions, which especially the youth-led or the startups may not be able to actually be able to meet. So chances are you'll find maybe a financier would shy away. So, but KDC, we even offer equity. And if we think that this investment is something that is impactful and it has the potential of scalability, because we are not there, when we offer equity into a project, we want that project to grow and even outgrow KDC. So, and also by doing that, then we are hoping that other financiers and other investors will also be able to see that they can be able to actually invest in this business, because we're actually basically de-risking it. Now, KDC also does give longer term loans. As a development finance institution, if you are to support these businesses, then it can't be just your regular short-term, very high interest loans. So first of all, when it comes to loans, they will be concessionary and they will be long-term. We can even go with you 10 years. We are very patient. We will give you a grace period of even up to 2 years on repayment of, so that the business can be able to grow. So we offer a lot of support, yeah, in terms of also now, and again, we want to go a notch higher. That's why we are here. We want to hear, okay, we're already offering this. Is there anything we can do better? And that's why we are here. So we are still on this journey, but these are some of the solutions that we are actually giving. The other question was on in issues of policy, policy intervention. I think this, I think the government is already doing a lot of this in terms of just streamlining, making business easier, making it easier for an investor or especially a startup to come into business. All those myriad licenses, and can you have them in one place? And that's why you find like our partners, like, I mean, within our ministry, so we work with other partners, like let's say Ken Invest, for instance. They try to offer one-stop shop for certain for investors to come. When they come, you do not know where to go. Can we make those a little easier? In terms of licensing, the ministry has already taken up this, so that you're not having double taxation at county level, at the national level, when you cross from one county to the other county because you want to increase your market, you're being charged again in that other place. So they're trying to come up with that one tariff. And those are some of, I think, initiatives that are good for business. And also just addressing other non-financial aspects that also affect businesses. Because beyond financing, there are other issues also. Issues of like costs of energy and all that. What is the government doing about it? And those are things that there's already things that the government is doing to make it actually just better and easier for businesses to set up.
Thank you very much. We want to come to the audience and, just hear. KDC is keen to hear feedback in the form of questions. This will be very, very quick. I hope we do have some room in microphones. 1 or 2 questions. So if you can make them very targeted, the questions, very, very targeted, very brief, very concise. Do we have any hand up? Oh, good. We have 2 hands this side. This side of the room. We are okay. All right. So we can get the microphone there.
Thank you. My name is Onyango Tieno from Pema Scientifics, a management consulting firm. To you, Judith, when it comes to the support, business advisory support that you offer to SMEs, I'm thinking of when you do equity financing, how do you look at governance issues? Do you second officers to the boards of these SMEs? And what kind of support then do you give through these governance support systems? And to Mr. Mativo, when it comes to growth, how do you look at growth? Is it just about market expansion, or do you also look at internal dynamics of these SMEs that you support? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can take the next question, please.
Hi, I'm Sharon Atino from eVolt. It's an electrofitting company. And my question is this. Is relying on goodwill an effective approach when laying the foundation and branding of a new business? Because we have been getting young people coming to our company trying to do electrofitting on tuk-tuks and boda-bodas, but the problem comes in with the security. They don't have security. So how can you advise us on a way forward? Because we want to help them, but they don't have security.
Thank you. Do we have one last question? Any last one? Oh, excellent. Right there.
Hello, good morning. My name's Jesse. I'm in the renewable energy sector, solar and wind, from Kiambu County. My issue is simple. The relationship between the SMEs and the type of services provided by KDC is a little bit hostile, and KDC should not compare themselves with the banks. Banks are extremely hostile when it comes to funding climate change projects and climate change issues. For the last 3 years, 5 years, funding has come from the international organizations for climate change, but you see some of the institutions that are normally funded with that fund to further channel to the SMEs, sometimes they tend to hold the funding or sometimes only fund it to bigger institutions. If the pressure for funding the SME is kind of reduced within the line chain, within the value chain, then it will be much, much easier, at least for the SMEs, to access the funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Critical contribution there. Oh, I see 2 hands. If we can be quick, targeted, concise, get the mic to this side. My panelists, I hope you're picking out what's coming to your table.
Hello.
Good.
My name is Reverend Masai.
Yes,
I am deaf. I have a question to the KDC. I would like to know how KDC do empower the people with disabilities, especially the deaf, to start their business.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Justice Mwakavi, Youth Development Officer in the County Government of Makueni. For the last 6 years, I've been coordinating youth in agribusiness. To Bwana Mativo, I heard you mention that you support businesses that have already been established or that are existing. And it is my question, because I've seen this kind of engagement working. As you know, Makueni, we are the leading county in things like mango production, and now citrus is coming up. And I saw one of the enterprises. It was a trial, it succeeded. There's an organization that trusted one of our youth with equipment to start mango value addition. And being a starter, she was able to get those drying machines on loan. And it was our first time to do that. And within 3 years, she was able to repay the loan. And today she's doing export. And this was because of an engagement that we had with the Kentrade, sometimes back at the county, engaging the young people and some of the stakeholders. These has also succeeded with 2 other youth who are able now to export and import products. Is it possible to relook at the engagement that you do with these starters? Because we have those who are now committed to the business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will go straight into obtaining responses. Judith, we'll start with you. There are a couple of questions for KDC.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I'll start with the gentleman who asked about equity, how we manage, how KDC ensures or looks at governance issues as regards our equity investments. So yes, KDC does take a seat at the table in terms of being in the board of companies where we've invested in equity, so that at the board level, we are able to also have oversight and be able to provide guidance to the team or to the investor and their team. Now, also for these businesses, beyond just being in the board, where even at the board level or maybe a problem or a challenge has been identified, so KDC will go out of its way to also try and support in whichever way they can, up to and including even maybe taking some of our officers with specialty in areas where maybe the company may not still have developed that expertise, so that then they can offer these services to the company. But mainly, as I've said, we sit at the board. So I hope that answers. There was also the question to KDC as regards the young people who are making some gadgets to fit in tuk-tuk, and whether Goodwill can be able to, we can rely on Goodwill to finance, again, mainly because, of course, as young people and as maybe startups, they do not have equity. Now, how we will handle such is we would have sit with you or sit with the business, try to understand that business, make a business, a case out of it, because even as we are supporting, we want to see that this is something that is financially viable, it's commercially viable. It's something that can actually be sustained. So then we identify what needs to be done. So in terms of financing, these are some of the solutions that we can even do the equity. Or if it has to be concessional, if it has to be maybe debt, then it has to be very concessional. And you find, like where we have the solutions that we have, like for women and youth, even when it comes to issues of collateral, we heavily discount. So for other normal businesses where we'd want, let's say if it's a loan, we'd want our loan covered, 100%. You'll find we'll heavily discount, and whatever it is that we are financing will actually form what is our collateral. So we'll work with them to try and actually get a solution. Bottom line is, for us to be able to actually put something into it, we must be able to establish that potential in terms of viability. So these are good solutions, and I hope we are going to take this discussion with you even beyond this forum, so that we see, because these are already existing solutions, like you're saying, you're offering to the tuk-tuks. So we want to see how can we be able to commercialize it. So it's a discussion. Let's have that discussion and see how best to package it. To our good friend from Kiambu, in terms of the solar, is it solar? Yeah, the investment in the energy sector. So, yes, you said that KDC, we should not compare ourselves with commercial banks. And yes, true, we do not. In one way, we do not compare ourselves with commercial banks. As I've said, KDC, we are a development finance institution. And you have to understand what a development finance institution is. We want to create, we want to spur, we want to catalyze development. So how do we go about this? Is the range of services that we said we offer. We will offer you those advisory services, we'll work with you, we'll offer you funding via loan or via equity. Now, even if it comes to loans, we are offering concessional loans. And the presentation that was given by the initial speaker, Mr. Ahmed from World Bank, also just, I'm sure maybe, at least I hope we got what he was saying, because there was a bit of a problem with the connectivity. But he was talking about some of the partnerships that we are doing with them as World Bank. So KDC, we try to also look for partners that we can partner with to actually help, especially in this de-risking aspect. And World Bank is being one of them. And you'll find, like, some of the solutions that we've done with the World Bank, we're actually offering, when it comes to interest, is single digit. We're offering single digit interest. Like when you talk about the Drive project that he was talking about, which is de-risking the livestock sector. If you talk about the one he was talking about, the SAFER, this is actually targeting SMEs that we're giving through intermediaries, like the MFIs and the SACCOs. And we're also very keen that when we give, because we may not be able to reach right to the smallest directly, the smallest investor directly. So we've taken that initiative to reach them through partners. And even for these partners, we're also very keen to find out that what is the amount that you're actually giving it to. We do not want to do shylocking to the small people. So KDC is doing a lot in that space, and we'll be happy to work with you and also look at which other areas, how we can be able to do this, to do this even better. Like, remember, like I said, even in terms of long-term funding, in terms of giving you those grace periods that we're giving you, these are things that ordinarily commercial banks may not be able to do that. So KDC does that. So all we need to do is sit on a table, let's discuss and see what are the issues or the challenges with your specific project, and what are the solutions then that we can be able to put forward. Empowering I think the last question was about how we empower the people with disabilities. Okay, I think this is an area that KDC would still, will require to just look at it to see if we would treat them differently from any of the other investors. But we believe that even people with disabilities, they may be disabled maybe physically, or but they are not disabled in terms of being able to do businesses. So we are open to also discuss with them, just ensure that the business is viable and be able to see what support that we can be able to extend to them. So we'll be happy to have that discussion. And also beyond just financing, Of course, as a government institution, KDC being a government institution, you know, even when it comes to issues of procurement, we give special consideration to this group also, just to be able to empower them also and be able to, that they're also given some items of procurement. There's an aspect of procurement that is allocated to them. So for business, yes, we'd be very happy to actually just work with them, and we'll treat them just the same way we treat the youth and the women in terms of being extremely concessionary in what we give. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for well-articulated responses. Maybe we come to you, Mr. Mativo.
Okay, thank you very much. The question which was sent to me, was delivered to me, is on growth, SME growth. So, as you are aware that majority of SMEs actually die even before they reach the 5th year. And even many of them do not even go past the first anniversary. And so it is so critical to ensure that the SMEs grow. In terms of the statistics, you'll find that majority of the micro, small, and medium enterprises, majority are micro. What we are having in Kenya, majority are micro. You'll find that maybe 92% or so are micro. And then the small might just be around 7%. And then the medium might just be 1 or 2%. And so that creates a situation which is normally referred as the missing middle. That usually we do not have a lot of the medium enterprises. So when we are looking at growth, we are looking at an SME growing from a small or even a micro, then grow to small enterprise, then grow to a medium, and then become a large enterprise. That is a desire, so that they don't get stuck somewhere along the way. And that has happened. There are a number of companies which started from Kenya Industrial Estate, starting as small, very small enterprises. But right now, there are now some large enterprises, some are well-known brands in this country, and they no longer now need to come to KIA, because for us we are supporting up to the medium. So they probably would go to KDC or go to other banks for higher financing. So that is how we look at growth, that we would like the SMEs to grow from the micro to the small to medium, and then they become large enterprises. And so the facilities we have in KI is to help them now to grow in that manner. The other question was on the Mr. Justus from Makueni on the startup, why we are not, or whether we should really reconsider the issue of startup. And I know this is a conversation we should have, because definitely when somebody does not have security, the issue of the risk becomes important. And I know there are certain, I wish MCA was around, because they do have certain facilities which they are giving right now for youth who want now to start. There will be, I wish the person was around, they would have talked about it. But I think the other thing which is now being discussed is the issue of credit guarantee scheme. This is something which is under discussion to ensure that now there is an opportunity to de-risk most of the SMEs. But I do agree that yes, at KI now we also need to relook how do we go back to that person who has not started business for the first time, but for that particular one, because agro means that already they were doing something. And so it's something which we can pick up that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for your contributions. I just want to allow maybe 5 seconds for a final word. Perhaps a word of encouragement from KDC, a call to action. Yeah.
Yes, so thank you again. So as KDC, like I said earlier, we are here and we are here for you, the investor. We want to work together. As we said, we want to catalyze investments in these high impact sectors. We are here to listen to you. We are here to work this together. We don't want a situation where you go and say there's no solution being offered. We want to see if it's something that is doable. We are going to be able to do it together. So please do not feel intimidated. Do not feel like your idea is not good. We are here to support you, stand with you in everything that we can be able to do. And we are happy that you're here. Let's carry the discussion beyond this meeting today. Let's come to KDC offices. I'm sure you know where we are. Uchumi House, Arambe Avenue. You don't have to even come physically. If you're from far, give us a call. We can be able to arrange meetings. We can come to your place, and we'll be able to discuss and see what we can be able to do together to spur this development. We want, when we have the next forum, then we have the success stories of what came out from today. I mean, from this forum that is happening now. And I'm sure we can be able to do it together, yourselves and KDC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. Perhaps a word of instruction to us, SMEs.
Okay, thank you very much. First is to commend KDC and KIE. I personally have clients who he's talking about, who started at KIE and are currently big enterprises. So truly, there is a space you're playing. So for the SMEs that are in the room, by the fact that you're here, it already shows you're growth-oriented, right? I'm very passionate about that, growth-oriented businesses. And so the call to action, I think, for all of us is to keep plugging in various spaces, networking, meeting the offices that tell you, come and see us, KIE, go for space. Though sometimes they don't have space. That's how much the demand is. Yeah, at KIE, there's sometimes, many times, like Kisumu, there's no space, literally. Yeah, so they're playing a gap. And so plug in, meet people for the ones that are here, and build yourself. Build yourself, guys. Build this next frontier where we are now. Africans and Africa are going to do and make huge investments and billions. So plug yourself and really build your capacity to really take on all these opportunities. I'll give you an example. One of our clients, this I have to say, one of our clients, a large multinational in this country, and they actually started at KIE, a large multinational. We were looking for suppliers for certain areas. We were looking for suppliers, I'll tell you for a fact. Certain areas, cornstarch, things like dried herbs. The capacity and quality is still so low. So there's so much opportunity, and you have to build in yourself that growth mindset to be able to take on these opportunities. So kudos for being here, and kudos to KDC and KI.
Thank you. Mr. Charles, final words.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think the SMEs, this is the area where we'll create most of the jobs for the youth in this country. You know, this sector is employing more than 15 million people. And so we need really to encourage the SMEs that take advantage of the opportunities which the government has given out through KDC, through KIE, through MSEA, and Wezo Fund, all these organizations, even ASLA Fund, who are there to support. And for KIE, it's important to know that we are in the value addition. Those who are in the value addition, please, if you are in agro-processing, you are doing edible oil, animal feeds, dairy, cotton, rice, or you are in textile, building, construction materials, leather and leather products, pharmaceuticals, or any area which at the end of the day, we can say there is value addition. You know that we exist for you, to support you, and all these facilities which are there, we have the necessary technical expertise with staff who can support you to grow. Please also attend such kind of forum. Last time I was in Kisumu and I met one lady. So she told me that she was always making cakes at home. She was just making cakes at home. and she was just selling to her friends. But after attending most of KI forums, she started now going out. Now she has got 3 shops in Kisumu. And this is how you grow. Because whenever you go somewhere where these discussions are being held, you gain more knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your contribution and the role that you're playing. We continue to all work together to make Kenya a thriving entrepreneurial hub in Africa. Asanteni sana. Bye.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, makofi sana to our panelists, now moderator, Madam Kezi Mukiri, the Chief Executive Ignite Trade Africa, Judith Omachar, the Director Business Development, Kenya Development Corporation, also not forgetting Linda Onyango, the Chief Executive Officer, SME Support Center, and CPA, Bwana Charles Mativo, the Manager, Kenya Industrial Estates. Another round of applause for our panelists. And I'll be asking them to come down to the floor. Kezi, together with the panelists, please come down to the floor of the amphitheater. We want to appreciate you with a small token, and then we break for tea, and then come back here. To do the presentation, I'd like to invite a representative from the State Department for ICT and the Digital Economy, Bwana John Kiria. I know he'll be speaking to us, but I want you to kindly, if you'll agree, to come and do this presentation briefly. Asante sana. And as they come to the floor, I'd like to tell you that we'll be breaking for tea, and I'd like to encourage all of us to try and do that very quickly so that we can begin our second panel for the day. All our panelists are here, our moderators are here. The second session will have 2 panels, each consisting of 1 hour. So we're hoping that we should be completing the 2 sessions anyway at around 1:15, latest 1:30, so that we can go for lunch and continue with our programs. Tafadhali. Asanteni sana. Let's do the presentations, and then I'll give you the opportunity to leave for tea break. Asante sana. Mr. Kiria, karibu. Asante. Asante sana. Asante. Bwana John Kiria is the Director E-Commerce, State Department of IT. He is representing Engineer John Tanui, the Principal Secretary, State Department for ICT, who was not able to be with us here in the morning, but I know Bwana John Kiria will be addressing us when we begin the next session after the tea break. Asante sana. Thank you so much, Bwana Mativo. Next will be our moderator, if you don't mind. Go ahead. Asante sana. Makofi kwake tafadhali, Madam Kezi Mukiri, for a wonderful job. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of this wonderful summit. Next will be Madam Linda Onyango, the Chief Executive Officer, SME Support Center. Thank you so much for your insights and also for making time to be here with us in this wonderful summit. And last but not least, Madam Judith Omachar, the Director Business Development at the Kenya Development Corporation, our host. Asante sana. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Asante. All right, as they take the group photo, let me please allow you to go for tea break. Remember what we did yesterday? All of us will go outside and have our tea break. And let's not go back to the other breakout sessions. They have their program cut out. They'll not be joining us right now. They'll be joining us a few minutes to lunch hour, okay? So please, let's carry on, have our tea, and come back to the amphitheater once we are done with tea. All right? Asanteni. Let's be mindful of time. I'd like all of you to be back here in the next 10 minutes. Asanteni. Enjoy your tea. Thank you.
objective of the Safer Fund program is to uplift women-led enterprises. Helen Mogore is one of the many women whose juice-making business has been uplifted after facing a shutdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but through the Safer Fund program, she rose above it.
Safer program ilinisaidia wakati walipokuja hapa kwa kazi yangu, wakanielezea kuwa nitakuwa na save kidogo kidogo, nikakuwa nikiweka pesa kidogo kidogo. Kazi imekuwa sawa kwa sababu nimeweza kuweka biashara nyingine, nikaweka biashara ya gas na pia hii yangu nikaongeza stock. Imekuwa ikinisaidia sana kwa sababu customer wamekuwa wengi, naweza kuuza juice mingi, naweza kutengeneza hadi 20 liters per day.
On its streets, entrepreneurs like Nahashon Njoroge craft new futures, one hairstyle at a time.
Nafanya biashara ya kinyozi na salon. Nimekuwa kwa sako kama K-Unity, imenipa loan ambayo imenisaidia sana kwa kuboost biashara. Nimeweza kununua sasa, kujaribu kununua mashini zingine nyingi, lakini sasa baada ya COVID ama baada ya kupewa loan na K-Unity nikaweza kufungua branch nyingine.
In the heart of Kerugoya County, the tea basket of Kenya, ambition wears many faces, from rice millers and electronic traders to dairy farmers. Through the partnership of the Safer Fund program and Fortune Sacco, that lifeline is now stretching farther. Opportunity isn't just grown, it's built, sold and milked. Meet Timothy Mufike, who serves as Head of Finance and doubles as Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Fortune Sacco, as he takes us through how Fortune Sacco has been supporting businesses' growth.
We've supported almost 500 businesses with funds, and some of them can be a testimonial. That funds already came in handy in terms of reviving their businesses.
For Joanne Mothe, a rice milling businesswoman, her business did not just grow, but has equally created employment opportunities for the youth.
Mimi ni member wa Fortune Sacco. Nimenunua shamba na profit yenye nimemake kwa hiyo pesa yenye nilipewa. Alafu nimeajiri wana youth wenye hawakuwa na kazi, wamepata sasa kazi. Ninawatuma kwenda kuchukua mchele nje, alafu tunakuja tunasiaga, tunapack, tunatumia customers.
Joseph Mwangi, who owns and runs Waken Traders, an electronics shop in the heart of Kahigo, also has a unique story of growth and rising from the aftermath of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Singerudisha biashara ya picha kwa sababu already ilikuwa affected sana, na nilifikiria mambo ya kubadilisha biashara, nianzie electronics na home appliances, na nilipoenda huko nikaongea na manager wa hiyo Fortune Sacco, waliponipea hiyo mkopo, nianzia biashara ya electronics kwa hii nyumba. Na sasa after muda kidogo tuliweka branch. Sasa tuko na duka mbili na tunafanya vizuri, tunauza meza na electronics na tunaendelea kufanya vizuri.
In Kerugoya County, dairy farming isn't just an economic activity, it is the lifeblood of the local economy. And at the forefront of this thriving sector is Dixon Shombagivaka, a visionary farmer whose success story proves just how transformative dairy farming can be.
Sasa tuko na ng'ombe 10, tunakamua maziwa ya 210 liters per day. After COVID-19 tulienda kwa Fortune Sacco Kagio, nikapata mkopo ya 300. Sasa na hiyo imenisaidia sana.
The Safer Fund program isn't just about funds, it's about building a self-sustaining cycle of growth that benefits everyone. Amika Sacco has been the backbone of Murang'a County's success. James Mbowe, the Chief Executive Officer of Amika Sacco, shares his thought leadership on how the Sacco has been supporting its members through the funding from the Safer Fund program.
Amika is a beneficiary to the Safer funds. and we received the first tranche of the SEPA funds end of last year, 2024, and the balance of that money came in the beginning of 2025. We have seen a lot of our members benefiting from these funds, and as you know, funds coming from development partners, a lot of those funds are channeled usually through commercial banks, and they don't get to reach the ordinary mwananchi. But when you give those funds through the cooperative society like us as Amica Sacco, you can see we are serving people at the grassroots level. We are serving the farmers who need these funds most.
Amica Sacco has turned harvests into exports. That means crossing Kenyan borders for Lucy Muredi, a large-scale tomato farmer in Maragua, whose farm produce now reaches Ugandan markets.
Yeah, COVID-19 affected us a great deal because I remember I had tomatoes on the farm, and just when COVID was starting, my tomatoes was ready, and it was quite a challenge because COVID closed up everything. I had done 10 acres then in 2019, and when COVID hit, I lost a lot because a lot of my market was in Nairobi, also selling in Uganda, and traveling became difficult, so market really went down.
In Nkubu, Meru County, Yetu Sacco has been intentionally supporting women traders in their diverse entrepreneurial paths. Amos Mutugi, the Deputy Chief Operating Officer, sheds insights on Yetu Sacco's journey towards sustainable financial empowerment to the Sacco members.
SEPA Fund, actually I would say the greatest impact from SEPA Fund was it came a long way in cushioning in terms of the deposits that we had as a society. The loan that we acquired and the funds that we acquired from SEPA project, it helped us much to try and revive the businesses that had got down due to COVID-19. Most of those people who didn't have working capital because of that lockdown, most in the textiles industry, and again due to the SEPA project and the funds that we received, we are actually organizing a very huge forum for the youths, the young entrepreneurs whose business were affected, so that they get to understand of this fund that we have, and so that we see how do we move the funds and continue helping them. But as of now, we have at least 20 youths, the young entrepreneurs who have accessed the fund, and it's doing well for them. We have also a number of women who we have supported greatly, mostly in the serious business, to try and rejuvenate their businesses.
Winnie Macharia credits the success of her portion of business, Kidhigi Yetu Limited, to Yetu Sacco.
After COVID sasa biashara ilienda chini sana. After kwenda chini nikaenda kwa Yetu Sacco, nikaomba mkopo, hiyo loan, nikajaribu kuinua biashara yangu tena mpaka nikanunua gari njoo niliona kuna need ya gari Probox. Pia niliongeza machines.
Youth empowerment is a major pillar for the SEPA Fund program, and we meet Maureen Kinya, a young entrepreneur running a retail kiosk in Kiera, South Imenti, who has experienced business expansion thanks to the SEPA Funds program.
Tuliweza kupata pesa kutoka huko kwa Yetu Sacco, tukaongeza store ya kuweka vitu za kuuza za duka na tukanunua ka plots.
Pamela Nkatha, who is a water vendor entrepreneur, can equally attest to the support of the SEPA Fund program financial solution.
Hiyo mkopo imenisaidia sana. Imenisaidia kwa hii kazi, wafanyikazi sasa nimeongeza hata wafanyikazi wengine hapa, na kuna wengine wako field. Kwa saa hii niko na wafanyikazi 9.
From Kiambu County to Kerugoya County, from Murang'a County to Meru County, these stories share one truth. When finance reaches the grassroots, it doesn't just change lives, it transforms entire communities.
Naitwa Maureen Kinya. Hii biashara ilianzishwa na mama nikiwa shule. Nilipomaliza shule nikakuja kumsaidia na niko na miaka 25. ikiendelea vizuri. Saa zile kuna pesa, customer wanakuja, na zile biashara iko low, customer wanakuwa kidogo. Ilikuwa ngumu kuendeleza biashara kwa sababu mama alikuwa one of the victim, aliafektiwa na COVID. Sasa biashara ilienda chini, customer hawakuwa wanataka kuja kununua hapa kwa sababu mama alikuwa na COVID. Sasa ilikuwa hard kuvutia customer wakuja hapa. Mama ndiye aliafektiwa, sisi tukabakia kazini, lakini kazi ilienda chini kabisa, hata stock ilienda chini kabisa juu hatukuwa na customer kuja kutununulia, walikuwa naogopa kushikana COVID. Na pia tuliweza kupata pesa kutoka kwa Fayette Sacco, tukaongeza store ya kuweka vitu za kuuza za duka na tukanunua ka plots. Naweza sema kama mtu ako na biashara yake na iende vizuri, aende kwa Fayette Sacco apate kakitu huko, aweze kuinua biashara yake. Fayette Sacco wanasaidia sana.
Njoroge bure. Nafanya biashara ya kinyozi na salon. Tuna specify na dreads na pamoja tunatengeneza watu hair coloring na pia tunanyoa. Sasa hivi nimefanya kwa miaka 14. Yote ina operate hapa Githunguri. Tuna moja pale juu karibu na taxi stage na sasa hii ambayo iko hapa Esther House. Tuseme kulingana na mapato ilikata na nusu, kwa sababu mbeleni tulikuwa tunanyoa watu sana, tulikuwa tunashuka kwa uzuri sana mkiongozungumza na furaha, lakini sasa ikaenda ikapunguza na katikati. Nimekuwa kwa sako kama K-Unity, imenipa loan ambayo imenisaidia sana kwa kuboost biashara. Nimeweza kununua sasa, kujaribu kununua mashini zingine nyingi. Before COVID nilikuwa na branch moja, lakini sasa baada ya kupewa loan na K-Unity nikaweza kufungua branch nyingine ambayo sasa ndio hii. Kwa 200,000 nimenunua mashine ambazo ni za kucharge, rechargeable, na ziko tu hapa ambazo hazitumii ni wireless. Unaweza nyoa nayo hata bila stima. Before COVID nilikuwa na watu wawili pekee, nilikuwa na mke wangu na kijana mmoja, lakini sasa hivi niko na wafanyikazi 7 so far, wale permanent. Sana kwa sababu hata mimi nikiongea sasa, hata na kila mtu namrecommend kwa sababu hatusumbuliwi. Unajua kwenye sako zingine unaambiwa ulete guarantors, fanya hivi na hivi, ambao guarantors kuwapata inakuanga sio rahisi. Lakini sasa kule K-Unity unaagizwa tu ulipe wakili, stamp ile nini zako, alafu sasa loan yako inaapproviwa kwa haraka sana.
Kabisa kwa majina naitwa Pamela Nkadha, mkaaji wa Mitunguri. Niko na biashara ya kusiaga unga na hata biashara ya water refining and purification. Biashara kwa sasa ina miezi 2 na kulingana na vile tumeanza msimu wa mvua wakati hakuna kiangazi, na maji huwa inatumika wakati kuna kiangazi sana, lakini naona improvement inaendelea na inakuwa sawa. Kwa mwaka hiyo 2020 nilikuwa na biashara ndio nilikuwa nimeanza biashara lakini haikuendelea vizuri. Nilikuwa na wafanyikazi kadhaa, wengine nilipunguza juu ya COVID, lakini nikahisi hiyo msukumo ya hao watoto ndio walikuwa wanarudi kwangu wakitafuta kazi. Sasa ndio nikaona wacha nipanue akili kiasi, ndio nikaenda kwa hii biashara ya maji. Hii mkopo imeniinua kwa ile biashara. Kuna mahali nilikuwa nimekwama, nimeinua sasa, iko sawa na ikaanzisha hii, na pia hii naona ikiendelea vizuri. Hiyo mkopo imenisaidia sana, imenisaidia kwa hii kazi. Wafanyikazi sasa nimeongeza hata wafanyikazi wengine hapa, na kuna wengine wako field. Kwa saa hii niko na wafanyikazi 9. In the next 5 years naona kwa ile biashara nyingine ya unga ndio nataka inuke kwa wingi, ikiwa at least ya packaging and distribution, yani na pack na napeleka kwa maduka ingine. Na hata kwa hii ya maji najua itakuwa imeenda hatua ingine yenye siwezi jua saa hii, lakini najua itakuwa kwa hatua ingine. Wacha niseme kwa hiyo kutoka 2020 mpaka this is 2025 nimekuwa nikitembea kwa banki nyingi, lakini usaidizi yenye nimepata kwa yetu sako imekuwa yani ya tofauti sana.
My name is Robert Gitao. Our business is called Adia Mills Limited. We produce animal feeds by the brand name Adia Feeds. And then our mix is called Zawadi Mix. Our business manufactures animal feeds. These are for dairy cows and goats, basically ruminant animals, and monogastric animals like pigs, and birds like chicken, layers and growers. We were not able to get quality feeds because of the restriction in the supply chain system. We could not get in our farm good feeds. So at that time we had around 70 cows, and we had to scale down to around 20. Now we are growing from 20. The challenge that we encountered due to COVID-19 was an eye-opener for us. Other than going down completely, we decided to face the challenge, and we had small machines. So with the SAFER program, we have been able to acquire the machines you see behind us. We have been able to scale up production. Now we are not only just producing for our own animals, we are ready and already geared to produce for other farmers under the brand name of Adia Feeds. I'm a member of K-Unity Circle, who have supported me since the time I started the dairy farming, and through this project of animal feed production. I have received financial support, and when I needed extra financial support, they told me, oh, we have this program that is funded, and they added money to boost my business and my production. we have opened 2 shops where we are able to make our product available to other farmers. We have a shop in a place called Githunguri, as well as another place called Kwamaiko. So we have increased our footprint. We have also increased our staff because those shops are manned by permanent staff who work for this business. So yes, the SAFER program has been very instrumental to our growth and rebound after the COVID-19.
We manufacture EPSs that are normally used for affordable building solutions, and we have 2 types of products. We have EPS wall panels and EPS slab panels. The idea to start the EPS manufacturing plant happened way back in 2016, and that is when
nimepanda milima na mabonde, nimepita misitu na nikaogelea mito na bahari. Aoko, nimekutana na vipusa nyuso zinazong'aa, meno maziwa machogoroni, moyo mdomoni. Aoko, nimetembea sijamwona msichana kama Aoko. 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 Nilifikiria kwa Aoko, silisisiki sura yangu tabasamu, roho haiduni aliurukaruka. Nimetembea sijamwona msichana kama Aoko. Wapi mama? Nimetembea sijamwona msichana kama Aoko. Wapi sheni? Nimetembea sijamwona msichana kama Aoko. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Mama, nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Niuliza, nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Aoko. la piste parle de dictionnaire. Vous voulez les mots et vous donnez la valeur supérieure. Avec parler, comme le fait de traiter comme nous. Tabia za kusionde Nezia laia na welezia Waita onga ona emwe Nezia nazika kama ni mwendete Richo Kayena uodi kata gitimbe magi Duto gimago maguro Kiwa chariera aeri aoko Setantiere chante ma chérie Netembea siya Mama, nitembea sijamuona msichana kama wako. Yote nitembea sijamuona msichana kama wako. Niuliza nitembea sijamuona msichana kama wako. Sheria huko yote ndogo humo révolution de la nation. Votre Fakonto, Yoboyeke, Haoko, 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 yes.
Kishumu City, here we come.
Fumo chako ni jeni nyamalo achengara yero nyando. Nyakubura onyolo yako achenga kolongo hobera. Iwalatiyo genga nono achenga kolongo hobera.
Alada is also a award.
Yeba!
Eriwegi lake ope wawachoko kisulilo.
Alada is also a award, yeah?
Maria Bobie Polonia sai pejeto osiko biro kale jowo ramo dukreme. Fungo chako ni jeni ya malo achenga hero nyando.
Yes sir.
Nyakubura onyolo yako achenga kodongo hobera.
Unacheza tu pole pole.
Niwala fiyo genga lolo achenga kodongo hobera.
Kanyo kanyo.
Nakiwegi lake okwe wawachoko kisungulilo. Zira uliye kwenda kukura uliye kukara ubere wana uliye keo kimbutu.
Yaba!
Watu nani ni ya? Hey! Jeni ya chemi ya hero nyando. Jeni ya chemi ya hero nyando. Ikowa nyakale otoko kunya. Ikowa nyakale otoko kunya. Hewa paro hino ila kiana. Hewa paro hino ila kiana. Disemba Christmas mochiona. Disemba Christmas mochiona.
Kanyo! Shake! Mos!
We are bara. Pari. We are bara. We are bara. Pari. We are bara. We are bara. Pari. We are bara. We are bara. Pari.
Hey!
So I watch it. And I watch it next and good lana. Apolos, Apolosia, Almani, Broken on Lagos, Hero, Yela. Shama Chupuko, Dokondong, Yerot. Oh, I can't come put them again. You come put them on the Romania. Hi. That's who you are. Me, yeah, you make it heck, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Ochamadi, Ochamaboro, Ochamaboro, Ochamadi, Nico, Ochamaboro, Ochamadi, Ochamaboro, Yeba, Hayebaro, Yeba Chamaboro, Yeba, Yebaro, Yeba Chamaboro, Yeba, Yebaro, Yeba Chamaboro, Yeba. Hayebakuru, yeba chamaburu. Hey, yeah, yeah. Warego, holakili, warego, holakili, warego, holakili, warego, holakili. King, 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 king. Come on, let's go. Rafu, rafu. Hey, my everyone. I'm on my leg. Oh, I want it. Hey, holy king. Politin yako, politin, hey, politin yako, politin. Yeah, that. Sore, 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 mudeli wa masore, sore, mudeli wa masore, sore, mola wa masore, sore, mola wa masore, sore, mudeli wa masore, sore, mudeli wa masore. Yanga munda, erero yankobe munda. 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 Sore, 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 yariranga munda, ero yakobe munda, yariranga munda, ero yakobe munda. Ha ho ha, unyusi. Ha ho ha, kulibananda. Wainora. Ha ho ha, unyusi. Wainora. Ha ho ha, kulibananda. Bwa bwa bwa. Hey 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 manganga hey. Hey 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 manganga, manganga, manganga,
manganga,
manganga,
Agrippa, manganga,
manganga,
manganga, Thank you so much for clapping. Yeah, hiyo iko sawa kabisa.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kayamba Africa once again. Makofi kwa tafadhali. Asante sana. Very briefly, I'll be calling our next speaker to make the remarks on behalf of the PS Engineer John Tanui, Principal Secretary, State Department for ICT. But before you do that, let me recognize all our partners today, starting with our mother ministry, MITI, and our host today, KDC, KCB Bank, the National Bank, Focus, Qual, NCBA, Zip Re, Ken Invest, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Premier Bank, UNIDO, SES, Africa Guarantee Fund, AFC, the Agricultural Finance Corporation, Kenya Industrial Estates, CPF, Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, EPZA, Kenya National Commerce and Industry, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and also the China Development Fund. Makofi kwa tafadhali. This wouldn't have been possible without those many partners, and I'll be mentioning others much later on. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me now invite Director John Kiria, who's the Director E-Commerce, State Department of IT and Digital Economy, to make his brief remarks, and that will set the stage panel, and our guests are here. I'll invite you to the podium, sir. Thank you. Just a reminder once again that we are online, we are live on Facebook, we're live on X, we're live on Instagram, we're also live on LinkedIn. I'd like to encourage all of you to use your smartphones, just do a hashtag, go to the hashtag KDC, Next Frontier Africa 2025, and we'll celebrate this wonderful summit together with others. Karibu sana, Bwana Kiria.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, MC, for the invite. First, receive greetings from the PS ICT. That's Engineer John Tanui. He was unfortunate he was not able to come, but he really looked forward to this event. Let me appreciate the organizers, KDC management, DG, Nora, for the invite, because it aligns with our vision as Ministry of ICT to catalyze socio-economic development, of course, as we are biased in the technology space. So greetings to everyone, distinguished guests, partners, our colleagues, our friends, everyone who has attended or invited guests, and protocols observed. Let me give the remarks for the PS at this juncture. It is an honor for us to be invited at this forum, which, of course, looking at its theme, the next frontier, for Africa, aligns very well with the ministry's mandate to actually position the country as a regional destination of choice, both for investment, for development, and also, to be the leader in the African continent in matters technology and investment in the technology space. So as we gather today here, we do so with a shared vision to drive Africa's transformation through digital innovation, robust policy frameworks, and meaningful collaboration. Kenya stands committed to realizing this vision, of course, leveraging technology to support inclusive growth and sustainable development for all. So as we bring this to context in terms of the digital transformation in Kenya, we look at Kenya as we seek to be the leader in this space, especially in our continent, not just as a national objective, but it is central to our development agenda. Guided by our Vision 2030 framework and the National Digital Master Plan, we envision a Kenya where every citizen has access to digital tools and resources that empower them economically and socially. So our journey is anchored on 3 pillars, that is digital infrastructure, digital skills and literacy, and digital inclusion. So when we look at technology, we look at technology as an enabler. We look at not just as an enabler, but we are looking at technology also as the next frontier in terms of the next space for investment. Because looking at the generation that we have currently, and even looking at the global impact of technology in the business space, then we can all agree that the leading growth, in terms of growth, the leading space and sector is basically in the digital economy, which if you look at even the global research figures, we are looking at the digital economy space growing at least 2.5% to 3% of all other economical sectors. So this is the space to be for those who are looking to invest. For those who have invested and innovated, then also technology is a space that you need to think of. So these visions aligns closely with the objectives, of all the other initiatives that we have, because to date, if you look at even any donor funding, even from our partners, you will see every funding wants to include a digital component to whatever project that you are having. And this speaks volumes to how technology is being looked at, both as an enabler and also as a sector. So it aligns very well to address the challenges that we have in business, because online business is booming already, even in this country. You don't have to have a physical shop nowadays to set up your business. I was fortunate to be here when the panel on SMEs financing was going on, and one of the panelists said the money is there. So it is your ideas that are now needed to get the money and you start your business. So looking at the technology space, you don't even need now to invest much, even in technical, in physical spaces. Online spaces are there, online shops are there. They are a reality. E-commerce platforms are now there. In fact, e-commerce now platforms are some of the leading global companies out there, with Alibaba, with JD, with Amazon. So we are looking at these things, and now we need to ask, our entrepreneurs and innovators, where is the space for them? Even when we look at both locally and in the African continent. So where are the e-commerce platforms, for Africa? Where are the e-commerce platforms selling our local products? Because if you go to those others, you will see them selling their products. So we also need to think of our spaces on the technology space, where we can also do our business, so that we are also able to venture into the digital economy space and be able to catalyze socioeconomic development as we do it. So at the heart of the digital transformation lies the need for sound policy and regulatory frameworks, which as a ministry, we have really worked very hard to ensure that the policies and the regulatory frameworks in the sector are friendly to business, the business environment. Even when you look at the foreign investment aspect, to attract especially the high technology companies, just last year we were able to remove one of the restrictive measures, which was fixing them not to come and invest, because there was a component where they had to have at least 30% local shareholding. So I've been able to give them waivers on that, and we are seeing especially investors in the BPO sector coming into the country. And in just the last 2 years, we have investors who have been able to set up as BPOs, and we currently have close to 50,000 BPO seats. So these are some of the regulatory environments that we have deliberately worked as a ministry to achieve. and be able to catalyze the business environment. So our ICT policy also promotes fair competition, accessibility, and responsible use of digital technologies. So this is complemented by our Data Protection Act, which aligns closely with global data protection standards to ensure data privacy and user trust in digital platforms. Currently, we are undertaking negotiations with the European Union so that we have an adequacy agreement to allow Kenyan businesses to be able to do business in the European Union, because one of the restricting aspects of doing business in with the European Union is the aspect of sharing data for European citizens, which is of course protected under their Data Protection Act. So we are doing that adequacy agreement negotiations, and by the end of the year, we should have signed it to allow our Kenyan businesses to be able to offer services to the European Union, which is a 27-member bloc. So these are some of the achievements in the regulatory frameworks that we are doing to especially catalyze business growth. When we look at emerging technology, which is the other aspect that is very key in enabling future business, we launched our national AI strategy in April of this year. And that one now gives us an opportunity to redefine our economic systems, enhance governance, and position Kenya as a competitive force in the digital era. By embedding AI into our national development agenda, we can unlock new frontiers of growth from AI-powered smart agriculture, precision healthcare, intelligent urban planning, automated financial services. So this strategy serves as a roadmap to a future where AI is seamlessly integrated into our lives, businesses, and public services, ensuring a more efficient, prosperous, and inclusive society. So the AI strategy is designed to deliver transformative outcomes that will propel Kenya into a future of unprecedented opportunities. So these strategic benefits include economic transformation and job creation, which we are looking at contributing 15.7 million to the global economy, dollars to the global economy. That is by the year 2030. So we must position ourselves to harness this economic potential by having AI-driven industries, enabling digital entrepreneurship, creating new high-value jobs in the AI development, robotics, data science, and automation. So for our entrepreneurs, for our industrialists, for our partners, these are the areas to look at. These are the areas, new frontiers to target, to invest. And even for the development partners, these are the areas we want to support. Support our entrepreneurs, support our innovators, and we can grow together. So we are also looking at enabling efficiency through investment in such. We are looking also as positioning Kenya as an AI hub, and we intend to set up the first AI factory in the continent. So that's how ambitious we are looking at this. And this way we shall be able to create new career frontiers for the country. We shall be able to have AI augmented workforces. We shall be able to support AI-first startups and entrepreneurial ventures. So as a ministry, we have set up various incubation hubs. We have innovation hubs, which are supporting ideation, which are supporting startups. We have 2 startups, incubation hubs right now at Konza, and we are currently incubating over 43 SMEs and tech startups, which we are looking at to, of course, grow into the next tech industries. So this is an area that we would like to partner very closely, even with KDC, to see how we support our entrepreneurs, and with other partners also to see how we grow the entrepreneurial spirit and the SMEs in the country. So we shall continue as a ministry, to support a robust policy and regulatory framework that fosters innovation while ensuring ethical governance and accountability. We shall continue to support mobilizing investments to support growth of the digital economy space. We shall continue to spearhead multi-sectoral collaborations between government, private sector, industry, academia, and even development partners to accelerate the digital economy space across all facets of the economy. We shall continue to champion digital literacy and skills development to create an inclusive ecosystem that empowers every Kenyan to be able to participate in this economy, digital economy space. So digital transformation cannot be achieved without, reliable digital infrastructure. And in this arena, we are working very hard to invest and ensure that we maintain ourselves as the leader in this space, even in the continent. So as we look at ourselves as a country, we are not only looking as Kenya infrastructure, but we are also supporting the regional infrastructure. We are happy to note that if you look at this week, Safaricom announced, the 10th millionth customer in Ethiopia. So that is a success story for us as a country, especially because this is one of our tech companies that has gone out there in the region and is now doing very well. So it means that there is space even for our companies to go out in the regional countries and make it. So it is a success story that we want replicated, not just, in Safaricom, but also we want more Kenyan companies to start thinking of the regional economy. And we are able to support that and be able to also assist anybody who is looking to venture in such arenas. And we are looking forward to support that very much. So let me end by noting that Kenya is committed to working closely to build the innovation space, to build the digital future that serves all Africans, which will give an opportunity for the continent to be a leader. Because looking at the continent, we are a young continent with nearly now 70% of the African continent being 35 years and below. So we need to cater for this population, and we need to position ourselves to take over the frontiers of the next, industries, which basically are mostly technology driven. So it is our duty to plan for the future. It is our duty to invest for the future in the right spaces and ensure we grow not just as a country, but as a continent. Let me say thank you, and we look forward to a transformed, digitally empowered Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. John Kiria, asante sana, was making the remarks on behalf of Engineer Tanui, Principal Secretary. Asante sana. Let me introduce the next panel. We'll be discussing development finance, Africa's next growth frontier. We have a wonderful panel and a wonderful moderator who will guide us through. She is currently the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, Uganda Development Bank. Before that, she served as the Managing Director of the Ugandan Development Bank since 2013. Under her strategic leadership, UDB's balance sheet has grown tenfold from UG Forex 109 billion in 2013 to UGX 1.78 trillion in the year 2024. She has earned national and international recognition for driving Uganda's industrialization, growing the economy through impactful financial and non-financial interventions, creating jobs, and accelerating socio-economic development while ensuring inclusiveness and environmental protection. Ladies and gentlemen, I could say more, lakini nataka niachie hapo kwa sasa, and I want you to put your hands together as we invite Dr. Patricia Adongo Ojangole, the CEO, Uganda Development Bank. She'll be our moderator today. A round of applause to her, tafadhali. Asante. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Thank you very much. And I'll also be asking the panel to join her, and then they'll do their very brief interactions and introductions, and then start off with our topic, Development Finance, Africa's Next Growth Frontier. Our panelists will include the Senior Sector Finance Specialist from the World Bank, Madam Lea Kiwara. Karibu sana. Makofi kwake tafadhali. I wish to invite Mr. Ben Raminya, East Africa Development Bank. He's the head of investments. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Let me also invite Madam Purity Gikimi, the head of partnerships and programs, Real Sources Africa Trading, Real Sources Africa, which is a trading company for AFCFTA. Karibu sana. I wish to also invite Mr. Emmanuel Nzai, the chairman of Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Board. Asante, makofi kwake. And I don't know if Dr. David Mathuva has made it to the amphitheater. Asante sana, Daktari, makofi. He's from Strathmore Business School. Makofi kwao. Tutakuwa na nafasi nzuri. We'll engage with them and we'll give you an opportunity to do question and answer. And immediately after this panel, we'll have another panel later on, and we're expecting a wonderful guest before we break for lunch for a wonderful ceremony and presentation. Daktari Patricia Adongo Ojangole, together with your panel, you have 1 hour. Asante sana.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me here. I feel I'm at home. At UDBL, UDBL is a KDC version of Uganda. So our panel will be discussing development finance. It's a topic which is close to my heart. And of course, it fits well under the theme of the Next Frontier Africa 2025, Catalyzing Inclusive Growth through Strategic Sector Investments. I'll just give a background. Africa continues to register positive economic transformation, but the continent is yet to realize its full potential. And we keep on asking what needs to be done because circumstances keep changing. And as a result, the structure of jobs does not change or is not changing as much as the structure of output as we start to see. So we remain with our economic challenges on the continent, issues around youth, unemployment, etc. Opportunities continue to unfold though, and they exist. Of course, in our part of the world, well, some people think that our young population is probably a challenge, but I think we see it as an opportunity, especially when we look at their innovative capabilities and other opportunities around them. There are issues of technological advancement. That's another opportunity. Regional integration, abundance of raw materials in our region. And all this can pave way for industrialization, among others, and therefore help to promote inclusive growth. Development finance is increasingly recognized as a lever for catalyzing inclusive growth. It kind of comes at the center of every conversation when we talk about investment. And it is required to undertake investments in strategic sectors, both the existing one that still needs to develop and grow, and the emerging sectors that we need to take advantage of. And in the world where traditional lenders and donors are shifting priorities, all partners, governments, private sector, investors, financial institutions, academia, development partners, regulators, civil society, everyone must come together to innovate financial models that can be used to enable access to the right finance in terms of quality, affordability, and be able to deploy the same in the strategic sector investments. This panel brings together leaders from DFIs, academia, multilateral partners, national planning bodies to discuss how development finance can become an engine of Africa's next growth frontier. We'll be discussing a number of issues, including emerging trends in development finance and relevance for East Africa's strategic sectors, which I believe we share or are common, and get insights into innovative financial products and structures and partnerships in unlocking investments, explore how development finance can be aligned with national priorities, and identify opportunities for strategic partnerships, among others. My panel has already been introduced, but I'll just mention them briefly. We have Dr. Emmanuel Nzai, the Chair, Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Board. We have Mr. David Mathuva from Strathmore Business School. We have Ms. Leah Kiwara, Financial Sector Specialist of the World Bank. We have Mr. Ben Raminya, Acting Country Manager, East Africa Development Bank, Country Manager for Kenya. And then we have Purity Gikimi, representing our panelists from the AFCFTA. And I'll go straight now to our panelists, and I'll start with Ms. Leah. Thanks again for joining. Africa has been called the next growth frontier. And from your viewpoint, what do you see are the biggest opportunities for development finance institutions to unlock this growth? Over to you, Leah.
Thank you so much, Patricia. It's a great honor for me to be part of this esteemed panel and to be speaking to you guys. And I think over the last day, you've had most of these topics reiterated. But I cannot emphasize more on the role of DFIs and the role that DFIs have with regards to driving economic growth, and ideally also driving what we are calling the most important thing right now in Africa, which is employment, job creation. As you know, Africa has been ideally highlighted as the main continent with a youth bulge, and the main problem we do find and challenges that we do find in the development space is lack of jobs. And we believe that DFIs ideally play a big role in this. So I'll highlight a few pillars that we do see DFIs playing with regards to development and economic growth. And I know my colleagues here will also iterate on most of these. I've had one of the pillars discussed before, and this is infrastructure. The role of DFIs in infrastructure cannot be emphasized more. We do see infrastructure beyond what we know as the physical infrastructure of roads, energy, and transport systems, where DFIs have played a big role. And as you know, the World Bank right now is steering what we are calling the M300 agenda, which is meant to provide electricity to 300 million citizens in Africa. We are still the region that is lagging behind. For development to happen, we need energy, we need the right infrastructure, and this is where we see DFIs being able to crowd in capital to support that. The director earlier mentioned the role of digital infrastructure. So beyond physical infrastructure, we do find, and as you can see, Kenya is called the Silicon Savannah, mostly because of how it has set up its rail guards on digital. So we do find that DFIs can play a very big role in emphasizing and building the necessary digital infrastructure, whether this is broadband networks, providing internet access. I know Kenya might not have a very big gap on internet access, but we do find that internet access, being a big challenge in other African countries. Now, beyond infrastructure, the second pillar that I would say is an important role and opportunity that DFIs need to play in is this bit of private sector engagement. I think right now the gap we have in development finance in Africa ranges from about 200 to 400 million. $1 billion. That's a very big gap for DFIs to be able to resolve alone. And where we find a lot of this capital emanating from is the private sector. So there's a role that we do find that DFIs need to crowd in the private sector to have a discussion and for them to de-risk private sector capital so that we can see more private sector capital, coming into these sectors and infrastructural areas that I'm mentioning. And we do see DFIs in the different regions, including here in Kenya, playing with regards to providing guarantees that de-risk private capital, in addition to providing political risk insurance and equity instruments that ideally de-risk the private sector. Within this private sector engagement, the biggest private sector remains as MSMEs. And so we do think the DFIs have a big role in driving MSME growth. Beyond access to finance, MSMEs struggle with the enabling environment. They're struggling a lot on the legal constraints. And I believe this conversation can only be had and driven by the DFIs talking to the government to unlock some of these legal and regulatory constraints that are preventing MSMEs from participating in value chain developments that ideally lead to economic growth. One other pillar that I would then also talk about is sectoral focus. We find different continents having a different sectoral focus depending on what sector is driving economic growth. If you look at Asia right now, the economic growth models are led by manufacturing. We are seeing Africa, most economic growth being led by the service industry. And so the question right now we're having with development partners is what's the role of DFIs in driving financing within these sectors? So if service sector is the one driving economic growth in Kenya, how can DFIs make sure that you leverage the capital that's coming into the country into this sector? And you'll find that the service sector is broad-based, it's not homogeneous. So you'll find within the service sector, there's what you would call service manufacturing, there's going to be agri-services. As you know, agriculture remains a very strong sector that we do believe DFIs should also continue to provide support on. Now, lastly, the pillar that I think everybody talks about is climatic resilience and what we call sustainable development. I think without DFI capital flowing into that space, we would see very little development. And the reason for this is because it's very risky. It needs patient capital. So we do see, again, another opportunity that DFIs can play with driving climatic resilience and this kind of investments in green climate, energy efficient manufacturing models. So let me stop there, Patricia. I could go on and on because this is one of my favorite topics, but just to highlight those are some of the main opportunities that we are seeing that the DFIs can play. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Leah. I could see you're passionate about the topic. And Leah has, of course, touched on opportunities and also some constraints or challenges, obstacles. I'll just maybe add, of course, broadly, we talk about the financing gap, so that remains a challenge. I think for a number of DFIs, and then the ability to crowd in, mobilize capital. But again, from my experience, funding is actually not a problem. Funding is there, it's everywhere, but you need to be able to crowd it in. So what I have seen now that is being relevant is the ability to prepare a project or project readiness. Once you have a project ready, prepared, feasible, viable, everyone will be coming to finance it. And I personally think that maybe that is one of the things that we have to look into as DFIs, demand generation, public, private sector projects, SMEs, non-financial intervention, addressing proactively things of enabling access. So yeah, and maybe just to add, issues around institutional capacities within the DFIs, being able to build internal expertise to do all these things. Yeah, I think that is also something that I would look at maybe as an obstacle. So I'll come to Ben from East Africa Development Bank. How do you take advantage of the opportunities? How do we address the obstacles? Can you share some practical experiences that East Africa Development Bank is doing? And this is quite of interest being that EADB is a regional player. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. And it's a pleasure to be part of this panel today. The role of DFIs is quite central in promoting development. Basically, it was relevant for the other continents and now critical for Africa. For DFIs, there are many ways to take advantage of the opportunities currently in place. And one of them is basically ensuring that we align our investments with the national development plans. Basically, we have to ensure that we align investments with the respective government agendas. We must also ensure that we focus on sectors with high development impacts. For example, infrastructure, renewable energy, and the agricultural value chain. Speaking for Kenya, we usually see the impact of agriculture, both from production to agribusiness value addition. It's also important that DFIs leverage on their strengths to ensure that we take care of these advantages. And this by ensuring that we look at risk mitigation, and that our participation ensures that transactions look less riskier to promote or to attract other commercial funders. We also must make sure that basically our intervention comes with technical assistance, because that's where one of the gaps that there is. So our participation basically ensures that we promote skills. It makes a big difference. And also we have to support SMEs. SMEs is now at the crucial stage for our economies. And their promotion is not only in terms of financing, but we must also make sure that we avail business development services. Also, we need to we take advantage by leveraging on ensuring that our interventions address challenges and maximize impact. And by this, we actually need to ensure that there's sustainability in our participation. We must make sure that we differentiate ourselves in projects. And the other way we can take advantage is basically ensuring that we focus on some specific areas of opportunities. As said before, digital economy, which basically relies on digital infrastructure, is now key for us. Green investments, which basically touches on climate change, is now critical. Financial inclusion, basically, is an area that we can take advantage of by ensuring that we actually broaden access to financing. And also regional integration, because, for example, for Africa, we can see basically there's an effort to create one common market and to break down barriers, which basically will ensure that we have access. We not only trade with ourselves, but we create a much bigger market. As for obstacles, there are obstacles, and basically these may be the reasons why the impact of DFI sometimes are not felt. And this basically, how can we basically address these obstacles to ensure that we unlock opportunities and for sustainable development? And the first thing is basically to ensure that DFIs not only provide financial support, but also technical assistance to build capacity and build skill. Also risk mitigation. As I said before, the participation of a DFI must ensure that it makes the transaction or the project less riskier. And this basically is usually felt in like in areas of greenfield, totally new projects for which the normal commercial entities are not comfortable with. So we need to, as DFIs, we need to come in, de-risk the project so that actually we can crowd in the normal commercial funding. Also, capacity building, as I said before, we need to ensure that the entities with whom we relate with in projects know or understand what they need to do. Like, for example, for SMEs, we understand that many entrepreneurs within the SME sector or SME space lack capacities in terms of probably record keeping, in terms of infrastructure, or basically in terms of knowledge. So we need to come in and make sure that basically they are able to deliver and they're able to report as expected. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ben, I think the first thing you talked about was the need to align investments with national development plans. And I want to come to Dr. Emmanuel, because NDPs like Vision 2040, we have Uganda Vision 2040, Tanzania, Rwanda, everyone has. In Uganda, we even have a new one, we call it the 10-fold growth strategy. but it talks about the similar thing, basically, how do we accelerate, socioeconomic transformation and what we prioritize. So from your experience, how has this worked? How can development finance align seamlessly with these long-term plans? Maybe you can share some examples where this alignment accelerated project delivery in the case of Kenya.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think it's, first of all, the Kenya Vision 2030 is well and alive. There has been, in the whole of this phase with successive governments since the launch in 2008, it was very, very clear from the launch what we were doing. 2 years later after that, the Kenya Constitution 2010 was launched. That was part of one of the key Vision 2030 flagship projects in the political pillar. The Vision 2030 architecture was a little different for Kenya because we put in a political pillar deliberately and intentional, because we realized our biggest problems was actually the politics. Policy go hand in hand. It's a chicken and egg with policies. It being now a policy framework, we needed to put it in there. Now let's go back a bit. The Vision 2030 came after the successive plans in there, the biggest one being the sessional paper number 1, which identified 3 wicked problems: poverty, ignorance, and disease. You look around all the policy framework all the way to today, and the priorities, they're all based on that. The 4th president came with the Big 4 agenda that was added into the medium-term plan 2 and medium-term 3. The 5th president now has come with the bottom-up economic transformation. We were able to move that into the 4th medium-term plan and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and the priorities are totally in line successively. If you look at them, the 5 bottom-up economic transformation agendas: agriculture, that's the productive sector, and it's all the value chains around agriculture, textile, apparel, and name it. Micro, small, medium enterprises is about the youth bulge and the creation of employment, the creation of entrepreneurs, and building income. The housing, the settlement, healthcare, which I prefer to call the global health security industry, which is out there, which I think we can tap on that, the digital superhighway, and the creative economy. But what does this mean? One of the key targets for the Vision 2030 was to be a globally competitive, middle-income, industrializing country. That's the measure, and into this space now. Today, Kenya, we've not achieved the middle income, but guess what? We are lower middle income country. In that lower middle income country, it also comes in with some few nice burdens which are catalytic, which is this conversation right here. So DFIs are required now as a middle income because we do not have access to the regular aid out there. We are excluded from that space. So I think we have an advantage as a country here that one, DFIs are here, the United Nations here, and all the natural resources that we have in the flagship projects that we have in the Vision 2030 are catalytic, rationalized to be so by themselves, where they bring in attraction of public-private partnerships on one end, and the DFIs become the catalytic to the public-private partnerships. So the answer is yes, and at this point I want to congratulate KDC for what they have done and bringing all these conversations of this kind, because it is progressive of what we are doing for us now to move from the lower middle income country to actually a true middle income country by 2030, and we move into the next generation for the upper middle income space, which we think that will probably be handled in the new plan which we have to create the Kenya at 100, the Kenya Vision 2063, a successive plan of the Kenya Vision 2030, all basing on the lessons learned, the achievements, and for us now to hand it over to this new generation, the Generation Z, which is looking forward to this. So the idea is for us to have a Kenya at 100, which will be all participative, inclusive, for us to move into the next level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, very important. Gen Z, yes, but Gen Alpha is also coming. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, around mobilization of funding, there are typically, in my view, 4 sources of development, finance. You have the private domestic funding, you have private foreign funds, you have public domestic funds, like our tax revenues and things like that, and then you have public foreign, like the typical ODA. So you can group development finance essentially in those 4 blocks, and if you look at how our even national budgets are funded, it's really these sources of finance. And therefore, the issue of alignment is very, very important. How do budgets align to national priorities, which are defined in the national development plans, and etc. I know, for example, where I come from, I think it's the same thing here, the national planning authorities have to confirm alignment, and it's a key issue. Even when you're borrowing funding, you have to check, does it align to the priorities, and so it's a very, very important issue. So thanks, Dr. Emmanuel, for that contribution. I want to come to David, Strathmore Business School. Thanks again for joining. I know it's very, very important, linking the work of academia to development. And of course, there have been shifts in structural transformation. You probably find that the way the developed world developed, the trends are different from how we are developing in terms of which sectors, remain important or are important today in our age, given in light of the current trends that we see, that they keep emerging. So in your view, or from what you have done from the university, what sectors do you see strategic today and tomorrow for our region? And then you'll just tie in to also talk about how you're preparing the next generation of professionals that can structure complex deals and manage risks within those sectors, just so we can be able to crowd in capital. Over to you, David.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Patricia. And I must say this is a very timely conversation we are having. Reason being, I was in Germany some times back, and one of the things we do with our students is to expose them to the world out there. And those guys don't discuss development finance as we speak, all right? They had developed. So they've moved to the area of sustainable financing for projects and the likes. And I believe that is a space we are getting into. But just in response to the question that you've posed, Patricia, East Africa and Africa generally is full of possibilities. I mean, we are a country, look at the population there and the many things that we have in Africa, and that potential can be tapped. But just coming back closer home to East Africa, when I look at Kenya, there's a lot that there is in the country. And I want to look at this in terms of the production part of it and also the service part of it, because I think you spoke about where does development come from? I mean, what triggers or what spurs development? And we have those 2 parts of it. There's the production part and there's also the service. And there has to be a balance between those 2. So sectors like agriculture, that is where it all happens. But again, the paradox is always how many of us, when we talk of Africa having a youthful population, how many of us have embraced agriculture properly? And as I say this, I mean, I still reflect back in the school where, yes, we have this agribusiness program, but if you look at the number of people subscribing to it are very few. Why? Because agriculture is kind of associated with the old and, those kind of people. But we have technology. I mean, we had our colleague from the ICT docket talking about leveraging on the digital technologies we have, but the production has to happen, all right? Somebody has to get into the ground and do the work. The other sector I would talk about, of course, production, it's manufacturing. I mean, that's critical, and I think we've had conversations in this summit. How can we spur manufacturing? And there are many things that can be touched on there when it comes to manufacturing, starting with incentivizing people to get into manufacturing, all right? Very critical. And At times I look at the graduates that we do graduate from our universities, our TVETs, and all our institutions. And my question is always, where do they go? If we had incentivized and promoted manufacturing the way it should be, then all these brains, all these, all these people coming from our institutions would be absorbed in these manufacturing setups, and we won't have all this. And then we'll drive development. There are things like, of course, healthcare, very critical, of course. It's a critical sector. And of course, what are we known for as East Africans? There is tourism there. So I'm moving on to the service part of things. I do not think we've tapped our full potential in tourism. Look at what happens between Kenya and Tanzania, Serengeti there and Masai Mara. I know we normally kind of market there's the migration and the likes, but there's a lot in tourism that can be tapped onto. Until I went to a country, Singapore, and then I'm taken to a tourist site there. And what do they show me? It's a lion made of, I think, cement or something, I don't know. But here we have the real lions and elephants and the likes. What are we doing about that? So I think it's a sector that we can also really work on. And there are many others. Of course, the creative arts are coming. Of course, we have so many of our youth who can be tapped into this space that is the creative sector. We have a lot around energy, the blue energy, and of course, infrastructure itself. Africa is still growing, East Africa is still growing, and there are lots of investments in infrastructure that are happening. That is for the first part of it. So I believe we have the potential. It's just, what are we doing with that potential? And I do agree, yes, the funding is there, but again, the other question goes into, what is the funding being used to do? Is it really going directly into promoting these sectors? All right, is it really going? And I like my colleague who's spoken about the political pillar in our visions. And I pray East Africa embraces this pillar and makes sure that there's good governance, the politics are taken care of and the likes. Now, in terms of what we as capacity building institutions can do, I look at it as it's like an entire pipeline of things, right from the very young ones, right in their undergraduate years. What are we doing in terms of making them realize there's a space called development finance, all right? I think it all begins there. Of course, we have the CBE, the competence-based education happening. And by the way, there's a lot of application there. And I'm happy East Africa is adopting that. But now when they get into our campus, when they get into our TVETs, these are technical and vocational training institutions, the concept of development finance has also to be inculcated from a very practical perspective. And now once they grow into that, they get into their graduate level where they're doing masters. Of course, like in Strathmore, we have a Master of Science in Development Finance. And as we speak, since we started the program in 2017, we've seen like 500 students go through that program. It's a long 2-year program. And I believe keeping them there for that while helps inculcate what development is all about. Not just the financing part, but other critical aspects of development. But very critical, which is dear to me, is research. We can say many things. I'm sure the Vision 2030, Vision 2040 is informed by research. Somebody must have looked for data, information somewhere to inform all these pillars that I'm hearing of. But you have to sustain research into productive areas that we think we need to be studied so that whatever decisions are made, they are made from an informed research perspective. So that is where now we talk of even people doing doctorates in development finance. It's always a paradox. We talk of development finance here in East Africa, but when our people want to do a proper doctorate in development finance, guess where they go? They go to South Africa, all right? They go to Europe, they go to all these other places. Yet we can do that inside here. Now, just to cap it, there is also the short-term kind of capacity building, which I believe has a very critical role to play, and I think we can all plug into it. And this is where the executive education comes in. But this is not just executive education or short-term training for the sake of it. It has to be structured in a way that it is so practical and relatable, where participants connect with the realities and what is happening in development finance. It makes a huge difference when you have training that exposes participants, for example, to the all-carrier, all right, energy project we have, to the expressways that I'm seeing, and getting to interact with the real people faced by real issues on the ground. That way, we move from classroom to practice. Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you, David. You know, you said when people want to do a doctorate in development finance, they go to South Africa. And that's me. I actually did my doctorate in development finance from South Africa, but because I couldn't find one in Strathmore. So just to your point. Yeah, but I think we talked about, you essentially, I think, mentioned all the key sectors, and I was very happy when I saw creatives as one of the sectors that KDC is promoting, because that's one of the emerging sectors that we're actually looking at as those that can help us deal with the issue of especially youth unemployment. We talk about agriculture. We have a youthful population. Our youth have moved away from, you know, where they can do agriculture, and they are here. And that is a trend that we have to understand and appreciate. They're doing all sorts of things. They're very talented. And therefore, the creative sector, you know, we really have to look at it very, very carefully. It's one of those sectors that we see as one of the sectors under industries without smokestacks that can help fast-track issues of inclusive growth. And then, of course, looking at agriculture sector, the way we looked at it, even 3, 4, 5 years ago, is not agriculture, you know, of the future. So what opportunities are there, and what role can our youth play? How do they still create jobs in the sector, but not the traditional way? And the opportunities are there. Purity, what opportunities does the AFC FTA offer for countries, especially as we start to see deglobalization? How can governments take advantage of the opportunities that exist from this trend that we have observed lately?
Thank you very much, Patricia. I think every country needs domestic industries, but AFCFTA provides a single market of over 1.4 billion people where business can scale, compete globally, and attract significant investment. We are in a critical juncture where bold investment choices coupled with innovation can propel inclusive growth. When we look at what maybe Africa or local governments can be able to do, you realize that Africa can leverage cooperative advantage where various countries can be able to take lead in various sectors, then connect these strengths through smart regional value chain. And this is where we look at DFIs being able to come in terms of even mapping trade corridors and supporting governments to develop these corridors so that they're able to interlink this region and take advantage of that single market. We are experiencing transformative shifts where growth is broad-based, informal sector is empowered, women and youth are not being left behind, and our economies are also very resilient to global shocks. And so AFCFTA is a platform where we can look at it in terms of it being able to amplify national development and not replace it. And so we need to position ourselves in a strategic and plan for regional lens that can deliver both domestic and regional agenda.
Thank you for that contribution. I think I have about less than 20 minutes to end this panel, and I think I want to give the audience opportunity to ask these distinguished panelists some questions. Some of them, you just see them somewhere, but maybe it's your opportunity to engage directly with them. So I'll give about maybe 10 or so minutes before we come to conclude. So if there are any burning questions from the audience, please be targeted to a specific I could ask them more questions, but let me allow the panel in the interest of time. Let me allow the audience. So questions, please someone help me move around with the mic. Kindly introduce your name, where you're coming from, and who you are asking or directing your question to.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Benson Nyaga Kagete, the Secretary General of the National Community Ambassadors in Kenya and Global Community Ambassadors, all under the Watershed Community Science Network. And I'm really very glad now to be having this meeting here. In fact, it's something which we have been needing, getting all avenues of how now we can meet, but finally I got you. I am really in the process of implementing the National Government Village Administration Policy. And where we are here, everyone will get back a place in a house or an estate, under a village elder, under a balozi nyumba kumi, and even our JCs, which you are talking about, before they come to the street, they come from somewhere. And we talk something about now demographics. This is the time now we need to get all our demographics. And I'm happy to have our chairman of the Vision 2030, because the foundation of the Vision 2030 is Balozi Nyumba Kumi. And the foundation of Vision 2063 is Vision 2030. So I am requesting, in a humble request, after now our sessions, through Nimrod Tabu, we may have now another sitting of all now the team and the panelists, lay down now the structure. We don't have time. Our youth are waiting for us. We started the other program of Kazim Tani the other time in Coast through our RC and PS Hinga. This time, we want to start it afresh, but I don't want someone from Korogocho coming to get job in another area. We need now really purely administratively manage our nation from the cluster level. So I am really requesting, after this, the session tomorrow, the way you have taught us, I am also requesting now to sit down with you, to lay down the structure, see how well now we can venture through, because we are really being weighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Benson. We'll take that up. Any other questions? I'm seeing a hand here. Oh, there are actually a couple of them in the room.
Sit on. Good afternoon. My name is Wallace Karaoke from Sagak Tech Enterprises, dealing with assembly and manufacturing of automobiles. I would like to direct my comments to Ben, East Africa Development Bank. And in the sector that I am in automobile manufacturing and assembly, one of the challenges that I have seen is the issue of the risk involved and ensuring that the investment align with the government. And in my dealing with government sector, one of the challenges I found is us as Africans believing in ourselves, that we find the policies that are there from government, sometimes we don't believe in ourselves. I'm saying this from experience. When we were doing our first manufacturing of our unit, we had challenges with registration, and the question was, if we have to register a vehicle in Kenya, we were to declare it as an import, yet it had been assembled manufacturing internally. And the challenge, even when you are seeking financing, is the issue of risk. And I appreciate what you have said, that one of the works of DFIs is de-risking investments and supporting them to ensure that other players are there. So I believe for us to grow the manufacturing sector, if DFIs can stretch a hand, much on the hand-holding of the entrepreneurs, building their capacity internally, and helping them access finance, that way, as a nation and as Africa, we can be able to grow. But my appeal is, let us believe in ourselves, let us support our SMEs, not only on talking, but even by action. And one way is hand-holding them, de-risking them, and ensuring that they are able to move to the other sectors. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll just take one more question. I think I saw a hand up here, and then we'll respond to them and then try and conclude.
Good afternoon. This is Calvin Odera from Digital Health and Education Network, a grassroots organization that is trying to look into the impact of technology on human wellness. And I just have a comment. If we are so much concentrating on digital superhighway and creative economy, will the panel also try to look into the impact in terms of how this is also creating social and mental health issues? I'm specifically talking about this because our digital literacy stands as 26% in Kenya, whereas house media and smartphone access is at 118%. So the question is, what do we use technology for? And how much of benefit is it to our wellness and development? So I think this is a question that should be a concern to all of us as we look into developing and growing Kenyan economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for those questions. I'm going to request my panelists to say their parting shots. But as you do that, Ben, you will speak to Mr. Kariuki's question, and then I'll ask Dr. Emmanuel to speak to Odera's concern and maybe comment on Benson's issue as well. So I'll just start on my left in that order. And I will start with Leah. Thanks again for your contribution. But just in 1 minute, what do you wish to see DFIs do in catalyzing inclusive growth?
Thank you, Patricia. So I think I would summarize with 3 points. And my first point is I do seek to see more DFI involvement on the de-risking angle. And I'll answer partly Wallace's question, as I know Ben will also add to this. We work in the same space. And to say that already there are initiatives that we're working with the government on to support MSMEs and more so SMEs, especially within manufacturing sector and sectors that are highlighted in the 9 priority value chains under the bottom-up economic agenda. You'll note there's a credit guarantee scheme that exists under the National Treasury that is meant to actually de-risk you as an SME so that the commercial banks can provide you with financing. So I would encourage Wallace, perhaps you can also reach out. The details are actually on the National Treasury website, and they have listed out the banks that they're working with under that guarantee scheme. We are supporting them on the back end as the World Bank, and we do want to scale that initiative up beyond commercial banks to the SACCOs. So we are listening to you in terms of the risk that SMEs ideally pose to financial institutions. So at least you can know that's being done. Now, on the de-risking part, I also want to commend KDC, who are our main partner, and we are also working with them. We realize, and beyond Wallace's point on debt, that there's also a big gap on financing, on equity financing. So there's MSMEs which need more patient capital. And so we are setting up currently with KDC an equity fund that will look into green investments in the country. And so we also encourage SMEs that are in that space to look out for that opportunity through KDC. And I believe this is one of the biggest gap that DFIs can support the country to grow through. In addition to that, we have much more on the de-risking space in other countries. We are de-risking trade finance by providing guarantees to commercial banks. You'll find that in certain countries such as Malawi, we find the foreign banks are unable to do work within the domestic space, so we are also working within those spaces to provide similar guarantees for trade finance. So there's a lot of opportunity. We actually seek your feedback if you do find there's areas that need de-risking that are not identified. My second parting shot would be, I know my counterparts talked about no funding gap. I still emphasize there's a challenge on funding in certain sectors. I think the funding is there, but the problem is how do you crowd it in? Now, feedback we've received over the last few years has been the gap is on long-term finance. So there's a lot of financing on working capital, but if you wanted to go and get a 10-year loan, it's very hard. So that's the area that I do find DFIs need to play on, and I also encourage KDC as they grow as an institution and move to a more sustainable model, that's an area they can provide financing more on. So more long-term finance, export finance models that ideally provide initiatives and interventions in the gaps that we're existing. Now, lastly, I would say DFIs also need to play a stronger role in the enabling environment. One person mentioned, again, the challenges you're facing on registration, licensing, taxes. All these belong to the class of policy interventions we call enabling environment. So I do find the DFIs need to play a bigger role here because the DFIs are able to talk to both government, the private sector, and the borrowers. So there's a strong opportunity there that we can work together and collaborate to enable government to put aside better policies that can enable businesses to grow, but also bring in foreign direct investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Ben, 1 minute.
Thank you, Patricia. You know, this area of development is usually close to our hearts. So we can go on and on and on. Just to respond to the comment on support, I think on the policy side, as a regional DFI, we are really doing our best and working with the respective governments to ensure that actually everything's aligned, especially in the common focus areas. Other than that, we know there's a lot of, even within the region, there's a lot of non-tariff barriers that actually are up, and we are really working with the respective governments to ensure the ESC protocols are basically adhered to or are supported to ensure in that any form of manufacturing or any form of trade from one ESC partner to the other is basically happens the way it's supposed to be. Nevertheless, you can always reach out to us, and we can see how best to probably support you if you have any specific sticking issue where probably you are not getting help. For DFI's role to catalyze inclusive growth, we believe that basically this is what EADB is doing. Collaboration and partnerships is key within the region. Capacity building and market development, we basically have to build up our capacity, especially for our SMEs, and also to remain focused on targeted investments and ensuring that DFIs do their role of de-risking transactions or projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Purity?
I think we need to have strategic investment in sectors that hold multiplier effects. For instance, the agro-processing, the renewable energy, the digital trade, and I am happy about the efforts that various stakeholders are making in digitizing trade. We are making major milestones in terms of ensuring that we digitize trade, even in terms of being able to trade regionally through the AFCFTA. And so initiatives like these ones that have multiplier effects, the value addition, are really areas that we should look at, and also have DFIs really support in terms of doing the proper infrastructure that accelerates these initiatives.
Thank you. Dr. Emmanuel, your concluding remarks in 1 minute.
Thank you. One, to the question on Nyumba Kumi, Secretary General Nyaga, a very good question, and I think a very good point. When we talk about community economic development, bottom-up economic development, and the whole architecture of the Nyumba Kumi, the way it was started to where it is, we now have the county governments. We have all the way clustered at the ward level. We have an intersection with the community health workers now who are also getting into that place. So absolutely, and that's a very, very interesting space, especially now that we could help. Fortunately, I was involved in the whole of that setup of that bill with Chairman Kaguthi at that time. So we have a good framework and we can follow through that from the Vision 2030. The conversation of digital health, a very, very interesting one, and it's one of the priorities, as we said, the superhighway, but the opportunity for East Africa, not only Kenya, but for East Africa to become the hub for global health security, especially in this conversation of global north, global south. They've been able to progress because of technology, because of funding in the whole of these sectors. But I think with our advancement, especially Kenya with technology, we have an opportunity or an advantage, competitive advantage, for us to redefine the conversation of health into global health security as an industry, and we'll be happy to follow through with that. My parting shots, I think, from the Vision 2030 side and DFI, I think we have a nexus now. We have a nexus that Kenya and more countries are moving to the middle income space, and I think that's a meeting point with the DFI criteria as we have had here. But I think my call to you is deepen, and I think we've heard it from the World Bank, and you deepen it in two places. One, to reach out in public-private partnerships more. We've had always the challenge is it's very beautiful to talk about public-private partnership, but it also has some rituals of how you get there. You need to package the project to be competitive. You have to package the project for it to be able to make profit. And World Banks and all of them, even DFIs, they will look at the bottom line. So we need you to deepen to help us package those projects for them to be able to do that. The other part is the policy side. To our advantage now, and more countries so, guided by the African Union Agenda 2063, we're moving from short-term planning to longer-term planning, and I think our Kenyan experiment with the Vision 20 now it's a proven concept. You cannot solve the poverty, disease, and ignorance issue with planning for 5 years. That does not work. We need to be able to do this. DFIs can onboard, I think, in that place, especially for us now, as we are doing the Vision 2030 countdown and more so other countries, but also look to outward as we create the next term of the visions with the participation of DFIs to support the whole of the implementation process. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. Lastly, David, your conclusion, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to piggyback on what my colleague has said about the issue of the impact of digital engagement on social and mental health. It's actually of a greater concern because even going as far back as the very young ones, you know, we have the CBE again. You find these kids on gadgets, right? And sometimes it affects even how they interact with their colleagues and the likes. A small experiment we did back in the university, just getting these, the young guys we have, see whether they can survive for a day without a mobile phone. I can tell you those guys were not happy with us, all right? So it's a very important subject that we must engage in. And even the advent of AI, I don't know where I was reading this, where it has really affected our critical thinking abilities. All right, so yes, AI is there, it's very good, but even as we have the strategy that was spoken about by our colleague here, we also have to think about the social, mental, health implications of all these technologies, and something has to be done. Otherwise, we'll start operating like robots through and through. My parting shot, which is also a call to action, is yes, we've said there's funding. Again, this funding is for projects. But even as we think of projects, we also have to invest in people. Capacity building has to happen. We need that knowledge. We need those skills to make sure that proper job is done when structuring, executing or implementing these projects so that development can for sure be seen. My call to action is actually building local capacity. Build local capacity. Let's invest in our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. I'll just summarize the key points and maybe what I'll just enhance as a call to action for us. The first one being what you have said, building local capacity within the DFIs, but also within the businesses and our people, and then turning plans into bankable projects, planning regionally, financing locally, and scaling DFIs to enhance, to channel finance efficiently, aligning financing with national visions and national priorities, de-risking mechanisms, and knowing that these exist, collaboration and partnerships, and deepening PPPs. I've just already talked about capacity building for SMEs, but issues around knowledge creation and knowledge management, and then identifying and investing in sectors that promote elevated or enhanced impact for our people and for our economies. With that, I wish to bring to an end this panel, and please give a round of applause to all our distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Daktari. Thank you so much. Makofi kwa Daktari tena tafadhali. Sorry, we were planning something there. Our lovely panel, I'd like you all to come to the floor of the ground so that we appreciate you with a token. Asante sana. I hope the tokens are ready. A hearty round of applause for our panelists, tafadhali, in the able hands of our moderator, Daktari Patricia Adongo Ojamole. Asante sana. Karibuni, karibuni hapa chini. Tuwakaribishe hapa kwa makofi tafadhali. Madam Leah Kiwara, the Senior Sector Finance Specialist at the World Bank, the Head of Investments at the East Africa Development Bank, Mr. Ben Raminya, Purity Gekimi, Head of Partnerships and Programs, Real Sources Africa, and also trading company for AFCFTA, as well as Mr. Emmanuel Nzai, the Chairman of Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Board. Makofi kwa tafadhali. May I request the pleasure of Mr. Anthony Hall to come and do the presentation, if you don't mind? Asante sana. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but no speeches. Dr. Andrew Hall is a lead, Dronelytics Africa, all the way from the United Kingdom. All I want you to do is give them a presentation of the tokens. Yeah? Karibuni sana, karibuni, karibuni. Please start with Leah, right here. Pamela, please bring them closer. Come, come. Bring them closer. Asante. Oh, to our moderator fast. Let's appreciate Dr. Patricia. Asante sana, Makofi. Thank you. Cameras are here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next to Leah Kiwara, please. I still want you to present Leah as well with a gift here. Asante sana. Thank you. The next to receive our token is Bwana Emmanuel Zai, who will still receive from Anthony Hall. Asante sana. Next will be a good friend, Dr. David Muthuva from Strathmore Business School. All smiles. Thank you very much. Next will be Madam Purity Gikimi, the Head of Partnerships and Programs, Real Sources Africa. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you for your insights. Last but not least, Mr. Ben Raminya, the Head of Investments, East Africa Development Bank. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Asante. And can we do a group photo together with the wonderful gifts? One more? A group photo? Together with Anthony Hall as well. Thank you very much. Kayamba, Africa? Kayamba? Oh, great. Asante sana. Thank you very, very much. You may take your seats once again. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Anthony. I know we'll catch up later. I know you're doing a pitch and a presentation much later. Thank you. I'll have you go back to your seats. Makofi kwa otena, ladies and gentlemen. Please pardon me. Please forgive me. There's a brief ceremony we want to do right here before we call up the next presenters. I want to humbly request our panelists for the next session to just give us about 15 minutes so that we can run this program, which is a check presentation from KDC to some recipients, and then we'll proceed. So please bear with us for just a couple of minutes. I understand we have representatives from the National Treasury who will be coming to do the presentation. Asante sana. Kwa kifupi sana. Wageni wanaingia kwa kifupi.
Mwanamberi, yes, agree.
Asante sana. Round of applause for Kayamba Africa. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, mabibi na mabwana, I'd like to recognize the presence of our guests who've come here from the National Treasury. Bwana Daktari Albert Mwenda, karibu sana, the Director General, Budget and Finance Affairs. Karibu sana. I know we're going to hear from you. Let me also appreciate the presence of the former governor Laikipia, Bwana Nderitu Mureithi. Karibu sana. Good to see you again. Na wengine wengi, Bwana Chairman, Honorable Sakwa, asante sana kwa kuja pia. Let me hand over this segment to our Director General, Madam Nora Ratemo, to take us through this session. Asante sana.
Thank you, Nimrod, our MC. So our next session is basically, we have our guests from the National Treasury. Kenya Development Corporation is a limited liability company, and it is fully owned by the National Treasury. So this session would be, one, to hand over our dividends back to our shareholder, and number two, would be again to sign some deals that KDC has been able to secure with some investors, and we'll also be recognizing some of our beneficiaries. So that is the ceremony we're getting into. And allow me to get into my remarks for this session. Our representative for the Principal Secretary, Dr. Chris Kipto, that is Dr. Albert Mwenda. Our representative from Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, our chairman, KRA, senior government officials present, chair of KDC board, members of KDC board, our esteemed partners, We have a representative, the CEO of Uganda Development Bank with us, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It's a great honor to stand before you today, formally, to hand over a dividend check of Kenya shillings 57 million to the National Treasury, representing our contribution for the financial year 24-25. This occasion marks a proud milestone for KDC as we demonstrate our commitment to responsible stewardship, value creation for our shareholder and the government of Kenya. I believe the tone that had been set is that all state corporations get into revenue generating and sustainability. And this is our effort and demonstration towards ensuring that we are meeting that directive. So, Dr. Albert, we are deeply proud and honored in your presence and sincerely want to thank you for the continued support and strategic leadership through the National Treasury. You've been a critical partner to KDC besides being a shareholder. I think one of the key roles the National Treasury has assisted KDC is in also mobilizing funds and also securing the funds for us as KDC. So besides being a shareholder, they're a critical partner for us. I also wish to recognize our colleagues from the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry for their valuable contribution in supporting our investment agenda. Of course, we can't deliver this without our parent ministry. The direction that we've been given by our CS, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, and our PS for the State Department of Investments, PS Abubakar Hassan Abubakar. So in the last financial year, we paid a dividend of Kenya shillings 11 million. This year, we are paying 57 million, being presented today, which marks five-fold increase, reflecting improved performance, sound investments, and strategic reforms undertaken by Kenya Development Corporation. So this growth affirms our resolve to catalyze national development by supporting key sectors in the economy, especially manufacturing, agro-processing, tourism, and the digital and creative economy. So Dr. Mwenda, in the last 2 days, starting yesterday, we've been having conversations with the private sector in regard to how to drive investments in these key sectors that are anchoring the beta agenda of this government, that are a key focus. We've listened to players and we've had quite enriching conversations. And the reason for this is that KDC is actually looking at how do we support and de-risk investments and grow more investments within these specific sectors. Because these sectors have been identified as key drivers, potentially also taking Kenya and Africa to what we are calling the next frontier. And therefore, that is why KDC decided to hold this conference. It's a 3-day conference so that we can be able to engage with stakeholders, policymakers, the private sector players, and financial partners in order to see how to support these sectors. So to the KDC board, management, and staff, and all our valued partners, I want to thank you for your unwavering commitment. We would not have been able to achieve without pulling together as KDC. A critical role has been played by the board and management and staff of KDC in order to be able to deliver this. And I think we are one of what National Treasury can actually call a proud or a successful example of a merger. Were initially 3 different institutions, that was ICDC, IDB, and Tourism Finance Corporation, were merged in 2021. And this is proven that some of the government policies and strategies are actually working because now we can demonstrate that we are viable. We are committed to actually delivering the agenda of this government. Finally, allow me to recognize the exceptional leadership and guidance of our board chairman, whose vision and support have been instrumental in driving this process. With these remarks, it's now my pleasure to respectfully invite the board chair of KDC, accompanied by the board members present, to officially hand over the dividends that we are paying back to the National Treasury for the financial year that has just closed, 24-25. And DJ, I can promise you the money is in your account. It is just not a post-dated check. We've actually done the transfer. I know Chair KRA is here. I must say that we've been able to also pay 107 million Kenya shillings in terms of our taxes within that financial year. So we are tax compliant, Chair. We're also good paying, corporate paying taxpayer. So allow me to invite my board chair, accompanied by the board members, to hand over the check.
Mr. Chairman?
No, down there, down there.
Yes, sir. At the front. Thank you. Let's wait for the DG. Let's wait for the DG as well. Thank you for your hearty round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana. Makofi mazito tafadhali. Asante sana. Asante sana. Asante sana. As you've heard, 57 million bob is in the account. Asante sana. And then we have another presentation to Boresha Sacco. Asante sana, Dr. Albert. Thank you. Thank you, Chair KRA. Thank you so much. Boresha Sacco. I think the CEO or the chairman must be here. Boresha Sacco. The chairman or the CEO. The chairman, wasipokuja tunaweza change jina, tuweke jina yangu ama ya watu wengine. Boresha, I think we can do, we can just do a presentation. We can hold it out and just take a picture with it. Tafadhali, between the chairman. Asante. Makofi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Boresha Sacco receiving 500 million bob to give us at loans to MSMEs na wengine wengi wakiwemo vijana wa taifa letu tukufu la Kenya. Asante sana, makofi. Thank you so much, Madam DG. All right, asante sana. We'll do signing a bit shorter or a bit later, but right now I'd like to invite Dr. Albert to make his remarks. Please come here. I hope you don't mind. A bit of exercise. Kidogo tu. Asante sana, Dr. Thank you. Makofi as he goes up to the podium. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Karibu. Asante sana.
The representatives of the State Department for Investment Promotion, the Chairman, KDC, Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi, the board members and leadership of Kenya Development Corporation, representatives of government agencies present here, development partners, media, fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. As you've heard, my name is Albert Mwenda, but I'm here to represent the Principal Secretary, Dr. Chris Kipto, who could not make it for this function, but he sends his best wishes, and I will be making remarks on his behalf. But before I do that, allow me to first express on behalf of the Principal Secretary, National Treasury, our appreciation of the check, the dividend that we've just received. It is not ours as National Treasury. The shareholders are Kenyans, including yourselves seated here. And therefore, you should appreciate when your own institutions are bringing back something that goes toward supporting programs of government that ultimately Kenyans are the beneficiaries. So thank you, Chairman, and the CEO, Nora, and your team. That's a great achievement. So allow me to just read the PS's remarks, because that's my role here today. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you here today as we reflect on the theme, the future of development finance institutions, catalyst for transformative growth. I am honored by the invitation to address the Next Frontier Africa 2025 Summit. Development finance institutions are not new. From their roots in post-war Europe to their modern-day incarnations in emerging and frontier economies. DFIs have stood as critical enablers of structural transformation. Here in Kenya, the creation of the Kenya Development Corporation through the merger of ICDC, IDB, Capital, and the TFC was a strategic move. It reflects a shift in the global development thinking that governments must consolidate efforts to de-risk private capital, crowd in long-term financing, and act as market shapers, not just market players. Across Africa, DFIs have stepped into spaces where most commercial banks have kept off. These areas are such as financing of agriculture, manufacturing, climate adaptation, SMEs, women and youth-led enterprises, which are perceived to be risky areas. They play both a financial role and a significant policy development role. In terms of future, ladies and gentlemen, DFIs lie in their adaptability to respond to emerging challenges and opportunities. Allow me to share what I believe are 5 strategic imperatives that must define the next frontier for DFIs in Africa. First is the imperative of blended finance as the norm and not the exception. We must leverage concessional capital to attract private investment. DFIs should master the blended structures that combine grants, concessional loans, guarantees, and equity deployed smartly to drive maximum impact. The second imperative, ladies and gentlemen, is a green and inclusive financing. As the world pivots towards sustainability, DFIs must lead Africa's green transition. Green bonds, climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy projects must be central. But so too must inclusion, especially financing for women, youth, and persons with disability, as well as SME sectors. The third imperative is digitalization and financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, the use of data analytics, AI, mobile platforms, and digital identity systems can lower transaction costs, enhance creditworthiness assessments, and expand reach. The future of DFIs lies in how we embrace these digital solutions. The fourth imperative, ladies and gentlemen, is regional integration and cross-border financing. We must deepen collaboration among African DFIs. The African Continental Free Trade Area will not thrive without DFIs that can finance regional value chains, cross-border infrastructure, as well as intra-African investment. The fifth imperative that I would like to speak to is that of institutional governance and capital adequacy. Ladies and gentlemen, DFIs must remain financially sound and well governed. They must adhere to high standards of environment, safety, and governance standards, risk management practices, and transparency. Their governance must inspire both public and investor confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has a role to play in enabling DFIs to thrive. While DFIs are powerful instruments, they are only as effective as the environments they operate in. For Africa to fully unlock the catalytic potential of DFIs, governments must play a proactive enabling role. This calls for deliberate policy and institutional actions at the national and regional levels. In my view, therefore, there are 5 core responsibilities that governments across Africa must take up. First is ensuring policy stability and regulatory clarity. Investors, both local and international, thrive in predictable environments. Governments must therefore ensure clear, consistent, and transparent investment policies, streamlined regulatory frameworks, speedy and fair resolution mechanisms of disputes, and fourth, investor protection policies that balance the risk and the reward. Second is the public sector reforms and capacity building. Governments must strengthen institutional capacity in ministries and implementing agencies to work effectively with DFIs to train public officers, project preparation, financing, financial structuring, and risk mitigation, as well as support DFIs with seconded talent and capacity sharing arrangements. Ladies and gentlemen, the governments must also support capitalization and provide fiscal support for DFIs. Many African DFIs are undercapitalized and unable to leverage meaningful financing. Governments must regularly recapitalize their DFIs to match strategic ambitions, issue sovereign guarantees prudently, and on a case-by-case basis determine the extent to anchor DFIs in national budgets and development plans. Governments must also facilitate and improve public-private dialogue towards the growth of DFIs. Governments must facilitate structured platforms where DFIs, the private sector, the regulators, and development partners can co-create solutions. This fosters mutual trust, policy feedback loops, as well as market-responsive financial products. Fifth, governments must support regional policy harmonization. To support cross-border investments and scale regional DFIs, African governments must accelerate convergence of tax, financial and regulatory regimes, implement, especially in our context, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, protocols, and back regional DFIs with joint capital and harmonized mandates. Ladies and gentlemen, DFIs are an important cog in our development framework. Kenya's bottom-up economic transformation agenda emphasizes inclusive growth. It targets sectors like agriculture, like MSMEs, like housing, healthcare, as well as digital economy. Our expectation is that DFIs will act as enablers of better aligning their investment portfolios with national priorities and supporting projects with both financial and developmental returns. The National Treasury is keen to work with KDC and other DFIs to explore innovative capital mobilization, including green and diaspora bonds, sovereign bank guarantees, and catalytic funds for youth and MSME financing. I would also like to highlight the important role of Public Investment Management Unit at the National Treasury. We are strengthening our collaboration with the DFIs to ensure that every public shilling spent delivers value, promotes sustainability, and contributes directly to achieving Kenya's Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. And towards this end, the Public Investment Management Unit of the National Treasury has been given clear directions to facilitate this and to work with the DFIs to promote that sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of DFIs cannot be achieved without partnership. Let me now speak to our development partners and private sector. We need you. Africa's investment needs are massive, from infrastructure to industry, from fintech to food security, but our capacity to respond is equally immense. This is the moment for deeper partnership where DFIs, multilaterals, and private equity funds, as well as philanthropic capital work, should come together. The future lies in co-creation and not competition. I am encouraged by the presence of institutions like the World Bank, the Afri-Exim Bank, the Exim Bank of India, and the national DFIs from across the continent. Let us continue to share insights, harmonize approaches, and co-finance high-impact ventures. As I conclude, I would like to know that this summit has been a rich forum of ideas, investment, a rich forum of ideas and investment leads, as well as insightful strategic options. We have explored the transformation of SMEs through targeted DFI support, strategic partnerships with SACCO and our program and Project Safer and others, innovation in agriculture, renewable energy and manufacturing, the role of digital tools and regulatory reforms in driving inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take away not just talking points, but action points. The deals discussed, the networks formed, and the policies debated must translate into real impact for real people. Ladies and gentlemen, the Next Frontiers Africa 2025 Summit has truly lived up to its name. It has not just opened frontiers of dialogue, but new frontiers of possibilities. On behalf of the government of Kenya and the National Treasury, I congratulate the Kenya Development Corporation, its leadership, board and partners for organizing such a transformative gathering. To our guests from across the continent and beyond, thank you for coming to Nairobi, the investment capital of East Africa. We look forward to walking the journey with you towards a more resilient, inclusive, and prosperous Africa. Let us live here, energized, informed, and united with a shared commitment to transform the roles of DFIs from financiers to future makers. And in conclusion, and given what we've gone through, we would like to urge KDC to consider having such forums after some time. Maybe you can consider annually or every 2 years. With those remarks, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude the remarks.
Asante sana. Makofi, a round of applause for Daktari Albert Mwenda, the Director General of Budget, Fiscal and Economic Affairs. I'd like to invite you once again, Daktari Albert, to the floor, and also DG Nora Ratemo. And I want to invite also Madame Grace Mugunga to come and assist us with the signing of the term sheets. And then immediately after, I'll be inviting Bona Chairman as well, because I understand the CEO Boresha Sacco is here, so that we can do the official presentation of the check once again. So this is the signing of the term sheets, and I'd like Madam Grace to also assist us through this.
So DG, the balance of retained earnings, which is about 2 billion, is what we are signing out now for investors to go ahead and borrow, to continue our role and our mandates of steering and catalyzing various sectors. So today we have several investors in the room who we are signing term sheets with as our commitments as KDC to go ahead and support their various investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante sana, makofi. Bwana DG Daktari will want you to have a seat and then do the signage. Tutashukuru sana. Asante. May I also invite the Chief Executive Officer, Boresha Sacco, Mr. Jacob Mengich, to also be coming to the floor of the amphitheater for the presentation of the check, Boresha Sacco. Tafadhali. Karibu sana. Asante. He has been accompanied by officials from Boresha Sacco. Karibuni sana. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll call out for Synergy Gases Kenya Limited. Synergy Gases Kenya Limited, please come to the front so that you can sign the term sheet. The next is, can we have the Managing Director, KTDA, Management and Services Limited, please come to the desk for purposes of signing the term sheet. KTDA, Management Services Limited.
Makofi tafadhali. Makofi for signing this document. Asante sana. Thank you very much. KTDA?
I think we shall move to the next. Oh, okay. Brahman Limited. Brahman Limited. Brahman Limited. Thank you. Please have a seat.
And now for the presentation of the document, Makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Next.
Yes. Can we have Boresha Sacco, please? We're just doing a damage. Please.
So now, since we have now the directors, CEO, Boresha Sacco, would like to present. So Boresha Sacco is one of our beneficiaries that is we are supporting with the financial inclusion to support access to finance for enterprise recovery that is safer with the World Bank. We've extended a loan facility of 500 million Kenya shillings to Boresha Sacco for them to enable them to extend this to their members. So this is evidence that we are providing liquidity to SACCOs, we are providing liquidity to microfinance, and again, it's concessional liquidity, so part of what we're also ensuring that is done for the MSMEs in the room is that the same liquidity gets to you at an affordable rate, and that's our commitment. Thank you.
Congratulations to Boresha. Makofi to Boresha Sacco. Asante sana to the entire team, led by the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Jacob Ngetich. Asante sana. And now for the signing. Bwana Jacob. Asanteni sana. Please take your seats. Asanteni sana, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for taking the time, and thank you for that wonderful, wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, I have humbly requested the panelists for the session that was supposed to come immediately after the session we had earlier, that we can do that session immediately after lunch. And I have been told that they have granted us permission. Situwapigie makofi tafadhali. Yeah? Muda kidogo na kwenda na pia program inabadilika kidogo, but we're here for one thing and one thing only, all right? To make sure that Next Frontier Africa 2025 is a success. So what I'm doing for the program is I'm just moving the program or the panel that would have been ideally panel number 6 to the afternoon, immediately after lunch. And thereafter, we will have representatives from different organizations who will be doing pitching. They'll be telling us the ideas of the organizations that they represent here today, and therefore we can take up the ingredients of what they want to talk to us about, and then we can benefit from that and then move forward from that. I know Mr. Anthony Hall is very eager to participate in that. Please bear with us. We'll just push the program a little bit further, but we are happy that we'll ensure that both two programs in the afternoon take place before the end of the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sina la ziada. It is now 2 o'clock, way past our lunchtime, which ought to have been around 1:15, but I'm glad that we are all here together, so I want to allow you to break for lunch. But please, let us appreciate our chairman. Let us appreciate DG Dr. Albert Mwenda. Let us appreciate the chairman, KRA, for coming. Thank you so much for making time. Let us appreciate KDC, led by Director General Nora Ratemo, and to all of you, our dignitaries. Please come back. We'll still have the breakout sessions also. So for those who are attending the panel that was supposed to be panel number 6 in this room, please come back to this room while the others break out to the other sessions. Asanteni sa. Can we make lunch 20 minutes? Ona, ukifika pale kwa lunch, skip kuku, skip samaki, chukua vegetables. It is easier to chew and to digest. Sini sawa? Anyway, okay, let me make it 25. All right? So that then I give you another 5 minutes to walk from the tents and then back. Sawa sawa. God bless you. Enjoy your lunch. Asante sana.
acoustic properties, making it soundproof as compared to stones. It also has thermal insulating properties, and if you're using it in cold areas, you won't need to actually heat up the house because it retains the temperature inside the house. I can say we've supplied to over 3,000 clients since we started the company back in 2016. Finally, I would like to thank KDC for believing in us and walking the journey with us. I would also recommend other startups to also partner with KDC. Grab the opportunity, they are there.
KDC products and services are divided into 3 categories. 1. Loan facilities. 2. Equity finance. 3. Advisory services. Kenya Development Corporation drives Kenya's progress and prosperity.
Mwini Masharia, Managing Director of Kivigeto Limited. Mimi nimefanya hiyo course ya food production nikahitimu, na siaganga hapa Kivigeto. Hapa tunasiaga, tuko na posho mill 5, hizo milling machines 5. Tunasiaga grade 1 shifted, tunasiaga grade 2, tunasiaga ngano, tunatengeneza hata uji porridge na unga ya uji pia. Hii biashara nimeanzisha kama miaka 4-5 iliyopita. After COVID sasa biashara ilienda chini sana. After kwenda chini nikaenda kwa Yetu Sacco, nikaomba mkopo, hiyo loan, nikajaribu kuinua biashara yangu tena mpaka nikanunua gari njoo niliona kuna need ya gari Probox. Njoo nilikuwa naenda huko mashinani kuchukua mahindi na kuja nasiagia customer na kupelekea mashule. Pia niliongeza machines. Initially nilipomaliza shule sikuwa na machine mingi, nilihaso nikapata 2 pesa na nikaajiriwa nikapata pesa za kununua machine moja. Sasa nikiwa na hiyo machine moja, customer walikuwa wanakuja wananiuliza kama hiyo ni ya grade 1 pekee ndio nilikuwa nayo. Wananiuliza bando kama niko na modokore, niko na hii whole meal, hii ya kangata, niko na crusher, hiyo ya nshenga, niko na za bando jitengenezea uji, hiyo porridge, hiyo ya gokia, kwa Kimeru tunaitanga gokia, hiyo na modokore pia. Sasa nikaona kuna ngapi na market, ikabindi niende Yetu Sacco, wakanipea hiyo mkopo, nikaweza kuongeza mashini zangu zote na naona biashara yangu inainuka. Nauzanga pia supplements za unga, nauza kama moringa, eggshell, cassava, sweet potato. Hizo zote nauza kwa sababu niliona kuna nini kwa soko. Customers wangu for example amekuja mtu anataka ako diabetic, ako na blood pressure, anataka ile unga anaweza tumia, na mwekea hiyo whole meal hii unga, alafu na mumixia na kama moringa inasaidia na healthy benefits kama ku reduce hiyo diabetic, diabetes na ku manage that is na ku manage blood pressure. Ningetaka kuambia youth na wamama wenzangu na watu wote kwa jumla waingie Yetu Sacco, wafungue account huko. Inafanya tuinuke kibiashara. Hata kama una capital, inakupea hiyo capital, unaanza biashara na unainuka kimaisha. Juu personally nimeinuka through Yetu Sacco.
Dickson Chomba Githaka. Mimi nafanya kazi ya kuuza ng'ombe. Nilianza 2015 and hii niko na miaka 10. Sasa hivi tuko na ng'ombe 10. Tunakamua maziwa ya 210 liters per day. hiyo COVID-19 ituaffect biashara sana sana. Hiyo time COVID time ilikuja, tulikuwa tukiuza ng'ombe, bado tunauza ng'ombe, tulikuwa bado tumesimamisha kuuza ng'ombe. Unajua kulikuwa na restriction na kutoka Kirinyaga kwenda Nairobi, kuna customer walikuwa kutoka Machakos, Kiambu na wako kuja. Kwa hivyo kuuza ng'ombe tulizungumza hiyo biashara kuuza ng'ombe, kwa hivyo tutukai tu hivyo, hakuna biashara inaendelea. COVID-19 tulienda kwa Fortune Sacco Kagio, nikapata mkopo ya 300. Sasa na hiyo imenisaidia sana. Juu niliendelea kulima mahindi ya mkoboro, sasa bado naendelea kununua ng'ombe, na kama sasa hivi ukiangalia hizo ng'ombe tuko nazo, tuko na ng'ombe 10. Kwa hivyo hiyo Fortune Sacco imesaidia sana. Naweza waambia watu wale wako kwa ng'ombe saa hii waende Fortune Sacco Kagio, wainuke, inainua watu. Hapo tumefika juu ya Fortune Sacco. Mimi nafurahia juu nimeba Fortune Sacco kutoka
Majina naitwa Helen Mugora Kigumi, nafanya biashara ya juice roller. Nimekuwa nikifanya biashara kwa miaka 4. Biashara ilifanya vizuri miezi ya kwanza, alafu kuliingia hii ugonjwa ya corona, biashara ikashuka chini, ikakuwa chini kabisa. Hadi sometimes napata hakuna kitu nimeuza. After COVID iliingia customers, hakukuwa na customer, wengi wao walijifungia, hakukuwa na kazi, kabidi tufunge kazi kidogo. Kwa program ilinisaidia wakati walipokuja hapa kwa kazi yangu, wakanielezea kuwa nitakuwa na save kidogo kidogo, nikakuwa nikiweka pesa kidogo kidogo every day, nikakuwa nikiweka kila siku. After 6 months wakaniambia nitaweza kupata, wanaweza nipea pesa ya kuongeza biashara. Ilianzia na loan ya 250. Tangu wanisaidie na hiyo loan, nimekuwa nikipata kazi, imekuwa sawa kwa sababu nimeweza kuweka biashara nyingine, nikaweka biashara ya gas, na pia hii yangu nikaongeza stock. Imekuwa ikinisaidia sana kwa sababu customer wamekuwa wengi, naweza kuuza juice mingi, naweza kutengeneza hadi 20 liters per day. Kwa wale wanafanya biashara kama mimi, naweza waambia SEFA program inasaidia sana. Wakati saa zenye uko chini, unaweza jiinua, ukiweza weka kidogo kidogo huko, hata kama una kazi kubwa, utaweza kuweka pesa na wakuje wakusaidie na loan na uanzishe biashara yako kubwa na ufungue branches nyingine.
My name is James Boy. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Amica. And Amica is a circle that was started many years ago, over 50 years ago, by the coffee farmers in Muranga County. Amica is a beneficiary to the SEFA funds, and we received the first tranche of the SEFA funds end of last year, 2024. And the balance of that money came in the beginning of 2025. We have seen a lot of our members benefiting from these funds. And as you know, funds coming from development partners, a lot of those funds are channeled usually through commercial banks, and they don't get to reach the ordinary mwananchi. But when you give those funds through the cooperative society like us as Amica Sacco, you can see we are serving people at the grassroots level. We are serving the farmers who need this fund most. During COVID time, a lot of these businesses were affected. One is that some of them had to close down because of the COVID, because of the containment measures that were there. So some of them had to close down because the member movement was curtailed. People could not be able to move from one place to another. A lot of women, especially in Murang'a County, are involved in dairy farming, and dairy farming is one of the areas where we have really supported the farmers, and we have seen ourselves give a lot of loans to farmers to buy cows. Seen a lot of farmers coming to take loans to go and do cow sheds. Fathers has a very great impact. As I have said, one of the challenges that you find in the circles is the circles are perceived as places of where people come for credit, and affordable credit for that matter. And so circles usually suffer from liquidity issues, because then people are always coming for money and the supply is not as high. And that is why circles, most of the times, they will ask you to put in money so that they can give you, otherwise they give you 3 times of your deposit, 4 times, 5 times, like so on and so forth. In our case, we can give you a loan now because of the safer funds without even having put in deposits. Then we train you to save even as you pay the loan.
KDC was established to serve as a strong, single cross-sector DFI mandated to play a catalytic role in Kenya's socio-economic development by providing long-term financing and other financial, investment and business advisory services. KDC provides financial solutions, manufacturing, tourism, health, climate change, blue economy, energy, post-harvest management and ICT. KDC products and services are divided into 3 categories. 1. Loan facilities. 2. Equity finance. 3. Advisory services. Kenya Development Corporation drives Kenya's progress and prosperity. Imagine a future where green businesses flourish, each one a pillar of hope, opportunity and sustainable progress. Together with the Kenya Development Corporation, KDC, a state corporation in the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, you can be a catalyst for this future.
As an investor, if you are looking at the future, and the future is green growth, and green growth is in Africa, and the ingredients of driving that green growth is renewable energy, and renewable energy we have 50 times in Africa. You should know where your future and the future of your business and investment should be going.
KDC, a robust cross-sector development finance institution, was established to drive Kenya's social and economic progress by providing long-term financing, investment solutions, and business advisory services. Through its focus on sectors such as manufacturing, post-harvest management, tourism, health, climate change and digital and creative economy (ICT), KDC is accelerating the nation's path to a more prosperous and sustainable future. With KDC, we can create a future of thriving communities powered by renewable energy, innovative technologies and businesses that honor both profit and planet. The $160 million required for the Green Investment Fund is not just an ask, it's the key to unlocking this future.
I am very confident that with this structured engagement together,
we will ensure a more vibrant private sector position Kenya as a preferred investment destination and a gateway to the rest of Africa.
As an investor, you have the chance to be part of something far greater than financial returns. You have the power to ignite change, to champion green businesses that will shape a new Kenya, resilient, thriving, and leading the charge in sustainable growth. Together with the Kenya Development Corporation KDC, we can bring this vision to life. Step into the future with us. The opportunity is now.
Check. Hello. Check. Hey.
Started off as a feedlot farmer. Feedlot farming comes in to address the issue of sustainable livestock farming in the event of drought. I was privileged enough to learn of the DRIVE project from KDC, I think about 2022. I'm sure most of you are trying to see how you can fit into the livestock farming part of it sustainably as a profit-making enterprise. And we know the challenge with commercial banks has been highlighted today so much in terms of the rising interest rates. Therefore, KDC came in with a better option in terms of repayment period, the grace period, the interest rates. So I think for me, it came in as a solution to my business, because for me as a livestock aggregator who finishes and fattens, believe that the KDC project, the DRIVE project, has offered me with a solution in terms of something at least that I can manage to repay within a good period of time, as I also continue to learn how to run a sustainable livestock farming business.
The company in 2018. We basically are a recycling company, and we actually deal with recycling of paper. I mean, it's important that we conserve the environment, and the idea came through that we need to conserve this environment, and how can we lessen the burden to the counties where a lot of waste is collected. With the global warming that's coming up, we need to save the environment and try to get things moving on the side of recycling. So the idea came through with one of my friends. We joined together and we started this project, and we're a small team of 24. I mean, we have a lot of dedicated people, and we thank the people who are with us. They grow this entrepreneurial journey with us, and it's been a journey. And basically, one of my friends had actually tried this project earlier, but he was not successful at that time. So we had no idea what to do with this project, and learning on the job. That's more like it. The first time I heard about KDC was when I was trying to look for financial institutions who would actually support us in our venture, because any entrepreneurial journey starts with a lot of finance, and for us it was a bit difficult to get the things. And I went to Kenya Investment Authority, and they actually recommended that KDC would be able to assist us. So we approached and we managed to get some loans. That's how we started the whole business process.
KDC was established to serve as a strong, single cross-sector DFI mandated to play a catalytic role in Kenya's socio-economic development by providing long-term financing and other financial, investment and business advisory services.
Yes, KDC has been the initial financer for us, but we've never had an issue of taking loans from somebody else. The growth for us has been defined by consistency, being aggressive in the market, trying to sell our products well in the market, and basically for us is the quality aspect. Secondly is payment terms for our suppliers. All the waste papers that we buy, we actually pay in cash to our suppliers. So that has been helpful, because then we're actually supporting other people out there who are in the job and helping them with the cash flows as well. I think KDC is a very strategic partner for us at the moment. If we want to expand, then of course we look at KDC. That has been a good strength. what we need to do is get rid of the single-use plastics. It's messing up with our environment, get into recyclable stuff. Things like pulp packaging, user-friendly, biodegradable, get into that space where we actually conserve the environment. So let's get into the recycling aspect.
KDC products and services are divided into 3 categories. 1. Loan facilities. 2. Equity finance. 3. Advisory services. Kenya Development Corporation drives Kenya's progress and prosperity.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joshua Tuchenyamo. I'm a member of K-Unity Circle, and I'm glad to be a member because I've seen K-Unity doing so much, a lot to its members. K-Unity, in a partnership with KDC, have done a lot to the youth, especially for me. I'm a contractor and a youth at 32 years old. I had a contract somewhere, and the client requested me to go start the job, which eventually I didn't have the capital. And since I had the account with the K-Unity, I came and signed the documents. They did not hesitate to give me a capital to go do my job. As you see, I'm a contractor which deals with the leakages of the houses. At times, the leakages can be hazardous to human health and also to the building itself, because it weakens the building at the slab of the house and might end up in collapsing. So that is what normally I'm based on. And for sure, I came to K-Unity. K-Unity gave me the capital to go and work on my issues. And as I'm speaking right now, I'm a happy man. I did it. And K-Unity, in cooperation with the KDC, they've really done a lot. And I'm encouraging the youth that are there so that they should not get themselves involved in issues that are not environmental friendly. They should come and start their banking with the K-Unity so that they can grow. And the women also should also join. We should also I am also encouraging the youths and maybe churches to form groups. They can come and get assisted here so that we grow together. I am a happy man, and eventually I'm so much grateful to be a member of K-Unity in partnership with KDC. Thank you very much.
My name is Solomon Washila Mbugo, the proprietor of Ebogot General Stores. Ebogot General Stores was started 2012. Na hapo ndio nilianza biashara ikiwa dogo, tukaikua na tukaanza kuikuza. Na 2012, the same year I entered K-Unity Bank as a member. Na since then, K-Unity Bank wamekuwa wakishikana na sisi safari ya kukua, because we started when we were very small. We started with a capital base of 20,000 shillings. After 6 months we get a loan kidogo yenye itubustisha to achieve our goals of being from duka to a wholesaler. Now since 2012 we have had a journey yenye imekuwa ikikuwa ngumu sana because of the emerging competition yenye zimetoka all over the world, na demand ya watu kitaka new product yenye tunafaa incorporate into our business. Tumekuwa na safari ndefu ambayo tumefikisha hapa saa hii. As we speak, we have a turnover of over 50 million a month yenye tunafanya as Ebogot General Store, yenye imehusiana na uzaji wa vitu za kukula. Of late, K-Unity Bank wamepartner na KDC ambayo imetupata wakati tumekuwa chini kabisa after effects of COVID, effect of new expansion of a new shop. KBC wakaingilia in partnership with K-Unit Bank, wakatukwamua mahali tulikuwa tumekwama kabisa, kusustain the demand of new product wenye new client wenye tulipata from the new shop, and also the new establishment, the requirement of new establishment of adding new employees. Sasa venye kuamua biashara iliingia ndani, we are able to do our business comfortably na we are able to serve customer na tunaacha wakiwa wamefurahi, and with that we are growing together from a capital base of 20,000 to currently a turnover of over 50 million, which we are doing today through the partnership K-Unit Bank. Na of late K-Unit Bank wamepartner na KBC ambayo imetuwezesha kupata pesa kwa haraka na ambayo iko na the most competitive interest rate ambayo is affordable, na venye wamnaita kuamua biashara, itilile kuamua biashara for us guys. We really encourage anyone out there who want to who has a mind of growing his or her business to join us, to join K-Unit Bank in partnership with Kenya Development Corporation, na lile atasaidika.
Across the heartlands of Kenya, from the fertile highlands of Kiambu and Murang'a counties to the tea-rich slopes of Kerugoya County and the entrepreneurial spirit of Meru County, a quiet revolution is unfolding. In partnership with local circles, the World Bank, through Kenya Development Corporation, KDC, the Safer Fund program is turning struggles into strength and dreams into reality, promoting the 8th Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth to its beneficiaries. In Githongori, Kiambu County, K-Unity Sacco is partnering with the Safer Fund program to turn agricultural dreams into reality. Meet Robert Gitao, the sole entrepreneur of Adia Millers Limited.
The challenge that we encountered due to COVID-19 was an eye-opener for us. Other than going down completely, we decided to face the challenge, and we had small machines. So with the Safer program, we have been able to acquire the machines you see behind us. We have been able to scale up production. Now we are not only just producing for our own animals, we are ready and already geared to produce for other farmers under the brand name of Adia Feeds.
One key objective of the Safer Fund program is to uplift women-led enterprises. Helen Mogore is one of the many women whose juice-making business has been uplifted after facing a shutdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but through the Safer Fund program, she rose above it.
Safer program ilinisaidia wakati walipokuja hapa kwa kazi yangu, wakanielezea kuwa nitakuwa na save kidogo kidogo, nikakuwa nikiweka pesa kidogo kidogo. Kazi imekuwa sawa kwa sababu nimeweza kuweka biashara nyingine, nikaweka biashara ya gas na pia hii yangu nikaongeza stock. Imekuwa ikinisaidia sana kwa sababu customer wamekuwa wengi, naweza kuuza juice mingi, naweza kutengeneza hadi 20 liters per day.
On its streets, entrepreneurs like Nahasho Njoroge craft new futures, one hairstyle at a time.
Nafanya biashara ya kinyozi na salon. Nimekuwa kwa sako kama K-Unity, imenipa loan ambayo ilinisaidia sana kwa boost biashara. Nimeweza kununua sasa, kujaribu kununua mashini zingine nyingi, lakini sasa baada ya COVID ama baada ya kupewa loan na K-Unity nikaweza kufungua branch nyingine.
In the heart of Kerugoya County, the tea basket of Kenya, ambition wears many faces, from rice millers and electronic traders to dairy farmers. Through the partnership of the Safer Fund program and Fortune Sacco, that lifeline is now stretching farther. Opportunity isn't just grown, it's built, sold and milked. Meet Timothy Mufike, who serves as Head of Finance and doubles as Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Fortune Sacco, as he takes us through how Fortune Sacco has been supporting businesses' growth.
We've supported almost 500 businesses with funds, and some of them can be a testimonial. The funds really came in handy in terms of reviving their businesses.
For Joanne Mother, a rice milling businesswoman, her business did not just grow, but has equally created employment opportunities for the youth.
Mimi ni member wa Fortune Sacco. Nimenunua shamba na profit yenye nimemake kwa hiyo pesa yenye nilipewa. Alafu nimeajiri wana youth wenye hawakuwa na kazi, wamepata sasa kazi. Ninawatuma kwenda kuchukua mchele nje, alafu tunakuja tunasiaga, tunapack, tunatumia customers.
Joseph Mwangi, who owns and runs Waken Traders, an electronics shop in the heart of Kahigo, also has a unique story of growth and rising from the aftermath of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Singerudisha biashara ya picha kwa sababu already ilikuwa affected sana, na nilifikiria mambo ya kubadilisha biashara, nianzie electronics na home appliances, na nilipoenda huko nikaongea na manager wa hiyo Fortune Sacco, waliponipea hiyo mkopo, nianzia biashara ya electronics kwa hii nyumba. Na sasa after muda kidogo tuliweka branch. Sasa tuko na duka mbili na tunafanya vizuri, tunauza meza na electronics na tunaendelea kufanya vizuri.
In Kerugoya County, dairy farming isn't just an economic activity, it is the lifeblood of the local economy. And at the forefront of this thriving sector is Dixon Shombagivaka, a visionary farmer whose success story proves just how transformative dairy farming can be.
Sasa tuko na ng'ombe 10, tunakamua maziwa ya 210 liters per day. After COVID-19 tulienda kwa Fortune Sacco Kagio, nikapata mkopo ya 300. Sasa na hiyo imenisaidia sana.
The Safer Fund program isn't just about funds, it's about building a self-sustaining cycle of growth that benefits everyone. Amika Sacco has been the backbone of Murang'a County's success. James Mbowe, the Chief Executive Officer of Amika Sacco, shares his thought leadership on how the Sacco has been supporting its members through the funding from the Safer Fund program.
Amika is a beneficiary to the Safer funds, and we received the first tranche of the Safer funds end of last year, 2024, and the balance of that money came in the beginning of 2025. We have seen a lot of our members benefiting from these funds, and as you know, funds coming from development partners, a lot of those funds are channeled usually through commercial banks, and they don't get to reach the ordinary mwananchi. But when you give those funds through the cooperative society like us as Amika Sacco, you can see we are serving people at the grassroots level. We are serving the farmers who need these funds most.
Amika Sacco has turned harvests into exports. That means crossing Kenyan borders for Lucy Muredi, a large-scale tomato farmer in Maragua, whose farm produce now reaches Ugandan markets.
Yeah, COVID-19 affected us a great deal because I remember I had tomatoes on the farm, and just when COVID was starting, my tomatoes was ready, and it was quite a challenge because COVID closed up everything. I had done 10 acres then in 2019. And when COVID hit, I lost a lot because a lot of my market was in Nairobi. Also selling in Uganda and traveling, became difficult. So market really went down.
In Nkubu, Meru County, Yetu Sacco has been intentionally supporting women traders in their diverse entrepreneurial paths. Amos Mutugi, the Deputy Chief Operating Officer, sheds insights on Yetu Sacco's journey towards sustainable financial empowerment to the Sacco members.
SEFA Fund, actually I would say the greatest impact from SEFA Fund was it came a long way in cushioning in terms of the deposits that we had as a society. The loan that we acquired and the funds that we acquired from SEFA project, it helped us much to try and revive the businesses that had got down due to COVID-19. Most of those people who didn't have working capital because of that lockdown, most in the textiles industry, and again due to the SEFA project and the funds that we received, we are actually organizing a very huge forum for the youths, the young entrepreneurs whose business were affected, so that they get to understand of this fund that we have, and so that we see how do we move the funds and continue helping them. But as of now, we have at least 20 youths, the young entrepreneurs who have accessed the fund, and it's doing well for them. We have also a number of women who we have supported greatly, mostly in the serious business, to try and rejuvenate their businesses.
Winnie Masharia credits the success of her portion mill business, Kivigi Yetu Limited, to Yetu Sacco.
After COVID sasa biashara ilienda chini sana. After kwenda chini nikaenda kwa Yetu Sacco, nikaomba mkopo, hiyo loan, nikajaribu kuinua biashara yangu tena mpaka nikanunua gari njoo niliona kuna need ya gari Probox. Pia niliongeza machines.
Youth empowerment is a major pillar for the SEFA Fund program, and we meet Maureen Kinya, a young entrepreneur running a retail kiosk in Kiera, South Imenti, who has experienced business expansion thanks to the SEFA Funds program.
Tuliweza kupata pesa kutoka huko kwa Yetu Sacco, tukaongeza store ya kuweka vitu za kuuza za duka na tukanunua ka plots.
Pamela Nkatha, who is a water vendor entrepreneur,
Wanga
langulo igulo maiwa
Wanambaka ya munene no nene Hazaga na wasu ya holo tumadu ya Hetebi
Ende ngulo wangao wakasemele wangao wakasemele alengemele mwatemangie nomugaiwa alengemele mwatemangie nomugaiwa alengemele mwatemangie Kisanga cha mwana kuna kamba, hicho ni kisanga cha mwana kuna kamba, hicho ni kisanga cha mwana kuna kamba, hicho ni kisanga cha mwana kuna kamba. Ailele, ailele na ngoma, ailele, ailele na ngoma, ailele, ailele na ngoma, ailele, ailele na ngoma. I am deeply worried at heart. I am deeply worried at heart. Cause the girl I love so well, my friend has snatched from me. Now I really don't know what to do. But to hang my head and cry for my lovely Elizabeth. My sweet Elizabeth.
Olisa Unakea kingi monowa Unakea kingi monowa Aile tunyendete monowa Kahuri yongewe Eungiwe goana ku Eungiwe katia ejoe kambareite Ejoe kambareite
Some people say there are many girls that are really classy after me, but I'm not interested in any. Say my lovely
Elizabeth, my sweet Elizabeth. Toya kuhaika maingoli. Eungiwe gorana ko. Eungiwe katia ejoe kamaleite. Joy kamaleite. My sweet Elizabeth. Lutka.
Chunya poli melogombi.
Chunya poli melogombi.
Kakane na melo heri. Uzipe kono yaka. Tiati muranadi. Joka ya mapenjo. Tiati muranadi.
Tiati muranadi. Wow.
I may hurt me see. I may hurt me see. I go mocha menenyu.
Yet jowenyu.
Ngale. I chicha menenyu. Chamanenyu lesode. Chamanenyu lesode. Sweet Elizabeth, but why did you have to go?
Elizabeth, but why did you have to go? Come back to your lovely Oji. Yes, back to your Oji. Don't you miss me whenever they may say. Come back to your lovely Oji.
Chamanya meso bekia simweyo.
Chamanya meso bekia simweyo.
Nekyo chamanya toji.
Ebi so wiloroti. Nega so wiltomo emoye.
Nekyo chamanya toji.
Lesode Tiati muranani Wai kamareite My sweet Elizabeth.
Yes, that was sweet Elizabeth.
Kura, mangaise, mangaise, baba mutengera nyangweso.
Mwana musande. Ya boria, ya boria, nyangweso yancha, nyangweso yancha ya boria, ya boria, ya boria, halo tegera nyangweso, din din din. Oh, boribo baba keande, keande, boribo baba. Oh, bori baba keande, baba mategera nyangweso, din din din. Amae baba matogoro, amae baba, amae baba matogoro, matogoro, baba mategera nyangweso, din din din. Omuntu kusandi keren Yes, that was from Gusiland, Lelo. Yes, taking you now to Rift Valley region. Listen to this.
Lelo kingerera ni lelo. Kapimoro romisa kingerera ni lelo. Kapimoro romisa kingerera ni lelo. Kigerera ni lelo, kapimoro longisa kigerera ni lelo, kapimoro longisa kigerera.
To drive this at least within an hour, so that we have the discussion with the panel.
Has often been referred to as the Silicon Savannah, and has established itself as a prominent innovation hub in Africa, especially in the technology sector. The country has experienced a significant rise in incubation initiatives aimed at nurturing startups, attracting 88% of the region's startups funding in 2024. It consistently ranks among the big 4 tech startups in the region, alongside Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt. By 2025, Kenyan startups ecosystem was recognized as the second most robust in Africa, following South Africa. Kenya has over 100 active incubators and accelerators focused on sectors like technology, agriculture, health, and renewable energy. The growth of this ecosystem is supported by diverse investors, including local angel networks and international venture capital firms. Notably, 42 of the incubators have combined portfolio of 856 companies that have raised over $1 billion USD and created more than 10,000 jobs. Reports from 2024 and 2025 indicate that between 42 and 50 active programs exist, with 45.5% of Kenyan startups having participated, surpassing rates in Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa. However, there are still challenges being faced in this journey. In Kenya, it is estimated that 2% of startups transition to become large businesses, which is lower than the global average of 5%. Despite the dynamics of Kenyan startup ecosystem, entrepreneurs and incubators face several significant challenges have been faced, such as access to funding, regulatory level hurdles, infrastructure deficiencies, talent acquisition, and sustainability of incubation. And so seated here is my panel. We are looking forward to discussing matters incubation. And I am going to start with Head of Corporate Service Kenya Climate Innovation Center to open for us this discussion, Ernest Chitechi. The Kenya Climate Innovation Center, KCIC, supports the development of climate-related business by providing incubation services, capacity building, and access to funding aiming to promote sustainable economic growth. But Ernest, today I would like you to expound on what solutions KCIC offers to startups, and how can we ensure that startups are equipped with sustainable practices that appeal to environmentally conscious investors. What metrics can the incubators use to demonstrate their impacts?
Thank you. As you've been told, my name is Ernest Chitechi from Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And Kenya Climate Innovation Center is one of the leading incubators in Africa, actually. And we were started as a project of the World Bank with an aim to support innovations who are promoting climate technologies. So as she has mentioned, some of the value additions that KCIC provide is basically actually to de-risk early stage innovations. And we transform these high potential ideas into valuable investments. So how do we do that? We provide a number of services to these enterprises where we identify them through a call for application, we vet them, take them through gaps analysis to understand where are their challenges. Then from there, we are able to structure the services that we are able to offer them. So our services range from business advisory, where we sit down with the enterprise, analyze their business, try and understand their business model, and help them now restructure that business model. We also offer them capacity building on various aspects of the business, whether it's on finance, whether it's on governance, marketing, branding, finance management, among others. We also support them with IP issues to just ensure that their innovations are well protected. We take them through also product development, where we work with them to ensure that they develop a minimum viable product, they're able to gain their first customers, and then we drive them to market through various market linkages. So the second service that we offer then is around financing, because most of these enterprises are really at early stage, and the conventional investors will not touch them. So by way of de-risking them, we are able to provide them first with a proof of concept, because they are really at an idea stage. And this proof of concept enables them to develop a product that they can actually take to market. So once they've developed a product, they're already on the market, we provide follow-on funding in terms of either a repairable grant, or we just give them a straight grant. So this enables them then to have some level of working capital, and also start developing a culture of accepting other forms of investment. So also through the access to finance portfolio, we also prepare them for investor readiness. So we have an elaborate investor readiness program where we take them through how to approach investors, how to pitch, which instruments they need to have in place, so that by the time they are graduating from Kenya Climate Innovation Center, they are able then to walk to any investor and be able to attract additional funding. We also understand that there's a big challenge when it comes to information. So I know in Kenya there's a bit of information, but a lot of it is lacking. So if you need information on some of the technologies, in terms of market, in terms of financing, as an SME, you really struggle. But Kenya Climate Innovation Center has gone a mile further, done a lot of research to identify where are the markets for some of these innovations. Where can you get some financing, and we can redirect you to that. If you are looking for market, which technologies are being looked for, and where can you get all those technology? So we also do international collaborations just to benchmark the Kenyan technology and other international technology. Then we also realized that innovation is always ahead of policy. So KCIC work with like-minded partners to analyze the policy environment and the regulatory environment. So where we feel that there's an innovation, either it's lacking a regulation or it's lacking a standard, or there's a policy that is impeding its commercialization, then we are able to have discussions with either national or county governments to ensure that there are proper legislations that will ensure commercialization of these innovations. Then the last services that then we provide to them is access to facility. As you realize, an early stage enterprise, one may not even have money to rent an office, so we provide office space. Two, some of them may not even have money to do production. So we've entered into partnership with a number of partners, including Kirdi, where then these enterprises can use their facilities on a timeshare production so that they're able to produce their products. So those are just some of the key services that we offer. So in terms of an incubator to measure in terms of how successful you are, one, you look at what is your commercialization rate of all the enterprises that are passing through your funnel. So as they enter through and as you prepare them, by the time they are coming out, one, you need to see a very high rate of commercialization. So at Kenya Climate Innovation Center, so far we've supported close to 3,500 enterprises, and about 67% of those have actually commercialized, and there are entities that are actually existing in Kenya. So if you go to any county within Kenya, you'll actually find an enterprise that was supported by Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And even in this room, I can see one who was actually supported, and she's seated among us. So that just shows the level of support that that Kenya Climate also Innovation Center provide. So the other metrics that we track is in terms of revenues that these enterprises then generate. Because we want to see, yes, you've commercialized, you have a product, you are selling it to the market, but is it gaining traction? Because this is the only way you'll prove your scalability. So we look at revenues, how much are they selling, and those revenues also will help them when they go to other funders. The other metrics that we also measure, which we find very useful, is how much do they leverage, other than the funds that KCIC provides them. So once we've taken you through investor readiness, are you able to attract other funds to your enterprise? And we have actually been one of the few successful incubators where all our enterprise until to date have been able to raise about $85 million worth of additional investment other than what KCIC has provided them. And for us, being a climate innovation center, we also track the level of CO2 mitigated, because most of these technologies are meant to help us in terms of climate mitigation and adaptation. So we also track in terms of how much CO2 some of these solutions have been able to mitigate. But if I talk more now about, because I'm sure most of us hear about investment, how can an incubator like ourselves be of use to any investor? So one, we de-risk the enterprise, because before they come to you, we need to prepare them to a level where when they're coming to you, you have some level of comfort that you are willing to put in some money. So we are a good source of deals that you can actually, if you are looking for deal flows, an incubator like Kenya Climate Center actually will be good. And also will also help you in terms of due diligence. Why? Because as we bring in these enterprises, we are able to do due diligence in terms of their governance, their structures, and then that also reduces your time to do due diligence because you are getting a ready market for your investment. Then the last one is about scalability and market access. You'll find many SMEs are not able to attract investment because they cannot prove scalability. But for KCIC, by the time you are leaving, we've helped you to scale. You're already having some revenue, and you can demonstrate your beachhead market. Who are you selling to at that particular point? So you just wanted me to mention maybe a few enterprises that have been quite successful. I'll only mention two. One is a group of ladies only who came to KCIC, and they only had an idea on a paper. So they wanted to work with macadamia farmers, and they really wanted somebody who could actually trust them. So when they came in, we took them through our incubation, and those ladies have been also able to raise an additional $1 million US. They are actually called Exotic EPZ. Then we also have a gentleman who is doing a good solution around irrigation, Irrihab. You can actually Google them. They also came to us. They wanted to promote irrigation, both with rain or any source of water. And they also have been able to raise additional funds. So for us, we believe that working together, both with the investors, incubators, government, we can actually catalyze the ecosystem for SME and ensure that as many SMEs as possible create jobs, create economic resilience, and also create climate resilience for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ernest, for that. Yes, I agree. De-risking is very important for SMEs. And I'm just curious about the audience that you have in the room. How many people have walked into a financial institution and you're trying to get funds and they can't give you because you don't have collateral? By a show of hand. Yeah, I can see several hands. So that's quite an issue among startups. And I'm glad for the steps that KCIC is taking in terms of being able to walk the journey with the startups and growing them. At Real Sources Africa, we have several programs such as the SME Shelf Space Inclusion Program that seeks to have SMEs listed in our retail stores and the leading distributors. And one of the challenges that SMEs have faced is getting someone to de-risk them, because you want to sell your goods with a certain distributor and they're giving you a credit period of 60 days, and then you figure out if you're to give out credit terms of 60 days, then your manufacturing or your production would slow down. And so getting partners to be able to de-risk these SMEs is very critical, because again, they're able to be given facilities. You give your goods to your distributor, then you have a partner, financial partner, who is able to fund you against those invoices. And then these are de-risking partner who comes in to de-risk that facility. And so the SME is able to continue doing their business as usual, and they're able to scale in terms of their level of production. And so de-risking is very important, even when you get to the medium stages up from the startups. And I want us to take this conversation to a bit of a sector-based conversation with the Africa Agribusiness Incubators Network, dealing with the agribusiness sector, focuses on supporting agribusiness startups through incubation services, mentorship, and access to market, fostering innovation and in the agriculture sector. And so I want to engage Peter Kuria. Probably you could tell us what are the key factors that you believe will drive the growth of agribusiness startups in Kenya, and how can incubators position itself to attract investment to support this growth?
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I came late. I was engaged in another activity at the exhibition center. and thank you for organizing this event. My name is Peter Kuria, and I've worked in the area of enterprise development, incubation, and innovation management for the last 42 years, I think. And maybe to start with is just to maybe demystify the whole question of incubation, because I think there's a lot of incubation that happens every moment. Even now that you're sitting here, you're also being incubated. And the challenge that we have right now is that when you look at the grassroots support systems for people who are, say, in agri-foods or in agriculture, is very poor and non-existent. When you move slightly up, you come to the urban settings, there is quite a few incubators that are in place and maybe delivering some tangible results. When you move slightly higher, where now you're interfacing with larger corporates, there is incubation also happening at the special economic zones. And I want to put a bit of emphasis on this. Special economic zones have a very favorable environment for businesses to grow. The kind of treatment that they get compared to you who is a startup is very different. So there is already a challenge right now when you look at when you talk about incubation, because incubation, like we said, is simple. It's about getting the right seed to grow. But for the seed to grow, it needs the right environment. And if you look at the environment that we are working on right now, it's very fragmented. Number two, the resources that we put there are too minimalistic and focus on very top-level issues. For example, you take people for a workshop and tell them that you've incubated them. Incubation is not a one-stop or one-day event. It's a process. And to me, I feel that the biggest change that needs to happen right now in terms of incubation is to have more technical focused support. Not these workshops where you go and teach people about financial management. No, in most cases, for somebody who has a very good idea, all they need is hand-holding. And then when it comes to them employing other people, that should be the job of the business that grows out of that. But right now what we do, we scatter our resources. We want to have 500 people in an incubation program for 6 months. Then after that, there's no follow-through. And in the end, when you look at the results that you've achieved, they are very minimalistic. And this is a big challenge because I know that if our colleagues here who are working in the same space, for example, if you look at KIE or you look at Climate Innovation Center, KIE, for example, 20, 30 years ago, used to be one of the best institutions in supporting young entrepreneurs. Today, there's a bit of a challenge. So we need to ask ourselves, what used to go well back then, and what is happening right now when we need that change and we are not able to deliver that. So to answer your question, in terms of what we need to do, we need to have a coordinated approach. We are too fragmented. Number two, we need to run away from this numbers thing and focus on viable ideas. Number three, we need to look at the question of intellectual property, because you can never scale a business if you do not have the intellectual property properly protected. And right now, the biggest danger we face in Africa is that because we give our ideas freely, if you look at the people who are investing in Africa today, calling themselves Africans, they're not from Africa. So in the next 20 years, all the businesses you're seeing in Africa will be gone. Yet we are saying we're incubating them. There's a big problem we need to address, and that is elephant in the room right now, that we need to be more strategic, more into action, less into talking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. That's quite interesting. I think the cloud is uploading. So I agree. Hand-holding is very, very important for startups and even medium SMEs. As you grow, you need someone to hand-hold you through the challenge. Because I can tell you for sure, challenges are many. I know you will agree, challenges are many. And hand-holding is very, very important because currently we are having a lot of trainings, capacity building, and once your capacity builded, what next? So a lot of people are facing that challenge. And one of the things that you're doing at Rail Sources Africa is hand-holding SMEs. When you come to us and you're looking to maybe exporting your products, We start with capacity building, take you through the certification process, the market development. If you need to get market out there, we source for you. Then we are also able to structure for you your books and trade financing if that you may need, logistics, hand-holding you until you get successful transactions across the region. And so we have seen the potential that the hand-holding has, and I would encourage all of us that we get into those spaces where we can be handheld to be able to have our businesses succeed. I want to engage Judy. Judy from KDC. Which sector do you see with the greatest potential for innovation within your incubators, and how can incubators position itself to attract investors in these areas?
Okay, thank you very much. I think for me, I see, like in the ICT space and also in agribusiness and generally even in manufacturing, there's a lot, I think, that can be done across sectors by incubators. So as KDC, obviously, listening even to Ernest here and what Peter's just said, I'm just sitting here and thinking of how easy my work is going to be, because I think this is really the starting point of a lot of SMEs, and it's just that I do not know how much in terms of reach and ease of access of the incubation services, because KDC does not actually do the incubation, but from the incubated ones, and we can work very closely with this, with the incubators, and see which businesses we can actually support. So across sectors, we are really not limited, but I think there's a lot of opportunities that lie in those sectors that we've talked about. And I like the patience and also the fact that can we do this in really, just like Peter said, be very strategic, do it in a more structured way. Yes, we have businesses that come to KDC, for instance. And some of them, of course, will mention that, we were at KCIC, and yes, we were incubated there. But I'm listening to this and just, to my fellow panelists here and saying we really just need to just formalize an arrangement and see how we are handling all these incubators. We do not want to discriminate, because a lot of ideas, even in areas that we've not thought about, come out through these incubations. Even in the sectors that I've not mentioned, you do not know what new ideas will come up. And that's why I like the fact that they're even being assisted by patenting, those ideas and all that. I would like to see a situation where, as KDC, we are in formal partnership arrangement with these incubators, and I think this is what we are going to endeavor to do going forward, so that then we are like, these are graduates that are coming out into the market. Really, these are the people that as KDC we would really want to handhold and see what to do with them. And even then, when they come out, when we structure this, okay, they'll not just be released to KDC, and any other financial or any other party that is able to support. But then how can we continue, like in a race? In a race, when somebody's raising, that one where you hand on the baton to somebody else. So when they come, the other one starts running and you keep running also. So at some point, you're going to let them go. And I'm looking at a situation where we'll treat this like this and we say, okay, KCIC, you've done a lot of groundwork, because some of those things are what KDC would actually look at when a new business comes to us, to try and just look at all the nitty-gritties and everything that is required to be put in place to make them commercially viable. I like the incubation aspect because a lot of this information will have already been done. The only thing is that how can we be able to support these people? And for KDC, as I said in the morning, we are here to support with equity also. We can put our patient equity to actually, based on the business or based on the project that has been put across, to see how we can be able to support them. We can give you that long-term kind of financing, concessional. So I believe we can do a lot of things here, and really those deals that are coming out, I hope they will all be channeled. In fact, as these people are coming out, don't release them into the market to just go search. Because when they go search for whoever can finance them, sometimes they do not know where to go. If we have this formal partnership, then you'll be telling them, KDC now, this one is ready for market. have a look at this one, and we have a discussion and we see how to help those people. So yeah, that's what I think we can actually be able to do.
Great initiatives there by KDC. But I would like us to explore a little bit about the funding aspects. And I'm going to take this to Andrew Lumumba. Can guarantees help overcome infrastructure challenges faced by incubators and startups? And how can crowdsourcing of local currency be leveraged to support shared infrastructure development?
Check. Thank you. Thank you very much, Purity. That's a very good question. And the answer is yes, they can. So in this market, guarantees have not yet taken proper root. You would find that many people who run guarantee schemes still require similar conditions to be met as the financial institutions that we know and love. So we're talking about local banks and other funds, and that's an issue that needs to change. And guarantees have the power to crowdsource funding and enable financial inclusion. So you would talk about, let's say we partner with an incubator, right? And crowdsource funding by guaranteeing them at either the portfolio level or at the fund level. That would very easily get local currency funding available or to be dispersed to SMEs, and this would have a lot of impact, right? And let's look at the case-by-case scenario where we have startups. So I saw many people raise, okay, not so many, but quite a number of people raised their hands and they said, you know, we are either a startup or an SME, and when I go to financial institutions, they require collateral of me, they require credit history, and other things that I do not necessarily have at the moment, but I have a viable business idea. So this is where guarantees can come in, right? And I hope everyone here is listening very keenly. In the morning, the specialist from World Bank already mentioned that the government has a guarantee scheme running where they are able to guarantee facilities from banks that have been approved to SMEs. These guarantees ideally would help SMEs access the right kind of capital. The right kind of capital. So Peter here just mentioned that we have a lot of SMEs and innovative startups receiving funding from, I'd call them quote unquote external parties. While we welcome foreign direct investment, it's also important that we realize that most businesses would benefit from having local currency denominated facilities that are patient capital, right? You're not being told, okay, we'll give you a 2-year loan that you need to pay back at 10% on the US dollar. That is not feasible for most startups. So that's where guarantees can come in, because now they'll defray the risk, and with risk-based pricing, we hope to get low-cost, long-term funding for startups, for SMEs, and that's how we grow our economy. And the second and last part that you mentioned, a big challenge that we have is that we don't have adequate infrastructure to support businesses in this region, in this country. And that's where the manner where I work, ideally we play also on that level. And we are here to actually catalyze investment from local institutional investors, right? And these investors ideally would be your pension funds, your DFIs, your insurance companies, and these companies and institutions have a lot of local currency, capital that they are sitting on, and this can be actually crowdsourced to invest both in infrastructure and also in viable businesses, right? And I'd conclude to say that if guarantees were run correctly, so long as all a business would need to be able to be viable is a resilient, viable, and scalable business model, adequate cash flows, or a way to demonstrate adequate cash flows, right, through traction and governance. Those are things also that I'd advise the business players here to really focus on, because as someone who works in the guarantee space, I see more often than not that, yes, you have an idea, but you're not putting that extra effort to be professional and bankable. So it gives me, I can see you have the potential, but you're not going that extra step to make sure that you're the best. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I want to take it back to Ernest, because out there with startups, sometimes help, like the one that comes with the incubation, still feels like it's so far, like it's far or not within reach. And so I'm just curious about what specific strategies does KCIC use to attract investors to climate-related startups, and how can these further be developed to enhance funding opportunities for these startups?
So when it comes to attracting investors into the startups, one of the things that we look at is what type of enterprise are we actually going to incubate? I think it begins from there. So as an organization, we were very deliberate, just by our name, climate innovation. So we focus mainly on 5 sectors. So we are looking at renewable energy. We are also looking at agriculture, water, waste management, and commercial forestry. And those were chosen strategically because as a country, we still need more energy to industrialize. And we need agriculture because people have to eat, and actually Kenya economy is driven by agriculture. So water is a big challenge, not just even in urban areas in Nairobi, but also in the rural areas. Access to clean, safe water is a big challenge. And then when we are looking at waste, as we consume and as we produce, we are always churning out waste. And if it's not well managed, then it becomes an issue. Then finally, we know that Kenya wants to have at least 10% tree cover. So how do we achieve that if we are not using an entrepreneurial model? So we chose those sectors very strategically. And then now when it comes to how do we attract funding, one, we look at the business itself, support them to develop a bankable business model, just what my colleague has mentioned here. Then 2, ensure that now they show traction. Are they selling this particular product? Are they able to keep their books of account? Can they handle debt, for example? So when we give them, for example, a repayable grant and tell them, we've given you a grant, you have 9 months to do your business, then maybe from the 9th month start repaying. So we also track all that. Once we do that, then we do investor readiness for them. As we do this investor readiness, it's just trying to see how do we improve the health of the enterprise. Because without that health of the enterprise being improved in terms of their bottom line, their governance issues, IP strategy, go-to-market strategy, their investment plan, their financial plan, then they will not be able to attract any investor. So once we do that, then we are able to create a number of partnerships. So if we look at KCIC, we have over 142 partnerships, majority of whom actually are providing funding. So depending on the type of funding that an enterprise wants, then we are able to refer them to the right partner. Even KDC here are one of our partners, and they've funded a number of our enterprises. Because basically they've also come to us, ask us, can you give us a list in this sector? We share with that. They actually go and do their own due diligence, and they find that actually some of them are ready to absorb funds from KDC. We also organize pitch events where we invite investors, put these enterprises in a room, they're able to talk to each other, have connections as they pitch to this enterprise. We organize conferences. We also send them to other investor events, both in Kenya and out of Kenya, so that they're then able to attract investment into their businesses.
Thank you very much for that. There's something Judy mentioned about new ideas that come up from these incubation centers. And my question goes to Peter. In your incubation centers, do you encourage knowledge sharing within your networks, and how has this impacted growth of business within your incubates?
Thanks again, and this is very exciting discussion. The question of new ideas, I think when you look at our incubation programs again, the first thing that we normally miss is having the standard operating procedures that first of all protect the idea of the person who is coming to your space. And that has a lot of implications. But that said, there is also a different approach where you're saying you have an open innovation ecosystem where you invite people and you're telling them that the idea that emerges from here is belonging to you all and anybody can play with it. But at the same time, if the idea is coming from your incubator, you need to find a way of protecting it such that if it's a very viable idea, you need to be sure that when you take it to the market, it's going to get traction. Now, there's a challenge in the sector of agri, if you're going to look at agriculture, in the sense that majority of what we do, whatever we call innovations, is basically copy-pasting. You see somebody has done something else, and you want to do it, and you say it's a new idea. Yes, it's a new idea to you, but when it comes to creating value out of that idea, it's very difficult for you to patent it. So the biggest challenge we have in our environment today is copypreneurship, because we do not want to think deeply. We don't have the support structures to allow us to maybe take time to think through about our ideas, and we don't have enough resources. So in this regard, it means that new ideas are very rare, but innovative solutions making are very plenty. And this is where we need to pay a lot of attention. And I'll give you a very quick example. You do not need to travel very far from this place to go and get the most innovative space in Nairobi. Can you guess where that is? It's not an incubator. Where is it? Do you know? Karioko. Karioko is the most vibrant incubator in Nairobi. You'll find young people coming there with no skill at all. And by the end of 6 months, they are making shoes. But they still lack the support that is required to make them produce shoes that could go to the international market, because they make shoes and sell it to you today. Shoes have a protocol, and this is where the incubation comes in. When you create a shoe, you need to make it cure for, say, 21 days. But this guy will create a shoe today and let you wear it, and it starts pinching you, and it doesn't last. So I think, to me, when it comes to new ideas, yes, they emerge. Number two, we have very weak systems of actually protecting them. Number three, even when you try to protect them, even when you go to our universities, I'll give you a quick example. The university wants to take 80% the value of your idea. What does that mean? You don't feel any value for you to patent your idea through the university. So there's a lot of challenges that need to be addressed right now in terms of how do we make sure that any new idea that is coming on stream is protected to benefit the people who own that idea. So to me, I would say that, yes, we are creating new ideas every day, challenging them or maybe getting new traction, but we don't have ways and means of making sure that those ideas can be commercialized. So when you even talk about commercialization, we are talking about things that are abstract, because you cannot commercialize something that is generally out there for everybody else to copy. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. A challenge, quite a challenge there, and I want to throw this to our audience. What are some of the things you think maybe our government can be done or should be done to be able to protect these ideas that we have? And before I come to the audience, I want to get to trade a little bit with Andrew. AFCFTA is seeking to, or has enabled Africa to be one single market. And if you're talking about incubating these startups and hand-holding them until they're able to get to the market, then we need to start thinking about taking advantage of the regional trade under the AFCFTA. But one thing that has come out clearly is the issues of the foreign currency having to change from one currency to the next. Maybe convert from Kenya shilling to USD, and then USD will be converted into maybe Rwanda money. And there has been conversations about being able to trade with the local currencies within Africa. And I want to throw these to Andrew and ask, do you think that is something that is practical? Do you think it's possible for Africa to trade among itself using their local currencies?
Thank you very much. Yes, it's possible. It's very difficult. Currently, the United States dollar is the reserve currency that is recognized around the world. And to change that would mean you'd have to make a lot of geopolitical shifts in what we have currently. So it's possible, but that maybe would then need a lot of political goodwill and persuasion. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Before we take questions and comment on the questions I have just asked, I want to ask Judy, as collaboration between established industry and startups as collaboration between established industry and startups is essential for innovation, what strategies can be implemented to facilitate this partnership and attract investment?
Okay, in terms of collaboration with these institutions or the incubators, I think for us as KDC, what we would want is to get to understand their areas of focus, what kind of the specific services that they're offering, and would want to even just start by just taking, getting to know the entire, who are the incubators in the country, what are the kind of services they're offering, so that as much as possible we are able to, and then we get into a formal kind of partnership that we actually even sign off, in the sense that, like I was saying, once somebody goes through the incubation process and they've actually been able to prove that concept, and they think that this one now they've actually been able to come up with that minimum viable concept or product, can they now then come, we have a discussion. And beyond just partnering with them, who are the other partners that we can work with? Because yes, much as we would want to support all of them, we might not have the solution to all. But as much as possible, when somebody has been so patient and gone through all that process of trying to incubate whatever they want to do, the business that they want to, I mean, it would be so sad that when they come out of that place, then they're back to just the way they were. So for us, seeing a situation where we'd want to just take a stock of who are the incubators and then formally approach them and have a partnership of how we are working together. And KDC has a partnership department, by the way, that actually handles these partnerships for us with other organizations, because where we see we can be able to work together and partner together to receive mileage in what we want to do, we are very happy to do that. So that is how I think it can work. We start off there, and then now regularly we see what we do together, what other activities. Beyond just waiting at the tail end for them to finish the incubation, what can we be able to support them? And I'm looking at a situation where at some point also KDC can be able to at least identify which incubator to also actually just support, to be able to, for them to be able to actually offer proper incubation. Because you realize that maybe a lot of them may be relying on maybe donor funding and all that, but for you to set up certain maybe facilities to support certain kinds of incubation, it involves quite a bit of money. So I think we would be very happy to see at least a few, or one or two, that we can be able to actually partner with and also put there something small to help these businesses as they support these businesses, so that they're able to actually be able to be transitioned now to come to us to grow them. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. To our audience, I see a hand there. Yeah, so let's, do you have the mics? I see one hand there, another one here. Any other? And there, let us take those three. If your question is directed to a specific panelist, you can highlight that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I'll not remember the name of the person, but I believe he'll know himself on how to answer this. My name is Caleb Ngala. Caleb Ngala is Administrative Youth Leader, Mathare Sub-County. Mathare is the second largest informal settlement in Kenya. And as a youth leader, we have a lot of young people in the informal settlement who did not manage to even attain their Form 4 education. Most of them left it at the primary level. And these people, currently, they have a family to feed. So we started an initiative of skills training where we campaigned towards youths entering in different vocational training centers. And as we speak today, we have different young people with different skills. But one of the key challenges that we are facing is multiple licenses. If you want to get maybe to start your business, maybe in a certain market like Kikomba or other key markets, you need to have multiple licenses. This becomes a barrier to the young people from the informal settlement. Another thing, I was once upon a time a street boy, and after street, someone assisted me to learn on how to make wallet, leather wallet, and belt. Actually, if you can see my belt from away, even the cameras can zoom, is a leather belt. This is my own work that I did with my hands. I learned it at Kariako in 2009. After the post-election violence, after street things went rough, then someone assisted us to learn on how to make a wallet and a belt. I can do it even today. But unfortunately, what I can say is there is no market. Most of this market has been taken over with maybe some refugees. Let me call them refugees. But you find we Kenyans, we like making it in a certain price that can help us produce more, but it comes very difficult. How can we make this market to be inclusive of each and everyone? Thank you very much. There is a very team, and I'm kindly requesting KDC. As a youth leader, we are working with ex-convicts, those youths who were arrested, sentenced, and later released after serving their sentence in the prison. These youths are getting very difficult to integrate with the community. And actually, no one can employ them. Even UKDC, you cannot employ them due to their maybe past experience, life. These youths are ready to reform and even start their businesses, not only in car wash. They're ready to do mechanic, plumbing, hairdressing, and so on and so forth. Can you support these young people to get these skills from the vocational training centers so they can also provide for their families as far as their past is concerned? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Justus Mwakavi again, and I'm a youth officer, government of Makueni County. I want to comment on the issue of incubation, because when you log into the Makueni County website, you see what is happening. Starting to, I mean, from where the guy from Mathare left, engaging the young people who are just graduated or who have not been able to join the TVETs or rather the higher learning institutions. In Makueni we call it ujuzi teke teke, skills za haraka haraka. Getting those young people to vocational training or other incubation hubs, they choose their courses, either artisan, agribusiness, or whatever courses. Then after the 6-month training, we offer small support for them to start enterprises. I want to commend also KCIC because one of our intern is now exporting products. I did mention in the morning that we have a young girl who is exporting dried mangoes to Europe, UK, and South Africa, among other countries. It is because of the support that she got from KCIC through Village Industrial Power, getting a machine worth over 4 million. Then she was able to pay within a period of 3 years, that is. The only challenge that we're getting is you find some of these ideas are very good, but the tune at what maybe we are able to support is very minimal. Right now, we've been able to bring together citrus young farmers, the youth who are doing pixie and orangey farming. They were cooperative, but wondering where to take the fruits because there are so many, they are flooded in the market. No one is doing a value addition. I am. Mine was not just a question; it was a comment and ask for those who think Makueni could be their next destination to partner with us, because we are open to that. Right now, we have a partnership with KCB Bank and KCB Foundation, supporting the program, the Ujuzi Teke Teke. We call it Tujiajiri. 800 young people joined 3 weeks ago the vocational training and are taking different courses. And we are calling for more people because we only wanted 800, but the applicants were more than 3,000 applicants. So I think this is an idea that needs to be supported by everyone. Then there is something that was mentioned, and yesterday I did mention in one of the breakout sessions, licensing. The young girl that I mentioned who is doing the mango value addition encountered something with NEMA. You find a single license that has to be renewed annually, goes for close to 70,000. I did mention yesterday that in that breakout session that the county government of Makueni has a negotiated plan with the business owners to have those payment plans, a negotiated payment plan for these licenses. How is it when KDC and other institutions engage the national government, those in authority, to see if the negotiated payment plan can also be in every other county, in every other place, so that the young people can also find joy in the business that they do? Because that is one of the major setbacks that the young people find when they are doing this kind of business. So thank you very much. I'm welcoming you to partner with us in Makueni. I coordinate partners of the youth serving organizations. And so far, for the last 5 years, I have a network of close to 1,000 young people in agribusiness. We call them Makueni Youth in Agribusiness, and they're doing so well in terms of value addition, production, marketing, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's another question on this end. Yeah.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Pastor Francis Omoto from Nairobi, Kariobangi. I have 2 or 3 questions. One, I will be asking about the environment and renewable energy, as it has been talked, whereby at our place there where we live in Kariobangi, we have so many waste. During the floods, the river, the people used to dispose the waste in the river, whereby it came that the river has now been opened. There is no place where they can throw the waste, whereby also the landlords have released the waste to be going into that river, whereby it passes through the residents. Another question.
Please allow us to give you just a chance for that one question because of time. We have another question on this end, kindly.
So thank you.
Thank you so much. You mentioned you're a pastor, It's very difficult to speak after Pastor's spoken. So there's a bit that I was wondering. We've been talking about sustainability since yesterday. And we all agree. Anything to do with sustainability must be embedded on a business model. And for us to embed this on a business model, then it means we also need to think around our education and lifelong learning. So as we are talking about these incubations, my thinking comes to tertiary levels, colleges, universities, vocational training. How are we also bringing on board these institutions as breeding grounds for these incubation centers? Because if you're not able to embed this in education, then we'll keep on producing students that are coming out of universities, coming out of colleges, looking for work, looking for employment. But if we're able to embed this, let's say my background is in finance. If the theory bit project that I did was something that could be upscaled, or if we had opportunities that, okay, there's money that we can tap into, as we are doing the theoretical part, as we are doing the projects bit, we are serious about developing a solution that is going to impact our communities. Then by now, it would have been a game changer. So for me, what I'm insisting on, how best can we also loop in the aspects of education and lifelong learning? And why I'm saying lifelong learning, it's intentional, because our brother from Mathare talked of ex-convicts. How can we also make this conversation part of them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give a chance to the panelists to answer, and keep it brief kindly. And one other highlight that I would like you to say is for the incubators, someone seated in the audience is wondering, how do they come to you? Please keep it very brief.
Yeah, so thank you. So if I just go to the gentleman from Mathare, who was talking about multiple certificates. Yes, this is one of the key issues that as KCIC we've also seen, because we work with a number of enterprises across Kenya. And one of the things that as an organization we've done actually is now to partner with the county governments, where we've told them, we know these are young people, they are trying to develop their own ideas, they still don't have a lot of money. Can we have a partnership where then they're able to comply, but then as KCIC, you support us to have one or a few other licenses. And that has worked very well, particularly for the ones who are in our incubation program. But it's also something that is being championed, not just by KCIC, even if you talk to CAM. If you are in the manufacturing breakout room, I think someone mentioned that there are around 52 licenses that you need if you are doing agri-food processing. So it's a big challenge in Kenya, but it's something that as a business community will need to look at. And in terms of not finding a product for your market, the leather belts and the wallets, I think one of the things you need, and we always advise young people who come to us, is that look at your customer. Who is going to buy your product? How do they want that product to look like? And at what price are they likely to buy that particular product? So if you start from the customer perspective, then you'll know the taste and preferences of your customer, and then you'll be able to tailor your product to suit the needs of the customer that you're targeting. For the vocational centers, how they can be involved, yes, as KCS, we have a program that specifically targets university and other institution of higher learning who are then developing innovations. And then we support them through their journey, because we believe when you start molding them at a younger age, then they're able to grow into successful businesses. We've even gone as low as primary schools through one of our programs, where now we are working with 4K Club and Young Farmers Club to just train them on matters, agriculture, sustainable development, and business skills. I think the last one I will address is for Pastor around the sewer and garbage. We know that for most people, waste is a big challenge, but it's also a very important resource. So my advice will be maybe you need to look for a group, form a group, brainstorm on what you can do with the waste that is there in Kariobangi. And there are many opportunities even within KCSC, so long as you're able to come to us with an idea of how then you can turn that waste into a useful product, whether it's recycling or any other, then it should be okay and it can be supported, and that will reduce your challenge of throwing that garbage into the river. For the sewer, I think that one you may need just to report to authorities because that's a compliance issue.
Your parting shot, keep it short.
Are these our last words?
Yes.
Okay. I think there are two areas that I felt are touching on the biggest gap in terms of support to entrepreneurs. They've mentioned Kariobangi, Madare, Caleb, you mentioned, of course, having graduated from Kariokor. I think what we need to think strategically here is that an institution like KDC is at a very advantageous position of supporting the development of disaggregated incubation hubs. Because for me, I see it very complicated for somebody to come from, say, Kariokor to go and look for KICC at Strathmore. We need to take the services closer to the people where they need them. So to me, I believe that what KDC can start exploring is how you strengthen the ecosystem of enterprise support organizations and also pay attention to where there is the demand for these kind of services. Because at the moment, unfortunately, when you go to Nairobi, you'll find Nairobi Garage, Strathmore, wherever, those are almost elitist sectors. We need to move from that and go down to where you're saying, where there's Kariokor. Set up an incubation hub inside Kariokor. Already you have people who are entrepreneurial inside Kariokor. What they need is the right guidance, even Kibera, wherever it is. So I believe we need to start thinking differently in terms of the model we use in incubation. And number two, we need to move away from this model of cohorts. I don't know who came up with that model that you need to go for incubation for 6 months. Some people might need only 2 days, 3 days, 1 week, 2 months. For those in manufacturing, they need a common user facility, like what is being offered at Kiridi. So what I would suggest is that let's think critically about the ecosystem that we are talking about on enterprise support organizations and work towards addressing the needs of those people who deserve it. Thank you so much.
Just building on what Peter said and listening to all the sentiments that have been expressed, I think we have the answers. I'll just encourage us to implement them. Thank you.
Yeah, also maybe just to weigh in on what my fellow panelists have said. Just as KDC, we said we really want to work together and we want to develop these partnerships. We want to be part of that ecosystem of incubation and seeing these projects go to their, the intended end. So we are here to work with all the incubators. Feel free to get in touch with us, and we'll also be reaching out to ensure that we see what we can be able to do together. We are very keen, especially on the ones that are supporting our areas of focus, and see how we can be able to then support those investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the audience and also to my panelists. I want to wind this up by appreciating all of you and saying that from the discussion in this panel is that help is out there. So be intentional and look for it. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. A round of applause for this wonderful panel and the discussion led by able moderator Purity Gekimi, Head of Partnerships and Programs at Real Source Africa. Asanteni sana. I want you to come to the floor of the amphitheater so that we can appreciate you. Bwana Andrew Lumumba, the Associate Project and Structural Finance from Damana. Madam Judith Omachar, who is a Director of Business Development from KDC, and also Bwana Ernest Chitechi, Head of Corporate Services, Kenya Climate Innovation Center, as well as Bwana Peter Kuria Githinji, Director of Incubation at Africa Agribusiness Incubators Networks. Karibuni sana, please come to the floor. And as you do that, let me invite Bwana Haman Gashugi to come and do the presentation. He's the Manager Risk and Compliance at KDC. Asanteni sana. Makofi kwa hawa wangwana tafadhali. And we are almost coming to the final session of the day. And we are promising that it will be as exciting as the other sessions that we've had today morning. Please go ahead, Bwana Haman. Asante sana. Thank you. Asante sana. That's for Bwana Ernest Chitechi. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Madam Moderator, twice. Asante sana. Purity, thank you so much. Andrew Lumumba, thank you so much for coming. Asante. Thanks for the insights, and we appreciate you. Asante sana. Asante. Our incubator in the house, Bwana Peter Githinji. Asante sana. Asante. Thank you so much. And Madam Judith, asante sana. Makofi kwao tafadhali. We really appreciate you. Asanteni sana. All right then, that obviously sets the ball rolling for the final session of the day. And I'd like to invite Bwana Githinji arudi pale pale juu atuongoze kwa hii session nyingine ambayo is very, very important. And I'm glad that all of us are here. We're going to listen to some of our partners, some of our participants, and some of our stakeholders who want to share with us what their businesses, what their organizations, and what their institutions entail for what we're discussing today, the Next Frontier Africa 2025. Please pay attention because we'll be using a lot of the screens, and we'll give you an opportunity to engage using your eyes, na kadhalika. And I understand there'll be judges here today, isn't it, Bwana Haman? Are there judges today in this session? There will be, eh? Higher, sawa. They do it online, okay? As I hand over to Bwana Githinji, I have lost and found, okay? In case it's yours, let me know. We found it at one of the rooms. I think it was Shimba Hills, but I'll go and check it out as well. Karibu sana Bwana Githinji. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana, and welcome to this last session. And I believe it's going to be very exciting because the issues that have been discussed right from the day we started here are very much reflected in the communication you receive or you'll engage with the guys who are coming here. And I'd like to invite the panelists and, or rather the pitchers, and I would like them to sit here because the time that we have will be a bit more tight. So it's going to be kind of a conversation and then followed by maybe some deeper reflections on the kind of things that they are doing. So I'd like to invite Krishna Murthy Kumar. Please, I'd like you to join us here. And then we'd like also to have Wairimu Mwangi, please, join us here. So ideally is that they will sit, they'll introduce themselves, and as they introduce themselves, we shall have a conversation. We have Pauline Otila, please. Where are you? Oh, please, welcome. And then we have Anthony Hall. Anthony, where are you, please? And then we have Kirumba. Where are you? Kirumba. And I think Duke, Doctor, where's Duke? You're here, okay, please. I'm going to stand, you guys can see it. I think we are 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes. Please sit freely. And as you know, over 85% of SME, or over 85% of the businesses in Africa are SMEs. And they employ over 80% of the labor force. And the discussion we're having today, please sit here, freely. The discussion we're having today is we are looking at the question of the next frontier and what does that actually mean? The next frontier, is it because we want to say Africa is going to be the next destination for investment? Are we talking about Africa Continental Free Trade Area with a 1.4 billion people? Are we looking at Africa where within the next 7 years, over 42% of the youth will be based in Africa, productive youth? Are we talking that in China, the population is diminishing, the productive population is diminishing, and you have retirees? All these are questions. But before we go into those questions, the first thing we want to do is for you to get to know this strong team here. They represent different ventures. All of them have put a lot of effort in thinking through, and they're putting their products in the market. And you, as they present today, I want you to act as investors. Because one of the key things we have, and the biggest failure we have in Africa today, is that you do not invest in ideas. You do not invest in businesses. You only want to invest in your houses and your border and your taxi. You're not creating value. So we want you to look at these people and listen as they make the presentation. And think, if you were an investor, would you put your resources there? And if you feel that there are still questions you would like them to answer, let them answer it here. Because at the end of the day, they already have products in the market, they are very innovative, and they've got passion, and they've also got money. They're not just talking about the passion, their passion is creating money for them. So we need to think about that. The good thing again here, we have a mix. We have people who are starting from the basic level and others working even at the higher level of a special economic zone, which tells you something, that the business of Africa is not about thinking about the kiosk anymore. We have enough kiosks. We don't need to open any more kiosks. We need to move up the ladder of doing business. There's nothing wrong with you being in a kiosk, but please try to think, if you are going to open a kiosk, how many kiosks are you going to open? 20 or 50? Or are you going to only operate one for the rest of your lives? You need to think about scaling. These are some of the things we need to think about. And ladies and gentlemen, I think the panel is very well balanced. It's 50-50, no, maybe 40-50? Yeah, maybe. So I think I'll start maybe from the left. You'll have only maybe first of all 2 minutes just to tell who you are, the business you're doing, and when you started it, and what triggered you to start the business, please. Just, yeah. Pick.
Do I have to stand up?
You can sit.
You can, everybody can see me? Thank you. My name is Kirumba Mwita. I'm from Constructive Plastics Limited. We are waste recyclers. Actually, we upcycle plastic into building blocks. We've been in the market since 2020, and it's an adventure. It's been, there's so much to do. There's so many people to employ with the right resources. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Werimo Mwangi, and I'm a co-founder of Loopworks Ventures. And Loopworks Ventures is an enterprise support organization, and we work in 2 areas. One is in circular economy, supporting businesses to infuse circularity or sustainability within their business models. And then the other one is that we are engaging in manufacturing, unlocking manufacturing capabilities to support SMEs. So I'm going to discuss that later and how SMEs can be supported under the program. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pauline Otila Kamwara. I'm the Managing Director of Apiculture Venture Limited. Apiculture Venture Limited is a one-stop beekeeping solution. We work with small-scale holder farmers to try and make beekeeping sustainable. And this is through supporting them with modern beekeeping equipment, training them, as well as helping them come up with innovative products just from the products we get from the beehive. And I'll be discussing this further to see how then we've taken technology to a different level by coming up with a different beehive that is sustainable and can be adapted in different arid and semi-arid regions. So it will be a pleasure to share with you the journey of beekeeping from traditional beekeeping to modern beekeeping.
My name is Kumar. I'm a renewable energy expert, specialist in wind, solar, geothermal, green hydrogen, and green ammonia. We are doing a 10 megawatt green ammonia at Mombasa Investment Corporation, Bonje, Miritini, and another 20 megawatt of electrolyzer at Donga Kundu, green hydrogen. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Hall. I'm the Managing Director of a unique drone, advanced drone company, and we have a US patent on that drone, so our drone can do things that no other drones in the world can do. If you think about Perseverance, the drone that flies on Mars and then lands and traverses on the surface of Mars, we say that anything outside of Earth, NASA owns that technology. Anything on Earth belongs to us. So we're bringing that technology here to Kenya, and we're looking to set up a manufacturing facility to manufacture drones in Kenya for East Africa and the African continent in large.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Duke Gekonge. I'm a researcher and a specialist in food technology, nutrition, and food safety. I'm based at the University of Nairobi, a key beneficiary of the incubation that the previous session was talking about. My studies focused a lot on value addition for local guava. So I started after my postdoc, after my PhD, I started commercializing my research and founded Pera Foods. Pera Foods now has moved from just the word guava. Pera is just from a pera. So we started guava juices, and now we have about, almost 40 products in the market. We are a startup still assessing whether a business can come out of research to market. And so far good. We are employing at a small scale about 15 people or so, and I'm here courtesy of that. And I'm a key beneficiary of Bwana Githinji and his incubation models. So I'm one of those success stories. Thank you.
Just to remind you, the main idea is that there are some of them who have some PowerPoint presentation. So there might be some PowerPoint presentation, and then others might just talk off the cuff. So I'm just trying to qualify how many people have the PowerPoint presentation? 1, 2, 3, 4, nearly all. So it's going to be very complicated. And so I think the team at the other end, as we prepare, I would like to know how you've sequenced them, because technically we would like you to maybe spend at a maximum, let's put it at a maximum 6 minutes. Yes. 2 minutes? How many minutes? 2? You need 2? You're donating your 4 to him, right? Okay, fine. So, so the one who's got the longest will come last, so that at least whoever sort of saves from the other end, the last person can be able to present. So technically they're going to present about 5 minutes, and they'll pitch on their value proposition, how they are getting to the market, and maybe what they intend to do within the next couple of years, and if they have opportunities for you, or if they are looking for partners, collaborators. So I would like the guys at the technical side to maybe throw up the first set so that we can then call upon the first presenter to pitch. And again, remember what you're saying is that these guys are doing something that you can also probably do, maybe in a different sector. They were motivated by something. You could hear others are looking at drones. Drones is quite recent. Others are looking at apiculture. That is something that people like from Makueni and the likes have a lot in, they have a lot of bees, for example, which probably they would like for collaboration. The sector looks very easy, but it's also very complicated because there are markets that if your bee or your honey is contaminated in any way, it cannot get into the market. So there are those elements. Then there is the bricks. Again, the person who was talking about waste from Korogosho, you talked about the waste, the pastor. There is a solution for you. He is able to create an enterprise from that. So we believe that the solutions or the problems that you define at your base level could become an opportunity for others, as long as you open your eyes. How do we do this? No, just pick any. It doesn't matter. Okay. No, start from here.
Everything has to change.
Yeah.
Everything is queued. Start from here.
Yeah. Okay.
You get my point?
Okay.
Because everything is queued.
Okay.
Start from here.
Yeah,
it will take us forever to reach.
Because he wanted more time, no problem. Okay. So the technology has said, has chosen that the person who wanted to take the most time has to start. So we need to negotiate. You'll start first of all with that 5 minutes. Then when we are sort of almost finishing, then we shall donate more time to you. So you first of all pitch the right idea that you want people to get, because technically is that we have very limited time, and we have almost like just 1 hour, and we are 6. So if we take more than 20 minutes, then the rest will not be able to talk. So what you do is that you start, you take 5-6 minutes, then we will not even take questions from your presentation. We'll wait, and then you'll come back later. Is that okay? Does that make sense? Okay, very good. So please, let's start with the first presentation. Okay, so there you go. Do you want this?
I don't know how to go to the next slide. Anyhow, this is a green ammonia project in, this is how the green ammonia plant looks like. It's from solar PV to hydrogen to green ammonia. It can be in a solid form or in a liquid form. Next slide. Move ahead. And I want to, though they have taken, the total number of jobs that is created, you can see roughly around, 84 or 94. Then move ahead. Okay, say green ammonia generates another 64 jobs, both direct and indirect. One thing I wanted to tell you in this, to produce 1 kg of hydrogen, you need 55 kilowatt hours of electricity and 10 liters of water, pure 99.99%. So we are splitting the water into hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen itself is a fuel, and the oxygen, you can make it as an industrial grade as well as a medical grade. And there are 232 hospitals in Mombasa, and it requires a lot of oxygen. It can be both in the liquid form or in the gaseous form. Next, move to the next stage. Okay. So, yes, you can see the total 10 megawatt electrolyzer, what is the capex cost and the opex cost. Totally, it comes around $42 million for a 10 megawatt project. So you can see it is roughly around 4.2. It's a green fertilizer. It is used in the maize plantations, coffee plantations, tea plantations, macadamia growers, avocado growers, you name it and call it, in every agricultural sector, you need the green fertilizer. Next. Because of the time limit, I'm just rushing. So you can see the capex cost, how we have arrived. the breakdown of the solar panels, the electrolyzer, the compressor, the storage, and what are the taxes involved and other things. So what we are doing in Mombasa, the Mombasa Investment Corporation Special Economic Zone, we are starting with a pilot project of a 2 megawatt electrolyzer. It is in the advanced stage. We got all the approvals from the Mombasa County as well as from the Ministry of Energy, and we are also talking to various development partners to partner with us to move ahead to the next stage. Next. So you can see the total estimated cost for a 1 megawatt electrolyzer. We have arrived, it is a breakdown. What is involved towards the solar panel, all those things. It's a complete item-wise machinery breakdown for an electrolyzer. Electrolyzer, you have got 3 different varieties. One is alkaline and another is a PEM technology. And alkaline is one of the oldest, and then PEM technology is the latest one. Next, okay. Now, financial parameters, when we are looking at the profitability, whatever the things, debt equity ratio, what is the interest on loan and everything, I have identified. Now, you can just, next. So this is a schematic for green ammonia production. So as I told you, you are splitting the water into hydrogen and oxygen. And hydrogen, you are storing it in the hydrogen storage tank. You can use it in the heavy commercial vehicles. You can use it in the shipping industry. You have to retrofit the engine to power it. It is very big in India, and also it is used as a aircraft aviation fuel, and you can also use in the SGR for the train to run, because in India there are 35 trains are running through hydrogen only. And what it gives at the end of the day, there is no carbon emission, it is only water at the end of the day. Next. Because of the time factor, I am rushing, sorry. So you have seen the capex cost. Now let us look at the IRR, internal rate of return. It is 18.4%. Let me tell you, the electrolyzer has to run for 24 hours a day. But because of the captive power, the licenses, what we got, we have to use the solar PV to hydrogen. Then you also need the battery energy storage system for in the morning hours to kick the 1 hour, and the evening the 1 hour to maximize the full potential of the electrolyzer. And then you can see what is the equity required, what is the project cash flow required, and what are the multiples. If you put 1 shilling today, at the end of the day, how much you are going to make a return? 4 times. So if you are putting $100, you are going to make a $400 return. So what is the project, the ROI you have seen? And one more thing, for when the hydrogen is produced, it produces 8 kg of oxygen for every kg. For every 1 kg of hydrogen, 8 kg of oxygen comes out. So that those oxygen you are again capturing with air separator, and then you can purify it. We need oxygen to breathe. So this is required in all the hospitals. Currently, Kenya is importing oxygen in a big way from China, Taiwan, India, and Singapore. And then you have seen all the other particulars. Now move ahead. So what we do, we bring the ideas to life. So this is how the whole system works. It can be wind, it can be solar, it can be geothermal, it can be biomass. From there, you are putting the electrolyzer, and then you are separating the same water into hydrogen and oxygen. And then, under the Haber-Bosch process, you are producing the green ammonia. Next. I don't need to explain the whole diagram and everything. You can just absorb it, how it works. Everything is condensed in one way. Next. Yeah, don't go back behind. This is very important. What is a current way of a traditional way of investing? We are taking the money to the bank, and then we are seeing how it is going to grow at the end of the day. But in future, what is the current generation, they are realizing that this is not the way to move ahead. We have to invest our resources in a sustainable way so that the future generation also benefits. That is the whole idea of this investment philosophy. Next. So this is the ESG portfolio. and the impact investing and what are the negative screening and all those things are being captured. It is called sustainable investing, to invest in companies, because every company is very cautious and they want to go in a sustainable way. Next. So what are the great plans you have seen, and how the company makes money from the long-term philosophy, and then, yeah, you can move ahead next. Okay. So the environmental social governance and what Bookman Solutions wants to do to achieve. And regarding environmental, you have seen we want to achieve the climate change, carbon emission, air and water pollution, biodiversity, deforestation, etc. And then the social is concerned, you must have, the customer should have the satisfaction. At the end of the day, he is eating the food from the natural resources, not from the fossil fuel. So you can see the one in black, it is called the gray ammonia, and the green one, it is called green ammonia. So the ammonia, gray ammonia, how it is being produced, though it is cheaper, but it is more harmful to the health. The green ammonia, the same way, what are the benefits that is being described. Next, okay. So you have seen the power generation, you have seen the solar, you have seen the wind, and then the geothermal, hydro, sorry, I forgot to mention the hydro. Hydro is also a clean power. And then how the power is being conversion. And then what is the application? Where are these applied? As I told you, the green fertilizer is applied in every sector. You name it and call it. In future, it is going to be, that is the way forward. Okay. And this is a capital cost scenario.
Are we done? Are we almost? Oh, 7 minutes now.
7 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, so maybe you could try, because I'll give you extra time.
Okay.
Yeah. So you could finish with that, and then maybe
yeah,
give you a
just
good
go one slide, I'll finish, and then so that I don't want to abrupt. So I'm producing 1,000 kgs per day, assuming it runs 24 hours a day in Mombasa. So for Kenya, you need 83 such plants with 1.4 tons per day. That is 1,400 kg. You can imagine. If you're producing 20 tons, that is 20,000 kgs. So the requirement is huge. The demand is huge. And the neighboring countries are also require this. Anyhow, with this, let me put a full stop.
Thank you so much for that. It's very technical presentation. And it's very futuristic. As you know, this is being done by most advanced societies, and now it's in your backyard. And what you need to remember is that whatever he's been saying is what you did at your Form 2 chemistry. Remember that. You did it in your Form 2 chemistry, now he's commercialized it. So whatever you learn, you can always transform it to something valuable to you. Thank you so much, Krishna, for your presentation. So let's go to the next presentation by Wairimo, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So we can move on to the next slide. So my name is Wairimo Mwangi. I think we have the wrong presentation. That is a company profile. There was the presentation on unlocking manufacturing capabilities.
We try and sort it out, please.
Okay.
I know you're capable of that.
Sure. So we are an enterprise support organization. Like I mentioned, we do it in 2 areas, but I'm going to focus on the manufacturing area. So what we do is that we run a venture building program under manufacturing. And the reason why we do that, I think it's overemphasized here, that manufacturing is really underperforming and there's huge potential to actually grow. And then we also have SMEs who are struggling on their own. They are underserved, they are undersupported, and especially when it comes to areas of, say, like home care and those sort of areas, because a lot of incubation we find mainly in agribusiness and those sort of areas. So what we do as a company is that we are running a venture building program. And a venture building program, generally, what it means is that we provide end-to-end solutions. So basically what we are doing is we're incubating and accelerating businesses. So how do we do that? We support businesses from product development, regulatory compliance, business development, and market access. So everything that it takes for a business to actually succeed. So what makes us a bit different, perhaps from maybe what you could have come across, is that we are running the platform ourselves, meaning that we already have piloted products in the market. So generally we have, for example, in the cosmetic, because we're in 2 areas right now that we are piloting to be able to support enterprises. So one of it is cosmetics. So currently we have 6 products in the market, which include shampoo, lotion, creams, and balms, and all of that. So those are 6 products. So we've produced these products and connected to the market. And then we also have space, and we have equipment. So because we are already dealing in this space, so because we wanted to be able to run our own products and understand the whole process and streamline it, so now the next step is to be able to onboard enterprises to be able to benefit from that infrastructure. So basically what we do is that we onboard them into the, because you see, what happens generally without, say, a program like ours, you would go to, if you were to, say, run a cosmetic business, you would have to do it everything on your own. So from buying machinery to setting up space and to doing all the compliance before you even just start thinking about producing and then, you know, doing your interface with the market. So we do all of that for you at our facility. And we also support you with business development through the venture building capabilities. And then the other one, before I get into how to participate in the program, we are also into honey. So we've also been able to secure our supply of honey from farmers, mainly in Kakamega. So because we have already secured our supply side and we already have honey, we are already producing the honey and it's already in the market. So when you're on board into the program, you don't have to start thinking about where will you get the raw material from. You don't have to start thinking, where will I process it from? And you don't even have to think about where perhaps will I even plug it in terms of markets. So we provide that whole solution for you. So we have been engaging with potential enterprises because people, this is a fairly new model perhaps, I think, in terms of how we do it. So we've been engaging a couple of enterprises to onboard on the program, and they're very excited to imagine that somebody's de-risking and taking away all the stress that it would take you to actually do it individually. So what we have, from our engagement with a lot of enterprises, because we have structured the program to be such that we value it at 500,000 to run for 2 years. So in terms of the incubation and acceleration. So 250,000 is what we provide as an organization in terms of what I have just listed. And then the company provides about 250,000. And what this 150,000 does is that it does everything for you. For example, we do formulation for you, compliance, which is KEBS and KIPI, because we've heard about patenting, which is very important. And we also do batch production. And then we do everything from packaging, labeling, and supporting you to plug into our distribution channels for that. So when you look at that in totality, when you break it down, for example, let me just put this into perspective. If we are doing the 250, so we support 3 products. Say, for example, you wanted to do like a shampoo, and you wanted to do something like a 200 ml. So if you break down the 3 products, that will amount to about 1,500 products of that 200 ml for a fraction of that cost. So meaning that once you enter into the market with that, you sort of get very good returns. So to the tune of about 300,000, just from that one product alone. So we've made that program to be very, very fair and affordable and very cost-effective for enterprises. But interestingly, we still get people, complaining about the cost. They still feel like it's still too much for them to be able to sink in. And once you break down, you can actually see the bigger value for it. And maybe just to mention is that generally what we see in the market is that if you want to produce, say like lotions, for example, you will start with very, very small quantities. And once you introduce those small quantities in the market, the competition or the cost to actually turn around that amount is very high. So for us, we have been able to assess and see which is the minimum viable quantities that will make you competitive in the market to be able to remain in business. So that's how we came up with that figure. So now as we begin to engage with lots of enterprises to be able to onboard them into the program, we're faced with the whole issue of financial access. So most of them feel that committing maybe that kind of figure would be a bit too much for them to be able to do it. So for us, we would love to partner with institutions such as KDC to be able to incubate these enterprises and de-risk them from the beginning, from the start of their pilot, the starting point, which is that 250,000, which would be that 250,000 that runs through the 2 years. So if we are able to de-risk them from that starting point, then they are able to, whatever it is they generate from the sale of their products, they can then keep on reinvesting into the business and grow. So we are here today to seek partnerships, to be able to de-risk businesses, to be able to enroll in this program so that we can continually unlock businesses and help businesses to grow. So currently we are in cosmetics, which is where we have created a system where enterprises can plug in. We have the honey as well, where we have also secured our base from. We also even create hives, and I will get in touch with my colleague to figure out how they're also doing. But we also sell that. So we're providing more and more solutions from our base to make it easier for enterprises to grow. And this means that we have capability to continue in other areas of product development to support more and more enterprises. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That's really exciting. As you can see, what people do in Kenya through China has come to your backyard, because majority of manufacturers in Kenya, they do the same thing that Wairimu with our Loopworks does for you at your back end. So it means that the solution is closer to you. And she's given you the model that is very easy to understand, which means that for you, you have her here. If you want to explore partnerships, she is available. So thank you so much for that presentation. Let's go now to the next presentation by Pauline. Thank you.
You'll stand? I don't know whether Keepers are strong people, so I'm feeling energized. I'll stand so that the investors can see me properly and invest in my company. So as mentioned, my name is Pauline Otila, Managing Director, Apiculture Venture. Today I want to sell an idea on how we can leverage sustainable modern beekeeping. By looking at that first slide, you will notice 2 types of beehives, rather 3, but made of 2 material, wood and a polystyrene hive. This is the kind of technology that you're bringing in the industry today that will introduce to you a beehive that 80% of it is not made out of timber. Climate change is real, and the more trees we cut, we want to save our bees, but then we are cutting trees. So we came up with a solution by developing a beehive, the white one. 80% of it is not timber, apart from the frames inside only that are made of timber. Next. So for us to have come up with such a product, we saw a challenge. There are up to 80% of Kenyan honey still remains untapped, and most of it is produced using traditional beehive. And there's a big opportunity in the market that is estimated to grow by up to 5.3% by the year 2030. So the solution that Apiculture Venture is coming with is that we want to bridge this gap between the challenge and the opportunity that is available, and we want to come up with a beehive that is innovative by providing that solution in the beekeeping space. So when we look at the global honey market opportunity, 90% of our beekeepers, be it from Makueni, from all the arid and semi-arid land, they still use traditional equipment. Next. So who is Apiculture Venture, you may ask? Apiculture Venture is a commercial one-stop beekeeping solution provider. This means that when you walk into Apiculture Venture, this company is just 5 years old, we're in our 6th year. We will offer you modern beekeeping training and consultancy. So you will be able to transition from traditional beekeeping to modern beekeeping. We will also take you through our factory where we manufacture and supply the modern beehives. This is from the log hive, the traditional beehive, which is the KTBH, the flow hive, and the current eco hive, our current beehive known as the Apiculture Venture Eco Hive, made from the EPS. Under our roof also, we will help you once you get the training, you've acquired the equipment, we'll help you set up the apiary in your various sites. And apart from that, as a beekeeper, you need accessories to handle the beehives. So you will also be able to get the beekeeping kit, the extractors, and all the other items that are required by a beekeeper. Honey harvesting extraction is very critical. Most of our honeys, if you go to the supermarket, you find, yes, you have good honey, but the handling process, the extraction process was not good. And this, if you come to Apiculture Venture, be it you're a large or a small scale holder, we will help you to teach you how to harvest the honey and extract the honey in a more hygienic and a proper way. And finally, at Apiculture Venture, we process and pack our honey under golden beehive products. As you know, from a beehive, we get so many products. So we have the honey, we have the beeswax, we have the propolis, we have the pollen, we have the royal jelly, and we also have the honey itself. And our honey, if you come, you'll get the raw honey and you'll get the infused honey, with our latest product being the honey wine. We've been able to come up with a wine that is brewed from the honey, and this is because of the innovation that you're talking about. And by adapting modern beekeeping, then you'll be able also to innovate many more other products within the same space. So every challenge must have a solution. We saw the challenges that the beekeepers were going through, and we came up with a solution, and our intervention was so simple. We help in designing. We are designing and manufacturing modern beekeeping equipment. We are setting up those apiaries for you. Look at the supply of modern honey harvesting extraction equipment. Right from the small scale, we will give you the smallest machine, to the large scale farmer, whom we'll also provide with larger extraction machines. So beekeepers need training, and this training we can only do it if we have the resources to be able to carry it out. So we do both on site, and we can also come to our company, and you'll be able to be taken through the training, which will include all the other aspects of beekeeping. With our farmers that we've sold their hives, they are guaranteed the buyback. We buy all the honey that they produce. And this honey eventually makes its way to our facility. It's slightly blocked there. And I can say that Apiculture Venture is the first beekeeping company in Kenya that has an in-house testing laboratory fully equipped. So every honey that passes through our factory, the traceability, the content, the moisture content, the pesticide levels, every aspect of that honey is measured within our facility. Next, please. So our impact to date is that we've worked with up to 1,800 households who have directly benefited from us. You can see from those beautiful pictures from Makueni, from Tana River, all these are women and youth that we've impacted. Being a woman in the beekeeping space, I feel women are more encouraged to see that a woman can come in a space that was fully dominated by men, and not just men, but older men. And now here there's a woman doing it. And I've been able to empower women to come into such a space by up to 65% of the beneficiary being women, with 900 plus women taking part in beekeeping as business, creation of women groups, and also to foster saving and investment. Apart from just women empowerment, we've also gone into impact as apiculture venture, where we've brought in by manufacturing quality equipment, and above all, environmental impact, because we are huge consumers of tree. We've planted up to 3,000 trees, and this is some of the pictures you can see there. My team taking part in tree planting. Our business model is all-inclusive. We work with restaurants, we work with individual farmers, institutions, and all this just to be able to produce quality honey for our market. So if we look at the growth of the market, as I talked earlier on introduction, the global honey market is estimated to be up to $9 billion. This $9 million, if we break it down into Kenya market, we have about 25,000 plus small-scale holder bee farmers. The annual honey import in Kenya, for us to be able to meet the demand, is estimated to be about $743,000. Yet the number of beehives we are producing in Kenya right now is estimated to be about 20,000 plus. So with investors, I'm looking for investors who can help us bridge this gap by setting up a modern factory that will help in each and every county to be able to manufacture the beehive, the Api Venture Eco Hive. Though I must say at this point that the first manufacturing company actually is underway, and we'll be doing it in the Makueni County, because that's a hub of honey and it is known. Next, please. So let's look at the market potential in this case. If we look at the total available market for honey globally, it's estimated to be $2.3 million. Then we look at the serviceable market that apiculture venture wants to tap into, and yet not having enough resources to tap into, is estimated to be at $10.2 million. And the serviceable obtainable market that we can comfortably service as a company with the resources that we have is at $1.7 million. So by getting an investor who will invest in this space will help us to tap in the total available market. Next. So that's our traction and how much we've grown. We've cumulatively we worked with up to 10,700 farmers with up to 20,000 plus beehives. And we hope to grow further than that. Next, please. So as a small enterprise, the company currently, I've got about 22 employees with 2 directors, and that's the full-time, with about 7 part-time employees. Next. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much. That's, again, another solution provider. As you can see, the businesses that are emerging are businesses that you can relate to. And 2 ladies have come up with solutions. So let's maybe go to that presentation. That is from Anthony Hall, who is working with drones. Anton, please, the stage is yours.
Well, let's see. Okay. All right, fantastic. That is our presentation. So as I mentioned earlier, we are a drone company, and we're looking to bring an advanced drone manufacturing drones, a fleet of drones here to Kenya for manufacturing purposes. If you can move on to the next slide. So I'll start off by saying that we're actually a company, and we're in startup stage. And we've been nominated by the Earthshot Prize 2025 committee. And that's pretty much akin to being nominated for the Nobel Prize. So it's a huge nomination. We're one of only 4 companies in East Africa that's been nominated for the Earthshot Prize. Similar to the Nobel Prize, the The top five companies, they'll individually get 1 million euro at the end of the nomination process. So we're very excited about that. It's very similar to being nominated to the Oscar, but we're not directors and we're not actors. We're business people. So moving on to the next slide. Yeah, the drones that we're going to be manufacturing here are a fleet of drones. As I said, we own patents on these drones, and the drones that you're looking at, these drones are not available anywhere else. We're not reinventing the wheel. Drone technology has already been done in places like the US, India, Europe as well. And now we're really bringing that technology here to Africa. We're generally, when it comes to tech, Africa is behind, quite frankly, a lot of the different worlds as it relates to tech. Our technology is going to bring us on the same level as the rest of the world. Hold on before you move on. So a few of our fleets, we offer multispectral, hyperspectral as well. Hyperspectral allows us to really go deep and look and see what's going on the farm. We're able to spray. We're able to provide seeding applications as well. And then we're able to ground truth. And it really is the ground truthing that sets us apart. As I mentioned earlier, our drone is able to fly and then land and traverse. So once we're traversing them on the acres, for instance, we're able to look underneath the canopy of plants. We're able to look at the soil, understand what's going on with the soil, look underneath the canopy of plants, identify the humidity levels, find out how much light is coming in. Maybe there's too much light coming in. Maybe there's not enough light. So there's canopy management that can be employed as well during our technology. We can actually look at the fruits, for instance. We can identify the sugar level of the fruits. We can really identify when it's the best time to harvest those fruits. So a little bit of idea about the fleet of drones that we'll be bringing into the marketplace. Next. All right, so what is Dronelytics? We consider ourselves to be a big data company. We're in the business of capturing data, and we capture a lot of data. And with our AI engine, we're able to take that data and put in place a lot of predictive modeling and classifications and indexes for farmers. Our business philosophy is that farmers should be farming. They don't have to worry about the science of farming. And so what we do, we bring the scientific tools to farmers to enable them to be successful. I like to read this. We see a future where agricultural science, drone technology, and data analytics come together in the form of productive, efficient, and cost-effective process to solve many numerous problems. So one of those problems is when time is of the essence, farmers need to understand what's going on with their crops. They need to understand what's going on with their soil. It takes them a week, 2 or 3 weeks before they collect that information. We're able to capture that information and turn it around within 36 hours, sometimes 48 hours, depending on the type of information that they're looking for. Another problem which I like to talk about is from a farming perspective, and I'm assuming that there are some farmers in here. I know beehivism is like farming, right? So there probably are some farmers in here. But over the past 10 years, global fertilizer use has increased tenfold, and yields have only increased 3 to 4-fold. So what that tells you is that large organizations are doing a fantastic job pushing in as much chemicals as possible. We reached a reflection point on chemicals a long time ago, an inflection point in chemicals a long time ago. So what we do is reduce the amount of chemicals that are being used by farmers. Next. How does it work? Well, it's essentially a 4-step process. First of all, we build relationships with cooperatives. We take our drone technology out there and we do a full mapping. So look at us as going out to the doctor to get an annual done. They'll take blood tests and different types of diagnostics to find out the condition that you're in. So our drone goes out and we fly and we do a complete mapping and determine what's going on. Aerially, we're able to identify, which is step 2, by the way, we're able to identify what's specifically going on the farm. There are different types of wavelengths that tell us a lot of information that's not visible to the eye. The third step is, as I mentioned, we would take that information, we have the coordinates, we would land our drone, we would go over to where those issues are, and then we do even deeper analysis to find out what's going on. And then about 24 hours afterwards, we're able to provide the farmers with a complete assessment of what's going on in terms of their soil health, their crop health, and what are the things they need to do to correct these issues in a format that's easy for farmers to understand. We have a chief agronomist on our team, and so the chief agronomist is able to explain to farmers specifically what's going on in terms of the reports that we give farmers. And then because we have the farmers in our franchise, we're able to provide them with solutions as well. So we know exactly what's going on with the farm. So next they need crop nutrients and they need crop protection. So we have all of the coordinates. We're able to take that information and apply that on farms. So for instance, today farmers will willy-nilly spray a complete farm, 100%. They have no line of sight or no indication of what's going on with nitrogen levels, for instance. Our technology, during step 2, we're able to identify what the nitrogen levels are on a farm. So when we go out to spray, we're doing it in a much more efficient way than what's being done today. So generally, we figure we save around 20 to 30% on chemical costs to farmers, right? Because they really don't need to spray those areas where we already have adequate levels of nitrogen, right? So we save the farmer on that. And then also, we're eligible for carbon credits. So as we reduce the amount of nitrogen levels, the farmers are entitled to carbon credits as well, which we're happy to share that with the farmers. Next. All right, what can we do with this data? I'd mentioned about agronomy reports. That's essentially where we can go out and capture all of this information and provide it to farmers. Targeting spraying, I just talked about that. We do have our AI software where we can do predictions. We can really get down and dirty and find out what's going on at the farm level. For instance, in the case of coffee, the European Union has put some restrictions in place as it relates to traceability. And so look at our technology as providing all of that information that will satisfy coffee coming out of the region into Europe, for instance. We know some coffee buyers who buy coffee here, and one of the main problems that they complain about is that they come here, they'll buy coffee, they'll come back to the same source and buy coffee, and they get a completely different set of coffee. And when they take that coffee back for roasting, and their roasters are calibrated in a particular way, if the coffee is inconsistent, if the quality is not the same, right, they end up wasting that. So our technology ensures traceability, we are sustainable, and we can guarantee quality and consistency. 4 boxes that need to be checked, specifically when you're looking at these high crop items that are going out of this country into other parts of the world. And then finally, as far as what we can offer as well, is crop insurance, because we have the data, right? We have deep data. So we're able to partner up with crop insurance companies. So for instance, we have a MOU right now with BK Group, which is a large crop insurer, and they see the importance of partnering up with us on the crop insurance side as well. I've got another 5 minutes. So as far as enhancing, so just want to give you a very quick idea here about how much hectares are available. There's about 146 million hectares that we can go after in Africa. and it runs the gamut from coffee to rice to maize and wheat. 145, to put things into perspective, the Dominican Republic has about 145 million rainforests. So that gives you an idea of how much opportunity is out there. Next. And I'll just go through this very quickly. Farmers' value proposition, we talked about the nitrogen detection. We're also able to identify crop health, water stress levels, and disease and pests. Next. How do we compare against Chinese drones? Well, we have a lot of added features that Chinese drones do not have. The most important one here is we control the overall data stack. So youths, young entrepreneurs can build AIs. We're open source. They can help to innovate with us, and they can monetize that. Next. A little bit about the team. We're a very strong team. Myself, we have engineers. We have the founder of the technician, the technology. We also have Leila is a drone specialist who flies not only here in Kenya, but also in Europe and in the US. Senator Robert Blair is on our team, and he is an Eisenhower Fellow. He is the first farmer to have a drone on their farm. Anytime there's any issues about drone technology, Congress relates to Senator Robert Blair. Next. Well, I won't spend too much time here, but there's a vast amount of opportunities. Think about us with our manufacturing facility as like a Isuzu or even one of the car assembly plants that come here. We're bringing in parts to be assembled. That means that the local economy can provide all of those parts for us, right? So we provide a vast amount of employment opportunities. Benefits to the environment. Take the case of nitrate oxide. I spoke about nitrogen. That's 300 times more potent than carbon dioxide. So by us removing that out of the environment, we're making a significant change. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much for that. You see, there's the software and hardware that has really been, what's the word to use, improved to deliver quality services. And interestingly enough, because it's a drone, obviously there's a lot of interest in youth. So I believe this is a very appropriate moment to discuss how this can be scaled in a country like Kenya, not only in Kenya, but beyond. So now we have two more presentations. The second last one, we have Kirumba Joseph Mwita, and he's going to tell us about wastes and how he's making a change in the world. Thank you so much.
I would also kindly ask to stand up.
Okay.
We like walking around. Like I said, my name is Kirumba, and I am the CEO from Constructive Plastics Limited. As I grew up, I saw this urge of everybody wanting to cut trees to make a room when you get to, after you get to 12, 13. So I always ask myself, what other solution could there be for all these people who are down there in the village to get a way of constructing their simbas? They call them simba, you know, that small room where you want to get out of your parents, you know. So I looked at it and I saw, okay, there is a solution. There is so much plastic in our environment, and there is also a lot of competition in this plastic, because anybody who is going to take up plastic that is going to be recycled is a competitor to me, right? So I thought, what about the plastics? There's so much plastics that are just lying on the streets and nobody's taking care of it, right? So that's how I came up with a solution. And this solution is building interlocking blocks out of the plastics and fencing poles and paving blocks, and with our building blocks, you can actually build everything that comes in mind. Just go. I'll just go about. Okay, so the advantage of our building blocks. Just let's go to the pictures of what we build, because that's a lot of information. One behind. Okay, good. We can stay there. So actually, like I said, the advantage of our building blocks is one, every kilo or every gram of plastic that I use to construct the bricks is plastic that is out of the environment, and every plastic that is collected from the environment is a job that I've given to somebody, right? So I have a block that is 4 kilos, for example. One of the blocks, too little to see from the pictures, it weighs 2.5 kilos, and I have a bigger block that is 4.5 kilos. So to construct a house, I need at least 10,000 blocks. So all this, when you do the calculation, you can imagine how much plastic is getting out of our environment. And we always complain. I say that everybody is complaining to our county government that there is blockage on the road, on our sewer blocks, on the drainages, and we are the cause, right? Because we are disposing this plastic haphazardly. If you could stop opening the windows of your car and throwing away that bottle, or eating a sweet and throwing that out of the window of your car, you will actually be helping to solve the problem. And as one can see, we have built dustbins out of our blocks. We have built classrooms. We have built fencing walls. We have all kinds of anything one can think about in a structure, right? So, like I said, the advantages, there are so many advantages to what we are doing. We have employed so many people. You can imagine I've been running up and down from my seat because my street boys are all asking how can I get my money tonight, right? So I have, in the factory, I have like 12 permanent employees, and I have like 200 street boys who are running around and getting to get me plastic to recycle. I will want to pen off there because all the others is there's too much detail to read.
Okay.
And I'm open to partnership with anybody who would love to do something positive for our environment and also make some money out of it. Because, like I said, I walk around the streets of Nairobi or anywhere that I walk around, I see money. And I'm open to people who can just join me and let's take care of that. Take care of the trash that is here. And for example, whenever I go to pitch in other counties, I always tell them, I buy plastic from every other county. why do I have to have the plastic from Kericho coming to Nairobi to be recycled? We can build plants there and have people who are working, and we will eradicate this issue where we are talking about youth unemployment, So there is too much to be done about waste plastic, and
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Everybody who is interested. Okay?
Thank you, James. Thank you very much. Joseph, thank you so much. That was wonderful. Again, as you can see, very practical solutions that are actually business-driven, giving you something that you can be proud of. So well done again for your work. Let's go to the final presentation, and then we'll open questions for you, you being the investors. So technically, you are the ones who are going to give us guidance. So we're going to the last presentation from Duke Gikonge.
Yeah, good afternoon. I see very tired people. They must have eaten a lot of carbohydrates during the day. Maybe you stand a bit, stretch kidogo. I'm a nutritionist. I happen to also work on diets a lot and guiding people to be healthier. Just stretch a bit so that it's not good to sit for over 45 minutes. Good. As long as you have stretched, we can proceed. My name is Dr. Duke Gikonge. I'm at the University of Nairobi. I'm a researcher. But then again, from the point of research, we find that we have limited ourselves to university institutions, writing theses, writing papers, getting promoted to professorships, and getting offers to go do these works of ours in other countries. For example, I've been offered citizenship elsewhere in Europe, but I said, no, I want to create solutions locally. I started Pera Foods as a result of, out of my innovative solutions. As I stand before you, I have patented about 45 products and filed about 60 out of locally untapped potentials, especially in neglected value chains, from tamarind to guava to cactus to seaweeds. We are, I think, some of the largest processors of seaweed. That is now a big investment across the world based on its nutritional benefits. Again, out of this, the whole concept was to move from research to market. So I'm not very articulate with business terms, but I've created solutions for our communities, and you can move on to the next. We have had our successes, our challenges, but Pera Foods is a startup, started out of curiosity to see, can we really work with commercializing research? I worked on guavas, locally produced guavas, and that is where the name of Pera Foods comes from. Pera Foods is mapera in Kiswahili, guava in Kiswahili we call it mapera. So from this research of mine, we developed very good ready-to-drink juices, very therapeutic with high nutritional benefits, 30% to 40% fruit ratio compared to what is in the market with about 5%. And then we started doing what we call market trials. At the university in Kabete, we have a food processing plant. So during this period, we found that customers appreciated the products because we didn't have so much of chemical compounds added there. We also didn't have so much of, synthetic stuff and preservatives and too much sugar, which harms the kids. We wanted to introduce a product that meets what a consumer wants in terms of nutrition. But since then, from 2022, we have been incubated. And I'm a beneficiary. I had people say that usually there is a lot of challenge. I tend to think that what I've seen from my experience, without a product or a service, sometimes convincing an investor or someone about your idea is just a waste of time. I decided, let me start my products. Early on when we tried to look for financing, it was hectic. People were like, we cannot see the value of your idea. So we started it, but I'm glad to date I've marketed or I've put into the market about 25 products from underutilized value chains. For those who can't see, we are talking about the mangoes, the tamarind, the cactus, as I said earlier. We are also some of the largest producers of honey, processors of honey. We make it as one of our products, and I would like to buy some of it from you. So we do, just move to the next, we do what we call a business to consumer model. That image might not be so clear, but we have 5 broad categories of products. We make fruit wines, tropical fruit wines. I think I'm the largest processor of fruit wines here, from the cactus, guava. We also process mango. We do passion fruit. But the main ones that have hit the market well have been the cactus, and cactus gives us a good red wine, as well as guava, which is a white wine. Then we have tropical fruit juices from basically almost all the fruits that we think of. I'll give you the scenario of the guava. For example, we produce about 60 million tons of guavas. But you know, the surprising thing is that none of this is processed. We have guava products in the market, all of them imported from either South Africa or Egypt. Guava, Perafoods is the only processor of guava drinks in the country. But we are still at a very small scale, and that's why I want these ministries here to scale us up, because if you go to Taita, you'll see the pathetic scenario. Imagine guavas are being produced so much, the farmers are desperate that you buy a kilo of guava at 3 shillings per kilo. So just take it away from them because it's a menace. But then when it comes to value addition, of course, a kilo can give you as much as, say, 6 bottles of wine, which can translate to about 6,000 to 10,000 shillings. Think about it. And the juice, almost 5,000 shillings or so. Then we have our line of therapeutic foods. We call it the CMOS. I know most of you are digital people. You've heard of the thing called CMOS and seaweed. It is the main thing that is really generating us income. Seaweed comes from the ocean. We process it into a ready-to-drink beverage. We are the only ones, again, across the world who process it as a drink. We are patented by KIPI. And it has amazing benefits in terms of nutritional benefits, from managing conditions like diabetes, type 2 diabetes, that is, arthritis, non-communicable disease management. And it cuts across from young children all the way to the aged. And then we also have what we call beauty products. For example, we've made very good beef tallow cream for application on skin. We also have others like Dawa Mix, where we use a lot of honey, ginger, and tamarind to create what we call a solution for the common colds. So those are the 5 main ones. But again, we also do consultancies on value addition for small-scale processors. I'm also involved directly in consulting for nutrition and diets, and that is one of the greatest generators for our income, because people out here, you are so misled. For example, one of the gospel I keep telling my people is eat as much eggs as possible. By end of this class, start eating 6 to 10 eggs every day. But that's a discussion for another day. Now, our model. We have a business-to-consumer model. Perafoods, I chose a model whereby I want a customer who understands what I make. I was passing through the stand here and I saw someone do goat milk and they're selling it at 100. And I was like, you don't know what you're selling. So for us, we sell you value. My juice, for example, has about 30% fruit ratio. So you'll pay a premium price for it. If I go to the supermarket chain or retail way, they want you to reduce the pricing so that the consumer, they also make margins, and that means low fruit ratio. So we target consumers who are nutritionally aware of what they're taking. So we kind of serve directly consumers. We've done lots of digital marketing. And through this model, we have been able to reach not only local consumers, but at our small scale, we are also able to export. We have imported our products to almost all the continents across the world, I think, including the farthest Australia. We have a very good returnship. About 75% of people who have used our product keep coming back, and referrals. And I believe at our small scale level, for those I've met a few of my clients here, you've seen how small we are, and we are some of the very busiest people we know of, because it has kept us engaging and growing by the day. This is our 3rd year now, and I think from our trainings in incubation, we are almost going through the valley of death. Next. Our market size, the market size for beverages, which we are looking at, is over 10 billion, but we are just looking at a small market of about 600 million. Right now, we are somewhere, at least, we are able to reach 10 million annual sales, and that is a big impact considering where we've come from. Yeah. Then our beneficiaries. Directly, we are buying these things from farmers. I've told you the scenario of the guavas. Look at mangoes when they are produced. There's that fruit called the cactus. It is wasted If you see cactus, people think, for me, I see it as a value. For people in dry areas, you see people complaining and cutting down the cactuses. The tamarind, the honey that they're just talking about is all going to waste because we don't have local solutions. People are avoiding processing. And just as he said, every Kenyan investor just thinks of real estate. And it's my wish that if we are able to scale up such innovations. For example, if you find guava season, it is just the other month we are buying guavas. We buy up almost 5 to 10 tons of guavas. That is what we are able to process as of now. And with our small market, we are mainly serving Nairobi market. That is so much we can do. And also we don't have such huge scale in terms of processing or other machines. So we have been able to create empowerment for our farmers. For the guavas we started buying in 2021 at 3 shillings a kilo. Now we give farmers at 50 shillings a kilo. That is direct impact to the farmer. I've created jobs. I started with one guy when I was doing my PhD. Now I'm employing 15. And on a daily basis, we work with about 20 people because I also have riders. And indirectly, the people involved in others, like now packaging solutions and stuff, we are looking at an impact of over 50 employees. Our youth, we are also sponsoring a youth and football annual tournament called the Para-Food Tournaments. Yeah. That's our part of our CSR and supporting a bit of needy students. But our greatest challenge, the university is not a business entity. If you come to Kabete where we are incubated, I'm happy the organizers, partly Anne and Kidinji have been there. We are using a very small unit that was established in 1975 for training students. I have been lucky to be the first student to try commercialize what the university has been producing as food scientists. So we don't have processing equipment. We also have very limited access to grants and funds. But at our scale now, we have been able to attract a bit of funding, bank financing. But it is my wish that if we have ministries coming up with a grant, for example, for solutions like ours that have shown to work, then we can access it, even if it means you recycle it back. Like right now, the little funds I took some time back, you are paying it at a very high interest rate. That means the cost of credit is quite high. Again, because of limited technologies, I cannot process all my products. As a food technologist, I've trained in over 100 product lines. As of now, because of limited technologies, I can do, say, the 25, which I can successfully take to the market. And one of the worst things for small-scale startups is thus high cost of, for example, licensing. I can give you this sad scenario. Like I make wines. Yes, I've bragged about being the only processor of wines here. But when I'm looking for the licensing, I'm being told to generate first 2 million to get a license to distribute my wines. And that really becomes a limitation. So you say this kind of product, let it just be put aside. If I'm looking at money, I want to scale up. My proof of concept has worked. If you need data, we have very good metrics right now. I want to scale my processing from the small scale unit to about, I'm looking at about 65 to 100 million so that I become a medium to large scale enterprise and I can access a wider market. Export and so tap into customers that are willing to invest or rather buy or access our products, which are now, as of now, we are limited. But I would like to tell you that we are happy that as of now, my team of about 10 core team and we are able to reach 10,000 households every month. Probably I have more than 10 of you here who have used our products directly. So we have had quite a number of success stories. Not only sponsorship, we have been highlighted out there. We have also seen that we can create impacts affecting the community by taking research in terms of products and services. Yeah, and I believe with that means that we are looking for partners who are willing to invest in solutions that we have. We are willing to give a small stake because I've seen the potential of my work, even if it means accessing high cost of credit through the bank. As long as we take the agenda forward, that is the whole goal. And if you wish to reach us, you can put it on the last slide. Okay. Thank you very much. That is our contact. You can check us out also on socials, TerraFoods.
Thank you so much, Duke, again, for that presentation. Very clear, again, linking from education, research to business and commercialization. And this is a very big problem the universities are facing in Africa, jobs creation. And as you can see, all our panelists are having something that is very close to the solutions, or they're actually overdoing it. They just need an extra push so they can become global beaters. And now, before we go to any of your questions, before anything, remember you guys are supposed to be like investors, right? So without even thinking about which company you'd invest in, are you motivated enough, for example, raise your hand, if you had the resources, would you invest in any of these businesses? I would like to see your hands going up. I would like to see your hands going up. There are two people who don't look convinced. And I'll have you to, maybe the lady in a white jacket, maybe give us a reason as to why you would not invest in the businesses that are sort of being pitched here, because these are groundbreaking businesses. These are businesses that have come from your own people. They are working with your own resources, and they have shown you it's possible. This is not just talk. This is action. And you can see each one of them has gone through a different pathway. Not everybody uses the same path. Each one of them has come from a different background, but they are all able to deliver something. So what we'd like to do, maybe we'll take from this end one question, this one, and this one. So we'll take maybe 4 questions or comments to the teams. If you want to be specific, please go ahead, because for me, I feel that they've given us all the answers, and what we are looking for is a partnership, and we want to see KDC putting the money they talked about, the green money, coming here. We want to see the manufacturing money coming here. We want to see the resources being put here so that we stop talking every day about jobs and job creation. This is already testament that you can create jobs with the resources that we have, the brains that we have in Kenya. And of course, not forgetting our 2 guests from the diaspora, let me call it that. Thank you so much. So please, questions, there's somebody at the 1, 2, 3, from this end, no? Okay, 2, 3, please.
Oh, yes, thank you very much for your good presentation. My name is Mark Ambitho, mostly known for research, Infotrack, research and consulting, but today I'm here as an entrepreneur. And my questions are first, they go to Bockman, who is dealing with ammonia and constructive plastics. Last year was a good year. The German government invited me and others to Strathmore University. They had money for hydrogen. They were looking for pilot projects in Kenya. They were giving 100 million. There was a call. In that forum that you are, in fact, they got disappointed. There was nobody who was having the idea of raising up a hydrogen project in Kenya. I don't know whether you are aware about it, because Hydrogen Africa had a meeting later on at Villa. Why didn't you get this grant? Second one, the first one, and the second one to constructive plastic. Same to last year. At Weston, the Canadian government did the African Plastic Awards here in Kenya. They had about 10 startups that were given 100 million, okay, each. And this was grant, okay? Only one company from Kisumu that was doing hyacinth, using hyacinth to make, was there. Is it that you are not aware about these grants? And then the last one goes to the dronautics. Silicon Valley is a serious opportunity for seed money in terms of angel investments, and there is no guarantee. And actually, agri-tech there is a hot cake. And the way I've seen your proposal, it's a hot cake in Silicon Valley who understands agri-tech very fast, and then there is no collateral. Have you tried to get money from Silicon Valley? Because even right now, as I know, there are calls for proposal on agri-tech. You just need to go to iHub, or you have to need to go to Nairobi Garage. There are calls for agri-tech in terms of grants. Thank you very much.
My name is Patrick Kimiti.
Thank you.
One thing I would like to appreciate, the story of the Parafood. I was very, very impressed by it. I don't mean that the other projects, carried out by other people are irrelevant or they are bad, but I'm seeing the Parafood ones that that kind of a venture is very, very close to the people, to the youth who are struggling in here, compared to a venture like the drones. Getting the infrastructure to do that and the financing, that's another aspect. Now, I was saddened by one thing, and this is something that I don't know whether we have addressed it during this during these 2 days, that why most of the people are shying away from getting into entrepreneurship, despite the fact that KDC is there, is that there is a gap. And the problem is with the government. I was very, very saddened to hear that for Parafood to make a bottle of wine, you asked to pay 2 million shillings for the licenses. The government has become a kind of its interest, the government's interest is only to generate funds. They're not thinking of the impact, or rather what that kind of a project can do to the future of, of this generation. My challenge is this. KDC is there, and I know they are aware of these problems. I'm challenging them, can they do something so that this scenario can change and we can have more entrepreneurship being lured into maybe coming out with innovations, and then we will drop from that ratio of 80% importers and 20%, 80% importers and 20% producers, and maybe it will be the vice versa. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's have the last one there, then we can quickly have our feedback from the panel, and then we'll do the 2 last comments before.
Okay, thank you very much. On the last presenter, thank you very much, my friend. I believe the youth who are in this room, this conference, that's a big lesson. We need to forget about white-collar jobs. Think about, if you are a graduate in this room, please think of creating employment. Don't rely on white-collar jobs, please. This is the example. The last presenter has done a lot, and my friend, you can pass this gospel to other students in the universities. I think they will make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, let's maybe have any quick feedback from the, please, yes.
I can give a quick reply to the gentleman for the grant element. We worked very closely with the GIZ, that is also part of the German government. The grant element, what they were looking for to give is $100 million. I'm not denying that. And we were trying to do the 20 megawatt of electrolyzer at Dongakundu for the green hydrogen. Howsoever you put the figures, we cannot keep on cooking the figures to get the grant element. It has to be reasonable. So we did the cost calculations and everything. It came around $85 million. I don't want to tell lies and then say, oh, my cost is $100 million or $105 million and put a wrong application. First thing. Second thing, emails cannot speak lies. They gave an answer that you don't have a definite offtake agreement. The hydrogen prices are fluctuating every day in the international market. If I sign an offtake agreement for a $4 or $5 per kg, when the market price is around $12 or $13 per kg, who is losing? It's me. So that is not viable. That is one. Second thing, we also made an application along with the lights, that is a subsidiary to CPF fund. CPF, you might have heard of the county pension fund, whatever the things. Lights Limited, that is Laser Infrastructure Technology Solutions Limited. The form we filled on, the requirements, what we did, it was doing like another PhD, okay, at my old age. And we did everything. At the end of the day, they were giving only 5 total, the whole world. How can it be? A grant of around $3 to $4 million. okay, which is not worthwhile to try that particular level of approach. So, and we did it. We submitted everything. We know the pain what we went through in getting the things done. Okay. And the last but not the least, for any capex project like this, like a green ammonia or green hydrogen or green methanol or sustainable aviation fuel, we need a little bit of cooperation from the respective authorities. You put an application for 1 year, they don't reply. So where do we go? So the buck stops with the agencies who are looking at the application, giving the approval licenses, whatever the things. They don't act on it. So that is where we got stuck. Anyhow, we are doing still the green ammonia with the great courtesy of when I went and met the governor of Mombasa and I explained to him, he was very proactive. He said, are you taking it as a challenge? Will you be able to do it? I'm not an engineer. I'm not a science person. I'm a finance person. And yet I have moved. I have moved mountains to come to this level. Many thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's have maybe first of all the gentleman at the end, and then each one of you can have one last statement before you have the feedback from the KDC on how you guys performed in terms of requesting them to support you. So please go ahead.
Mine is the answer to the Canadian fund, right? If you get into my internet, you're going to see that the deputy Canadian ambassador was actually in my factory. As small as it is, he's squeezing himself between the bricks, and I had an issue with the whole of the police in Kariobangi, because they came in without giving any information. So, like he said, they want to give you a grant. They're talking about a grant of $100,000 or something. And the factory that you are in is not that big. So whenever and you don't want to cook, you don't want to cook figures to get into it. But truly speaking, I didn't know about it. If I knew about it, I think I would maybe have talked to him, because it's somebody I can call, But like I said, sometimes this information should be put open there, We are running companies where we don't stick on the internet looking for who is there to grant us what. Because at the end of the day, the workers who are out there waiting for their salary, they don't want to know if you are looking for a grant. They want their money, right? So, that's why we such things keep us. But we are grateful to, like I said, everybody who is willing to work with us, right?
Okay, thank you. So let's have one 30 seconds. Any last words? No, just 30 seconds as we close, so that we can get the comments from the floor.
Okay. What I can say is that the reason why we have many countries such as China and all these developed countries being able to have high manufacturing capabilities is because they have venture building models, areas where they go and they find one-stop solution. So for us, we do everything on our own, so we are exposed to a lot of shocks that make it so difficult for us to scale. So for me, is to urge you to, one, we cannot have enough of incubators, but for those who are interested in getting into cosmetics and honey and would love to be accelerated and incubated, you can get in touch with me. And we are looking for partners to support us to be able to scale this, so that we create a multiplier effect, so that we now begin to start consuming our own products and grow our own economy from here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for listening. Mine is just to say, in whatever industry you will get into, think of the value addition. value addition is the way to go. Those are the low-hanging fruits. For the graduates in the house, as it's been said, think about creating something for yourself, not necessarily employment. Look at what you've learned and how you can turn it into a business. I'll give you an example. I've given an example of honey, and look at the products that we get from honey. If you go to our website, Apiculture Venture, you will see body jellies, lip balms, shower gels, all made from honey and beeswax. And so think about sustainability, think about value addition.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to address the question that a gentleman had posed regarding Silicon Valley. My response is that why not? Why not here in Africa, right? Why do we have to do it in the places of Silicon Valley and California, right? We need to get out of the mindset that Africa has to follow technology, right? Why can't we lead here in Africa, right? And that's what we're bringing right now. And so I would say that in the next 10 to 15 years, when you look at our company, we're going to be completely different than where we are right now. Right now, we are a drone company, right? But don't forget, we fly and we land and we drive. When we can land and drive, we can go after the blue economy as well. We're able to land. We can tweak our technology so that we can land on water. We can go into swamplands. We can go into marshlands. There's so much that we can do with this technology because we own the technology. And that will make Kenya a center of excellence for drone technology. And that's what we're really excited about.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Please, Duke, last words.
Yeah, mine is just a challenge to fellow youth. I'm also a youth. This is my 35th year. I'm just turning, I think, 36 in the next month or so. What I chose is to go with my gut. I remember early days when I was looking for funding, the first question I went to an investor in somewhere into Rivers, and the guy was a billionaire. He asked me, how will you compete Del Monte with this brand name? My brand name is called Dahari mango juice, Dahari whatever, cactus. And that was alone to just tell you that you cannot make it. You cannot compete Del Monte, you cannot compete Afia juice. But I chose my gut. I said, no, I have a lot of technical knowledge. Let me give the customers value. And the first thing I did, I created a digital page, paid adverts for that digital page, and I want to urge every youth here. I had someone talk of the challenges from the back end. Create a digital page. The world has changed today. Put your services there. If you're creating a service, put the products you have in mind. Start pitching from the digital space. I'll tell you for sure the easiest way to penetrate the market is digital marketing. The first amount I paid was 4,000 for digital page on the services and products I offer, and it generated me almost 10 times of what I put in. I put 4,000, my first income from digital space generated me 40,000. And that is a model we used until we grew our customer bases. The only limitation is in your minds. No one should tell you that this dream of yours is impossible. Customers have changed. Everyone is looking for a solution in one or the other. Take advantage of that. The digital age is here with us. My only urge is that the government, if there is a way you can promote startups. I don't want to be a history that 2 years down the line, I will die. We'll die like what has been happening. People come with the wrong motives. Outside people, they are invested upon, then the industries crash. Me, I want us to create solutions that are locally made. We have all it takes, and we have resources. My only wish is to see post-harvest losses reduced big time because we are promoting different economies while we are killing our own. We don't have to import some of these foodstuffs. Okay. That is for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Let's give them a round of applause. And as I call on to Haman Gishugi to give his overview, he's the risk manager and compliance at KDC. So he's going to give an overview, an assessment, and review of what transpired in the day. Thank you.
if we had a drone in the room, it could just have come. So I want us to remain studying because the fellow investors who have done the 6 presentations were subjected to a criteria to see to it that whether whatever they're presenting to us, we can risk or we can de-risk it. And the first area of review was looking at, are they offering a unique solution addressing a gap in the market or in the industry? And all of you bear witness that they have a different solution for various gaps in the market. From green ammonia, green beehives, loop networks, recycling, drone business, and the juice in agri-value addition. Aren't those different areas and gaps that we have in the market? And all of them, to a great extent, rely on technology for development. So in that criteria, they deserve a clap. In the second criteria, as KDC, we do not only look at your ability to pay the debt or ability to pay dividend. We look at creating sustainable jobs, and all of them started either with one employee, one started as a student doing research, and currently they have created jobs, and their proposals have potential to create jobs. And for that, they deserve a clap. The third criteria was looking at, are they looking at sustainable investments from environment, social and governance perspective, climate smart investments. None of them looks at depleting the raw materials. In fact, there's an element of recycling, there's an element of providing utilization of green technologies to offer solutions, and also the beehive company, you've gone very far to protect the trees so as the bees can have a place to get nectar from. So for that, all of them have met that criteria and they deserve a clap. Are they inward-looking or outward-looking? That is from the value chain approach. There is interconnectivity of what they do, either with agriculture, with the market, with technology, with energy, and even market linkages for farmers, street boys, and with that, no one failed in that criteria, and please give them 2 claps. And for the purposes of them looking at whether their pitch makes sense, in the long run, they're here to look for investors, either debt, equity, or both, or grant. And from a financial viability perspective, having looked at the numbers you've presented, the solutions that you're offering, and the gaps that you intend to close, I want to believe, apart from the 2 people who did lift their hearts then, and I'm sure by now they are convinced, that all of us can invest in their ventures. True or false? Please clap for them and give them a 2 factorial. And with that, this standing ovation to them for thinking and putting their mind into making something viable. And I take it back to Peter, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you so much. Now we are coming to the close, and I think now we are going to have Dominic Ndewa, the Deputy Director, Strategy, giving the awards. Let's go down so that we can pick our tokens of appreciation to the floor down there. Thank you. Let's go down, all of us. Yeah. Please. They're coming. Yeah. We have Joseph Muita, please, and thank you so much. Big hand for the guys, please. Yep. Then, okay. Then we have Pauline Otila from apiculture. Okay, big hand, please. Thank you. Then we have Wairimu Mwangi from Loopworks, please. Oh, we need to move to KDC. Please, yeah, let's have that banner at the center. Yeah. No, in front of that. That's it. Okay, that's Wairimo from Loopworks. A big hand for her. Thank you. Then we have Anthony Hall. Okay, sorry, yep. Anthony Hall for the drones, the technology on drones. There you go. Big hand, please. Appreciation. And then we have Krishna Murthy, please. Thank you. Wonderful. For the green hydrogen. Okay. And then we have Parafoods, Dr. Duke Ikonge. Thank you so much. Are we done? Yeah, so let's give them a round of applause again in appreciation. Maybe a group photo, please. Group photo. Yep, please, yeah. There you go. Yeah, I should get bags. Hold your bag so that for the branding purposes, it's behind you. Yeah, sorry, yeah. There you go. Yeah, please. Thank you so much. It's been a great day, I believe. Everybody must have had and learned something new. You have potential to collaborate, to network with these guys. So I think for tomorrow, I believe the session will start quite early so that you finish in time. So tomorrow there will be no panel sessions. So you come early enough, start and finish before 12. So with those few words, I don't know whether there's anybody else who wants to say anything. It's been a pleasure, and thank you so much for your attention. And we hope that the day has been fruitful, and let's hope tomorrow you'll even learn more. And let's believe this is a moment of transformation for Africa, for Kenya, and to the next frontier. So asanteni sana na kwaherini. See you tomorrow.